Chapter 3039. You also think it's fair? Madame Hua narrowed her eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing in her eyes. It's quite fair. Yang Kai nodded. Since you think it's fair, then scram to the side. Madame will settle your account with you later. Madame Hua waved her sleeves and shouted impatiently. Yang Kai grinned. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman in front of him. The woman who was slapped by him was shocked when she saw this. She thought that Yang Kai was going to hurt her again, so she quickly retreated to the side. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to care about her at all. Instead, she seemed to be making a fuss over nothing. She covered her cheek with her hand and felt a burning sensation. She didn't know if it was because she was embarrassed or because she was slapped. With a splash, water splashed out. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a golden carp with a red body suddenly appeared in his hand. Golden-backed red carp. This was the golden-backed red carp that Madame Hua had raised for more than 10 years. No one saw how he grabbed the red carp in his hand. It seemed that he only stretched out his hand and the red carp that Madame Hua called Little Red appeared in his hand. The woman holding the fish tank was obviously stunned. She looked at the red carp in Yang Kai's hand and then looked at the fish tank she was holding. Her beautiful face suddenly turned pale and she cried out in alarm. Madame Hua also reacted. Her face was extremely ugly. She shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry up and release Little Red. It's just a red carp. Do you think it's a treasure? In my eyes, it's nothing." Yang Kai lightly sneered. Madame Hua suddenly had a bad premonition. Her expression changed and she said, "I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, then wait for death." After she finished speaking, she counted without any explanation, 1. Poof. A muffled sound was heard at the same time. Madame Hua's pupils suddenly shrunk. Because under her gaze, Yang Kai's hand that was holding the red carp suddenly exerted force and directly killed Little Red. Although Little Red was a monster beast, it was only tier 5. How could it block Yang Kai's attack? Under the force of the big hand, the body directly exploded into 2 pieces. The head and tail of the fish fell to the ground one after another, revealing their original 3 zhang long form. When they fell to the ground, they were already dead. Yuanwu sucked in a cold breath. He looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. He had not expected this guy to be so daring. A red carp was nothing, but that depended on whose red carp it was. This was Madame Hua's pet, a pet that had accompanied Madame Hua for more than 10 years. Previously, it was only injured by someone and lost 2 scales. Madame Hua had mobilized a large number of people to personally denounce it. Now that it was directly crushed to death, how could Madame Hua let it go? This brat was dead for sure. There was absolutely no way out. Yuanwu was overjoyed. He looked at Yang Kai with a gloating expression. He still remembered the hatred of being humiliated by Yang Kai a few days ago. He did not have the ability to take revenge, but if he could borrow Madame Hua's hand to kill him, it would be a good consolation. Lu Sanyang and her daughter were also dumbfounded. They did not have much contact with Yang Kai. They only knew that he was Li Jiao's friend, but they did not expect Yang Kai to be so daring. He did not put Madame Hua in his eyes at all. What should they do now? This matter could not be resolved peacefully. If it was the previous situation, at most they would be punished a little. Madame Hua would vent her anger and it would be over, but now, she was extremely anxious. She blamed Yang Kai for being impulsive. She also hated that the trouble she and her daughter had caused had implicated Yang Kai. How would she explain this to Li Jiao in the future? "You actually killed Little Red." The face of the woman holding the fish tank turned pale. She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, wailing in her heart. Where did this lunatic come from? Did he not know the tragic consequences of doing this? The other woman was also stunned. She covered her cheek with her hand and could no longer feel the pain. Her entire body and mind were shocked by the scene in front of her. Everyone was shocked and had different expressions. The perpetrator did not have the slightest awareness that he had caused a great disaster. He only looked at Madame Hua with ridicule and sneered, "You want an eye for an eye, but I don't know how you want to repay me now? Let me see." Madame Hua's chest suddenly rose and fell violently. Her beautiful face became extremely distorted as she hysterically shouted, "Kill him, kill him, kill him for me." She could no longer bear it. At first, she only wanted to seek justice for Little Red and teach the guy who injured her a lesson. After seeing Lu Sanyang and her daughter, she changed her mind and decided to ruthlessly humiliate this stinky woman who had competed with her for hundreds of years. But now, she only had Yang Kai in her eyes. She only wanted him to die. Little Red was killed in front of her eyes. Only by using this person's life could she quell the anger in her heart. She gave the order, but no one acted. Although the two women brought by Madame Hua were also Fu Chi's playthings, they were only at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm. How could they have the courage to face Yang Kai, a first-order Emperor realm master? Moreover, judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, he was clearly a lunatic who could not be understood by common sense. At this time, they would only invite humiliation. So, the two women hesitated and did not act, but their expressions were very difficult. Madame Hua saw this and became even angrier. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Why are you still not acting? Do you want this madam to do it herself?" If they really forced Madame Hua to do it herself, the two women were afraid that they would not be able to survive. The two women looked at each other helplessly, then pounced on Yang Kai together. Regardless of whether they were this young man's opponent or not, they had to act properly to avoid Madame Hua's revenge. In the blink of an eye, the two women attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Unfortunately, the two of them only had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. After living on Dragon Island for so many years, they had been blindly scheming against each other and had long forgotten how to fight. They could not even use 70% of their strength. Moreover, even if they could use their full strength, it was not enough in front of Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm. Before Yang Kai could do anything, the two women who had just pounced in front of him screamed miserably and were sent flying like rags. Blood spurted out from their bodies in midair. When they landed on the ground, their source chi had dissipated, and they did not even have the strength to stand up. "How dare you!" Madame Hua screamed. Her voice was sharp enough to tear people's eardrums. He had strangled Xiao Hong to death, and dared to injure the women of the spiritual island. Yang Kai's actions had exceeded Madame Hua's imagination. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her anger burned like a volcano. But she was used to living like a princess. No matter how angry she was, she did not plan to do it herself. She turned and glared viciously at Yuanwu. "What are you looking at? Kill him for this, madam." Yuanwu could not sit still. His expression was ugly. If he was Yang Kai's opponent, why would he need Madame Hua's orders? He would have already rushed forward to express his loyalty. Being able to establish a relationship with Madame Hua would definitely be beneficial to him, and this was the best opportunity for him to do so. But an opportunity was an opportunity. He had to have the ability to grasp it. A few days ago, he had a conflict with Yang Kai. Facing this human who was one level weaker than him, he did not have the power to fight back. At that time, if Yang Kai was not willing to care too much, he would have died long ago. How could he still be standing here alive? This time, he had brought Madame Hua here to intimidate others. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would not even give face to Madame Hua? He killed Xiao Hong and injured the two women she had brought. He was going crazy. Yuanwu did not have the guts to fight Yang Kai. He stammered out a word. Madame Hua said coldly, "You dare to not listen to this madam's orders. Fine, this madam will go tell Master Fu Chi now. Say that you are working together to bully me." "Madam, calm your anger." Yuanwu paled in shock. He cursed Madame Hua in his heart. He thought he had just come to join in the fun. How did he get involved? This was an unexpected calamity. His expression was panicked. If Madame Hua really reported this matter to Fu Chi, then his life would be over. He did not believe that a member of the dragon race would be willing to show mercy to him. In the eyes of the dragon race, his descendants were just ant-like bastards. They were existences that could be casually killed. What was this? What was this? If he had known earlier, he would not have come here. Now he was in a dilemma. Yuanwu wanted to slap himself. He could not easily offend Madame Hua. He could only look uneasily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's cold eyes swept over. Yuanwu immediately shivered. He thought back to the scene of him being easily suppressed by Yang Kai's bloodline a few days ago. His eyes turned. Yuanwu shouted fiercely, "Madame Hua, do not worry. Leave this matter to me." At the same time, he sent a message to Yang Kai. This Yuan had no choice. "Little brother, please don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his Emperor Qi and rushed towards Yang Kai. His actions were exactly the same as those of the two women before, as if they were cast from the same mold. Madame Hua showed a satisfied look and glared at Yang Kai viciously. She had lost a lot of face today, but it did not matter. As long as she could capture this little brat, she would be able to vent the anger in her heart. She could sense that Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as hers. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, while Yuanwu was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant. The difference in strength between them was huge. Since Yuanwu had made a move, there was no possibility of failure. Madame Hua was already thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai later to vent the anger in her heart. "You dare to kill Xiaohong? This madam will let you taste all the torture in the world." A scream rang out. Madame Hua was stunned in place, and the wishful thinking in her heart was shattered. Yuanwu, who had rushed towards Yang Kai aggressively, was inexplicably slapped and sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air, which was dazzling under the sunlight. What happened? What is going on? Madame Hua could hardly accept what she had seen. Shouldn't it be Yuanwu who easily subdued that young man? Why was Yuanwu beaten back? What was going on? With a bang, Yuanwu fell to the ground. His body twitched a few times before he fainted. Madame Hua's face fell instantly. Chapter 30-40. Yuanwu was unconscious, and Madame Hua's face was ashen. The beach was quiet. After a while, Madame Hua shouted at Yuanwu, "What are you trying to do? Get up for this, madam." How could a Second-Order Emperor Realm Dragon descendant be knocked unconscious by a First-Order Emperor Realm human? She concluded that Yuanwu was putting on an act. Although she didn't know the reason, Yuanwu was the only one she could order around right now, so she could only continue to give orders to him. Yuanwu didn't move, as if he had really fainted. Madame Hua took a few steps forward and kicked him hard, but Yuanwu still didn't react. "You're revolting." Madame Hua flew into a rage and was about to scold him again when her vision suddenly darkened. Looking up, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai was already standing in front of her, staring at her coldly. Madame Hua's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, asking in horror, "What are you doing?" As soon as she finished speaking, her Emperor Qi surged, and she raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's chest. This slap seemed to have been planned for a long time, and it came without any warning. Coupled with the expression on Madame Hua's face and her actions just now, no one would have thought that she would suddenly attack. After the slap, Madame Hua's face showed a sinister smile. She was sure that Yang Kai wouldn't be on guard against her. Under the same cultivation level, she was confident that she could severely injure Yang Kai with a single blow. Sinister enough, "I've learned something." Yang Kai coldly snorted and also slapped out with his palm. This palm, however, arrived first, landing directly on Madame Hua's shoulder. "Wah!" Madame Hua cried out in surprise as she was sent flying. A bloody taste rushed up her throat and instantly filled her mouth. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her shoulder, as if her bones had been broken. A violent force rushed into her meridians and spread to her 5 viscera and 6 organs, causing her Emperor Qi to become unstable. How is he so strong? Madame Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Madame Hua discovered that her opponent's strength was not something she could compare to. With just a single blow, she realized the huge gap between them. Her beautiful body fell heavily to the ground. Before she could get up, the light in front of her was blocked by a figure. She stared at him and saw Yang Kai looking down at her with a sneer on his face. "You dare to hit me?" Shocked, Madame Hua forgot the pain on her shoulder and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Tell me, why don't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai lifted his foot slightly and stepped on her chest, which immediately changed shape. Madame Hua was in pain, and her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together. Yang Kai's rhetorical question made her a little confused. Why don't you dare to hit me? I am one of Fu Chi's most favored women. On this spiritual island, who dares to hit me? You're courting death. Madame Hua was completely enraged and frantically condensed her emperor chi, trying to resist, but under the suppression of Yang Kai's foot, even getting up was extremely difficult, let alone resisting. As she struggled, her hair was disheveled, making her look like a bitch who had been wronged. There was no longer any trace of beauty left in her as her eyes were filled with hatred, and even her expression was extremely twisted. You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and exerted a little force on his foot. Madame Hua let out a low cry, and her face turned pale. Lu Sanyang also finally came back to her senses. Since Yang Kai killed the golden-backed red carp, the series of events had shocked her greatly. She was completely dumbfounded. Only when she felt Yang Kai's murderous intent did she suddenly come back to her senses. She quickly rushed forward and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and whispered, Brother Yang, don't kill her. There is no one in this world who can't be killed." Yang Kai turned his head and glared at her, looking a little fierce. This was the first time Lu Sanyang had seen Yang Kai like this. The previous few times she had met Yang Kai, he had always been very amiable, so when he suddenly changed his attitude, she was startled and instinctively felt some fear. However, today's matter was caused by her mother and daughter. If Yang Kai really killed Madame Hua, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive. Even the current situation was not easy to deal with. Lu Sanyang knew Madame Hua's temper very well. After suffering such a great humiliation today, it was probably impossible for her to just let it go. Some price would have to be paid to appease Madame Hua's anger. "You can't kill her, Brother Yang, let go of her first." Lu Sanyang kept persuading. She knew that Yang Kai was standing up for her and her daughter, and she was very grateful, but now that things had come to this, there was nothing she could do. No matter what, Madame Hua could not be killed, and the rest could only be discussed at length. Her show of weakness gave Madame Hua hope, and her arrogance suddenly became arrogant. She fiercely shouted, "Slut, I will report today's matter to Master. You and your daughter can just wait for death." Lu Sanyang's face paled and she begged, "Elder sister, this matter is Sanyang's fault. It has nothing to do with Qin. I ask elder sister to be magnanimous and not mention Qin or in front of Master." Madame Hua laughed sinisterly. "Now you know to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. You will all die today." Her pair of malicious eyes swept over Lu Sanyang and her daughter, admiring Lu Sanyang and her daughter's fear. Her heart was pleased, and she once again fixed her gaze on Yang Kai. With one look, she was startled, because she did not see any fear on Yang Kai's face. Instead, he was calm, as if he had done something insignificant. This person, what was wrong with him? Yang Kai stared into Madame Hua's eyes, but he was speaking to Lu Sanyang in a calm tone. "Elder sister Lu, you also saw it. You kindly let her go, but she is not willing to stop. Why don't you let me kill her and end all troubles?" Lu Sanyang was silent, and her heart was anxious. She really did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. Let Madame Hua go? It was equivalent to letting the tiger return to the mountain, but what if she did not let her go? Who could bear the anger of Fu Chi? No matter what choice she made, there would not be a good result. She was also very angry. The origin of today's matter was only because the red carp had 2 scales removed. It was not a big deal at all, but Madame Hua had come to denounce her like this. What's more, the mother and daughter had previously apologized, but Madame Hua still did not spare them and insisted on an eye for an eye. You want to kill me?" Madame Hua finally understood the meaning in Yang Kai's eyes. She was shocked, and her previous arrogance withered. She felt her entire body turn cold, and her blood seemed to freeze. She had not thought that on this spiritual island, there was actually someone who wanted to kill her. Yang Kai laughed coldly. "You think I am joking with you? If this was any other place, it would not matter if Madame Hua was killed or not. But this was Dragon Island. Since he had already had such a big conflict with Madame Hua, he could not let her leave. As to what the consequences would be after killing her, he could only take one step at a time. Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent enveloping her like a tide, Madame Hua finally panicked. Her face was snow-white, and it was too late for regret. She had not known that things would develop like this. If she had known that this person would be so daring, she would have stopped long ago. But speaking of which, she had not expected that even Yuanwu would not be able to help her. "Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. I will not pursue the matter from before, I really will not pursue it. Let me live." Madame Hua's body trembled, and she begged for mercy. The aura of death came. Right now, she only wanted to live. How could she care about her face? Because of her terror, tears flowed down her cheeks. Seeing Yang Kai not move, she hurriedly shouted at Lu Sanyang. "Sanyang, you and I have been sisters for hundreds of years. Sister has treated you well in the past. Today, sister was wrong. Master, please forgive me and spare sister." Lu Sanyang's heart softened, and she could not bear to hear this. LV Yuqin, on the other hand, was fuming with anger. Just a moment ago, this stinking woman was still scolding her own mother. She was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, she was actually so humble and submissive. She had never seen a scene of murder. Only now did she know that a person's pride could not withstand a single blow when their life was threatened. "Sanyang." Madame Hua was still begging. Lu Sanyang was in a daze. She did not know if she should plead for mercy on behalf of Madame Hua. She had a gentle personality. Although she had been bullied by Madame Hua many times on this spiritual island, she would still feel uneasy if she saw Madame Hua being killed with her own eyes. In the end, her nature prevailed. She opened her mouth and was about to plead for mercy. Suddenly, she frowned and turned her head to look at the sea. In the next moment, her expression changed. She exclaimed, "Dragon race!" A pure dragon's breath was approaching rapidly. It seemed to be a very high-level dragon race. At least, it was much stronger than Fu Qi. Lu Sanyang had lived on Dragon Island for so many years. She was naturally sensitive to this. She immediately looked at Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Brother Yang, stop." The dragon race was here. No matter which dragon race was coming, they could not let them see this scene. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely die. Yang Kai had obviously noticed it. However, unlike Lu Sanyang's panic, he revealed a strange expression. His gaze was fixed on the direction where the dragon race was coming from. "Ha!" Madame Hua suddenly laughed. Her previous subservience and humility had completely disappeared. A sinister look once again appeared on her face as she looked at Kai Yang triumphantly and coldly said, "You want to kill me? Do you dare to do it in front of me? You dare to bully me like this? I will settle this score with you later. I will let you taste all the torture in the world." The dragon race was coming. She suddenly became fearless. She stared fiercely at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to imprint this hateful face in the depths of her mind. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. She then turned to look at Lu Sanyang and her daughter. Her cold eyes were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She whispered, "Brother Yang, let her go quickly. The dragon race is coming." Madame Hua was indeed just a plaything. However, she was still Fu Qi's woman. No matter which dragon race came, they would not leave this scene alone. The most likely possibility was to kill Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Chapter 3041. Are you deaf? Get out of the way. Madame Hua yelled. "Shut up." Yang Kai slapped him across the face. A crisp sound was heard and Madame Hua was stunned. She felt pain on one side of her face and it swelled up quickly. Although she was injured by Yang Kai previously, it was because she was no match for him. It was completely different from this slap on her face. "How dare you!" Slap, another slap. The other side of her face was swollen and her mouth was filled with the smell of blood. Madame Hua immediately shut her mouth and stared at Yang Kai with a venomous gaze. She could tell that this young man who had been quiet all this while was a pain in the neck. The more arrogant she was, the more ruthless he would be. Madame Huan naturally didn't want to suffer any more losses. She could only wait for the dragon race to arrive and seek justice for her. A ray of red light flew over quickly and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Lu Sanyang's delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind as she tried to think of a way to explain the current situation to the dragon race, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't come up with any good ideas. What awaited her, her daughter, and Yang Kai's trio was the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. She reached out and pulled Lu Yuqin into her arms. She seemed to have accepted her fate and was prepared to spend her last moments with her daughter. The red light flew over everyone's head and headed to the other side of the spiritual island. Lu Sanyang was stunned. Madame Hua was also stunned. Her face turned pale and she shouted, "Master, save me." She thought that the dragon who flew over did not see the scene of her being bullied, so she hurriedly shouted to attract his attention. Yang Kai snorted. The red light that flew over suddenly stopped and a soft sound of surprise was heard. Then, it revealed itself and looked over. His pupils shrank. "Master, save me." Madame Hua cried out again. Her voice was sorrowful, and her appearance was desolate. The dragon race turned around and turned into a red light. In the blink of an eye, it landed not far in front of everyone. Its eyes were like leeches, biting onto Yang Kai. As the dragon's might filled the air, Liu Sanyang's eyes were filled with fear and shock. She knew that there was nothing she could do now. She quietly looked at the dragon race and found that this dragon race looked to be about the same age as Yang Kai. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. His fiery red hair was particularly eye-catching. What scared Lu Sanyang the most was that the aura of the red-haired dragon race was not any weaker than Fu Chi's. In other words, this was definitely a Class 8 dragon race. It's over. It's really over this time. Lu Sanyang felt that the world was spinning and almost fainted. "Master Zhu Lai, save me." Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai, shouted for the third time. It was only then that Zhu Lai's gaze turned towards her. He said indifferently, "You know me?" The dragon clan lived separately and didn't have much contact with each other. Therefore, even if these women had lived on the dragon island for hundreds of years, they might not be able to recognize all the dragon clan members. However, this woman actually recognized him. Obviously, her identity was somewhat different. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "I was fortunate enough to see Master once from afar. I dare not forget." Zhu Lai nodded and said thoughtfully, "You are Fu Chi's woman." Madame Hua nodded and said, "Yes." "What's going on?" Zhu Lai frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He felt a headache coming on. He never thought that he would see Yang Kai here. This guy is too daring. He actually came to Dragon Island and coincidentally appeared on Fu Chi's island. Could it be that he heard some news? If that's the case, then it's bad. He had deeply experienced Yang Kai's lawlessness. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be troublesome for the dragon race. Madame Hua hurriedly said, "Master, it's like this." Her expression suddenly became delicate and pitiful. She explained while sobbing, "The pet that I raised for more than 10 years was injured by this group of people for no reason. I came here to ask for an explanation out of sadness. However, I didn't expect this person to be so unreasonable. Not only did he refuse to admit it, he even attacked me and my 2 sisters. We sisters have not fought with anyone for many years. How could we be his opponent?" The 3 sisters were all humiliated. I begged for mercy, but he didn't give up. Not only did he not want to leave it at that, he even wanted to kill me. "Please uphold justice for us, my sister, and the others." While speaking, she burst into tears. It was as if she was a little girl who was bullied. She was as sad as she could be. Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with this guy? Why is he always causing trouble wherever he goes?" He naturally wouldn't believe Madame Hua's words. He more or less understood Yang Kai. He naturally didn't believe that he was the kind of guy who would bully others. Madame Hua observed his expression and added oil to the fire. "Master, look at this person. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. He even dared to be fierce in front of you. He didn't even let go of me. Before you came, he was even more fool. Lu Sanyang anxiously said, Master, it's not like that. Madame Hua avoided the main point and dwelled on the trivial. She didn't mention her arrogant and despotic attitude at all. Instead, she pushed all the blame to Yang Kai. Lu Sanyang was naturally afraid that Zhu Lai would listen to one side of the story and then do something unfavorable to Yang Kai. At this time, only she could stand up and explain a thing or two for Yang Kai. Zhu Lai didn't even turn his head and said, You don't have the right to speak. He seemed to be in a very bad mood. He didn't show any mercy to Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Her face was full of panic. Sighing in frustration, Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai and said, How can you step on people like this? Let her go first. You're a man after all. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly and looked at Zhu Lai arrogantly. His face was cold and indifferent. Zhu Lai suddenly became angry. He and Yang Kai didn't get along well. In addition, Zhu Qing's experience because of Yang Kai added fuel to the fire. He shouted in a low voice, Let her go. Madame Hua saw this and her courage suddenly increased. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Dragon race in front of Master, you dare to be impudent. Do you really think you're someone? Take your smelly foot away. When she finished speaking, she suddenly groaned. It was obvious that Yang Kai used some strength in his foot. Madame Hua's arrogant expression immediately turned into a painful one. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her face was full of shock and her beautiful eyes trembled. He dared to be fierce in front of a dragon race? Is this guy crazy? However, in addition to the pain, she was secretly happy. She knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter what. She was Fu Chi's woman after all. Master Zhu Lai would definitely seek justice for her after suffering such humiliation. She seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, and then being brutally killed. A carefree smile immediately appeared on her face. Are you talking to me? Yang Kai picked his ear with an indifferent expression. Lu Sanyang and Madame Hua were both dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai wasn't timid, wasn't this too much? He actually dared to speak like this in front of a dragon race? Wasn't this seeking his own death? Lu Sanyang kept signaling Yang Kai with her eyes. She was afraid that he didn't know how terrifying and powerful the dragon race was. The dragon race was the head of the holy spirits, and the one in front of them was a rank 8 dragon race. He could take his life with a flick of his finger. She felt that Yang Kai was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. The slightest mistake would cause him to be smashed into pieces. However, what made her even more shocked was that Zhu Lai didn't immediately attack him. He only said angrily, What do you want? Nothing much. I just want to seek justice. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Zhu Lai looked at Madame Hua and said, She is Fu Chi's woman, and Fu Chi is also a rank 8 dragon vein. If you really kill this woman, Fu Chi will definitely not let this go. Then let him come find me. I don't know if he has the guts. Zhu Lai was furious. You are a piece of trash. Yang Kai's face turned cold. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Be careful or I will beat you up. Beat him up? Lu Sanyang's eyes widened, and he looked dazed. Madame Hua screamed, Master, don't waste your breath on him. This person doesn't care about the dragon race at all. Master, please kill this person. Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. He looked at Madame Hua as if he was looking at an idiot. If other people dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, he would have already attacked. The pride of the dragon race was not something that could be trampled on. However, the person who said this was Yang Kai. What could he do? What could he do? He couldn't beat him. It wasn't like he hadn't fought with Yang Kai before. Unless he went to the Dragon Palace Hall and asked for protection, he didn't have the time now. Moreover, he was still leaning towards Yang Kai in the depths of his heart. Although he didn't like Yang Kai, Madame Hua was just an ant in his eyes. The reason why he persuaded Yang Kai to let her go was because he didn't want him to make a big deal out of this and make it impossible to resolve. How could he fight with Yang Kai for Madame Hua? Lu Sanyang's heart was also in her mouth. She looked worried. Yang Kai was actually so arrogant when facing a dragon race. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine. However, the dragon race didn't seem to have any signs of fighting. This made her feel even more confused. Since when was the dragon race so easy to talk to? Yang Kai had disrespected him multiple times and even spoke rudely. How could he tolerate this? Zhu Lai's behavior completely overturned Lu Sanyang's understanding of the dragon race. In her impression, the dragon race was never a good-tempered race. Any slight dissatisfaction was enough for them to kill someone. Suddenly, Zhu Lai turned his head and looked in the other direction of the spiritual island. He said with a gloomy face, "Fu Qi is here. Master is here." Madame Hua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her cultivation wasn't high enough and she didn't have the dragon vein. Naturally, she couldn't sense the movement of the dragon breath. However, since Zhu Lai said so, it was obviously right. Zhu Lai said, "He probably sensed that I was here and was worried. That's why he specially came to check." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What grudges do you have with him?" Zhu Lai's eyes flashed. He said indifferently, "There isn't much grudges. However, you are going to have a grudge with him soon." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Madame Hua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai. Madame Hua immediately became firm. Although she was unhappy that Zhu Lai didn't stand up for her at the first moment, since Fu Qi was here, she had nothing to be afraid of. She just had to say a few words to Fu Qi Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang wouldn't live to see the next day. Chapter 3042. While they were talking, a dragon's aura could be felt from the other side of the island. It was obvious that Zhu Lai was right, Fu Qi was really here. Sensing this familiar aura, Madame Hua became even more fearless, and her expression was filled with hatred. "Get lost!" Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, and raised his hand to slap Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw this and floated to the side. Silently, Madame Hua, who was in the middle of thinking about how to torture Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in her body were shattered and a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout her body. Her vitality was quickly draining away. With great difficulty, she turned her head and looked at Zhu Lai in disbelief. "Sir?" Her neck tilted, and she stopped breathing. Her eyes were wide open. Until she died, she did not understand why Zhu Lai would suddenly kill her. Lu Sanyang did not understand either. Seeing Zhu Lai kill Madame Hua so easily, she could not help but rub her eyes, thinking that she had seen wrongly. Accidental injury? It can't be, right? How could an 8th-rank dragon race cause such a misunderstanding? Just as she was feeling suspicious, Zhu Lai struck out with his palms from both sides again. 2 groans were heard, and the 2 women who came with Madame Hua bled from their orifices and died on the spot. Lu Sanyang's face turned pale. How was this accidental injury? This dragon race clearly killed Fu Qi's 3 women on purpose. What was going on? Logically speaking, shouldn't he have killed Yang Kai? But why did he not attack Yang Kai, but kill Madame Hua and the other 2 instead? Lu Sanyang felt that her brain was not enough, and she could not understand what was happening in front of her. Zhu Lai turned his head and stared at Lu Sanyang and her mother. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious, and he raised his hand as if he was about to attack again. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. A figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Kai blocked her and said softly, "You can't kill these 2. Zhu Lai said, "Be careful." Yang Kai shook his head. Zhu Lai said angrily, "Up to you. If the news spreads, it will be your trouble." After speaking, he turned to look at Yuanwu. Yuanwu had been unconscious ever since he was hit by Yang Kai. At this moment his body finally began to tremble. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was also a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Yang Kai's attack wasn't that powerful, so how could it have knocked him out? He was just pretending to be unconscious. He saw everything that happened after that very clearly. All kinds of bizarre and unforeseen events made his heart jump. Especially the matter of Zhu Lai making a move to kill Madame Hua and the other 2, it made him feel incomparably shocked. He faintly sensed that Zhu Lai seemed to be helping Yang Kai. If not, he would not have killed him before Fu Qi arrived. Since he was going to be silenced, then he was definitely going to be killed as well. So when he saw Zhu Lai looking at him, Yuanwu knew that the situation was not good. He hesitated between begging for mercy and running away, then ran straight towards Fu Qi, shouting, "Master, save me!" Although he did not know why Zhu Lai wanted to silence him, he knew that Zhu Lai would not let him go. Even if he begged for mercy, it would be useless. At this time, if he wanted to live, he could only rely on Fu Qi. The chances were not good, but it was better than having no hope at all. Zhu Lai stared coldly at his back. He raised his hand, and a fire dragon rushed forward, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The flames filled the sky, and Yuan Wu turned pale with fright. He turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He cried out in alarm, "Spare me!" The fire dragon had already wrapped around him. This was a pure dragon flame that could not be dissolved by the power of the origin martial technique. He let out a miserable cry and flames wrapped around his body. He fell down and landed heavily on the ground, rolling and struggling. In a short 5 breaths, Yuan Wu stopped moving. His flesh and blood had been completely incinerated, leaving behind a charcoal-like existence. Fu Qi finally arrived. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was muscular and had a dignified expression. Lightning wrapped around him and crackled. His gaze swept across Zhu Lai, and his gaze darkened. Clearly, he did not like him. It seemed that there was some other grudge between them. He glanced at Yang Kai, but his gaze did not linger. A mere human was not worth his attention. However, Lu Sanyang's appearance caused him to frown. He naturally could not forget Lu Sanyang. Back then, it was he who had captured Lu Sanyang from the Northern Territory to Dragon Island. He had also personally banished her. After more than a decade, he still had this bit of memory. Lu Sanyang did not dare to look at him. She only protected Lu Yuqin behind her. Her delicate body trembled, and her face was as white as paper. Fortunately, Fu Qi did not care too much about her. His gaze only paused for a moment before sweeping away. The next moment, Fu Qi was enraged. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Zhu Lai, what did you do?" He saw the corpse of the woman he loved the most lying on the beach. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and she died with a grievance. Her mouth was full of blood, and there was still a faint dragon essence lingering around her body. Obviously, she had died at the hands of the dragon race. At this moment, only Zhu Lai was a dragon race. Fu Qi did not need to ask to know that it was Zhu Lai who killed her. This made him furious. This was his territory, and she was his exclusive property. Fu Qi naturally could not tolerate her dying in Zhu Lai's hands for no reason. Fu Qi was furious. Zhu Lai said indifferently, "You have eyes but can't see. I just helped you clean up." Fu Qi's face turned green. "What do you mean?" He did not know what happened here. After all, this place was not too far from the other side of the island. However, he did not have the time to pay attention to the situation here. He only sensed Zhu Lai's aura, so he specially came to take a look. He did not expect to see such a scene. "A mere ant dares to talk back to me. What do you mean?" Zhu Lai snorted. "She talked back to you?" Fu Qi was a little surprised and doubtful. Madame Hua had stayed on Dragon Island for quite some time. How could she talk back to a dragon race? Furthermore, he remembered that Madame Hua had seen Zhu Lai before. There were not many dragon race members, and high-level dragon race members were even rarer. Since she had seen him before, she would definitely remember. He did not think that Madame Hua would be so blind as to talk back to Zhu Lai. Was she not seeking her own death? What is she doing? But can't bear to? Zhu Lai revealed a sarcastic smile. Fu Qi stared at him deeply. After a while, he said, "It's just a few playthings. It's fine to kill them. What's there to be reluctant about?" Indeed, there was nothing to be reluctant about. He did not care about Madame Hua's life or death. He only cared about his own face. Zhu Lai had come to his territory to kill his people. This was clearly not giving him any face. However, it was currently an eventful time, and he was not willing to be entangled with Zhu Lai to avoid any conflict. He picked up a way out and said, "Since she contradicted you, then her death is not to be regretted. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Lai snorted. Fu Qi said coldly, "Why are you here today?" Zhu Lai said, I am here to see how the construction of your palace is going. Just for this? Fu Qi frowned. This is a big matter. Zhu Lai's face darkened, and his tone became heavier. Fu Qi nodded and said, That's right. It is indeed a big matter. Since you are here, let's go take a look together. I'm not too sure about the palace. I only took a glance just now. It seems like the progress is not bad. These ants are quite capable. Zhu Lai's face was cold. He took a step and flew towards the palace, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fu Qi's face turned cold. Zhu Lai came over today and did not give him face. Even if he wanted to ease their relationship, Zhu Lai was still so arrogant. This made Fu Qi very unhappy. However, Zhu Lai's strength and bloodline were not inferior to his. Fu Qi could not flare up. Furthermore, he did not have to tolerate Zhu Lai for too long. He only needed 1 month. After 1 month, he would not have to care about Zhu Lai's attitude anymore. His figure flashed, and he also disappeared, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and Yang Kai and the others. From beginning to end, Fu Qi did not look at Lu Sanyang, nor did he care about Lu Yuqin's existence. To him, this pair of mother and daughter were like air. They were not worth his attention. Lu Sanyang's expression was gloomy. It was not because of himself, but because of Lu Yuqin. Her daughter had half of Fu Qi's blood, but Fu Qi's heart was like stone. This made Lu Sanyang feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lu Yuqin did not understand the situation. However, she was more concerned about another matter. At this time, she looked with lingering fear at Yang Kai and said softly, Brother Yang, little brother Yang, that master? Yang Kai said coolly, Let today's matter rot in your stomach. Lu Sanyang's expression turned solemn. She nodded and said, This concubine understands. Do not worry, we will not speak of today's matter to anyone else. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look towards the palace. If Zhu Lai had not appeared, today's matter would not have been good, especially after Fu Qi had come. Zhu Lai obviously understood this, so he made the first move to gain the upper hand. Not only did he kill Madame Hua and the other two, even Yuan Wu, who was playing dead at the side, was not spared. If Yang Kai had not stopped him, Lu Sanyang and her daughter would have been killed to silence them. However, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. If things really reached an irreconcilable point, he could just fight with Fu Qi. He didn't put an 8th Order Thunder Dragon in his eyes. Because of this confidence, he wasn't afraid at all. This ending was not bad. The only thing Yang Kai did not understand now was why Fu Qi seemed to be tolerating Zhu Lai. Logically speaking, they were all rank 8 dragon veins and did not fear each other. But Fu Qi's attitude today was thought-provoking. He could not understand, and was too lazy to think. Yang Kai only cared about Zhu Qing's whereabouts now. He had finally encountered Zhu Lai. He naturally could not miss this chance. He had to find out where Zhu Qing was from him. However, now that Zhu Lai was with Fu Qi, it was not convenient to ask. Yang Kai could only wait silently. He believed that Zhu Lai knew why he had come to Dragon Island. Since he was covering his tracks and identity for him, he should have his own plans. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a red light rose from the palace and flew in a certain direction. Intentionally or not, that red light flew over Yang Kai's head and disappeared into the sea. On the island, Fu Qi looked at Zhu Lai's back and sneered. He also turned and left. Chapter 3043. On the beach, Yang Kai stood for a long time. The sea breeze blew, and the smell of blood was much fainter. Lu Sanyang and her daughter dug a few holes nearby and buried the 4 dead people, letting them rest in peace. Her personality was like this. Even if she had been targeted and humiliated by Madame Hua, even if Madame Hua did not have good intentions towards her and her daughter, she did not abandon them after they died. She could not be at ease. After all, they had lived together for 200 to 300 years. Although there was no friendship, they were all familiar. How could she watch as their corpses were exposed in the wilderness? She even took care of Yuan Wu, who had turned into a pile of charcoal, and took care of his funeral. She was busy all the way until the evening. It was not until the sun had set that she was done. She walked back with a pale LV Yuqin in her arms. LV Sanyang was at a loss for a moment and did not know what to do next. Li Jiao had been taken away to cultivate the dragon blood flower. At this time, she could only rely on Yang Kai. But she was not very familiar with Yang Kai, and through today's interaction, she found that Yang Kai was an enormous mystery that she could not see through. He did not back down when facing Madame Hua, and he could speak viciously when facing a member of the dragon race. His actions seemed to be extremely dangerous, but in the end he was still safe. She stood 10 zhang away from Yang Kai, considering what to say. The events of the day made her see that there was a large gap between herself and Yang Kai. She could not treat him as casually as before. With a crashing sound, a puff of mist sprayed out from the sea, as if a sea beast was breathing in and out. Vaguely, a hill-like black shadow floated out from somewhere on the sea surface. Yang Kai said without turning his head, "Big Sister Lu, I am going out for a moment, and will be back in a moment. Do not run around." Okay. Lu Sanyang reflexively responded, her heart warm. She knew that Yang Kai took care of her like this because of Li Jiao. She was secretly happy that Li Jiao had made such a friend. Thinking of Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang's face dimmed. In this life, she was afraid that she would never be able to return to the past with elder brother Li. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time it was already lost. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai had already flown out and landed somewhere in the sea. Another puff of water mist rose. The unknown sea beast turned around and swam towards the depths of the sea, but there was an uninvited guest on its back. 2 hours later, a small spiritual island appeared in front of them. The sea beast that was the size of a small mountain swam to the spiritual island and stopped moving. Yang Kai understood and took a step forward. He was already on the spirit island. The sea beast then turned around and disappeared into the sea. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately locked onto a certain spot on the island. Using the space law, he instantly appeared on the summit of a small mountain. Zhu Lai was already waiting there. He should have seen Yang Kai's arrival, so he wasn't surprised. He only turned around to look at him and frowned. "Why are you on the Dragon Island?" Yang Kai was furious. He rushed up and grabbed Zhu Lai's collar. He stared at him fiercely. "What do you think, brother-in-law? Let go!" Zhu Lai lowered his head to take a look and frowned. Although there weren't any outsiders, he couldn't accept being grabbed by the collar and talked to as a member of the dragon race. "I have tolerated you for a long time." Yang Kai didn't let go. His expression became even more ferocious. "Don't think that I can't guess. Zhu Qing didn't return to the Northern Territory and followed you back to the Dragon Island. It's all because of you, right? If it wasn't for you fanning the flames at the side, Qing would definitely be waiting for me at the High Heaven Palace." Zhu Lai said coldly, "The Dragon Island is the inheritance ground of the dragon race. If she doesn't return to the Dragon Island, where else can she go? You still dare to be stubborn. Do you really think that I don't dare to teach you a lesson? Don't go overboard. This isn't your High Heaven Palace. This is the Dragon Island. Why are you shouting so loudly? Since I'm here, of course I know that this is the Dragon Island. But it's only right for a brother-in-law to teach his brother-in-law a lesson. Who cares if you're on the Dragon Island? Even if Zhu Qing is here, I'll teach you a lesson if I want to. You can see which side she's on." Zhu Lai clenched his teeth and said, "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. "It's better than you taking advantage of people's unpreparedness to play tricks." Zhu Lai said angrily, "What tricks did I play? Don't slander me." Yang Kai said, "Then let's talk about why Qing came back to the Dragon Island without a word. Why didn't she even greet me? Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Who knows? Maybe she's tired of you. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a human. In the eyes of the dragon race, you're just an ant." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "Fine, then I'll trample on the pride of the dragon race today. Let's see what you're made of. Unreasonable. You have no respect for your seniors." After arguing for a while, the two of them suddenly shut up. They stared at each other for a while. Neither of them was willing to back down. The atmosphere was tense. After a while, Yang Kai let go of Zhu Lai's collar and snorted. Zhu Lai's expression was unhappy. He tidied his clothes and patted the place where Yang Kai grabbed him with a look of disdain. "Where's Zhu Qing?" Yang Kai asked. He looked at the sea of stars. Zhu Lai didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "How did you come in?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I'm proficient in the law of space. It's a piece of cake for me to enter a small world." Zhu Lai shook his head and said, "If it was in the past, it might be possible. But now, a few elders have joined hands to lay down a restriction formation at the entrance of the Dragon Island. If you rashly touch it, it will automatically evolve into a void maze. It's impossible for you to barge in with your skills." Yang Kai nodded and said, "There is a void maze, but it's not a problem for me." He was in a hurry to find out Zhu Qing's whereabouts. He didn't feel like telling Zhu Lai about his encounter in the void maze, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. "You're really lucky," Zhu Lai sighed. After all, he had heard from the elders that the void labyrinth could even trap a great emperor for a moment. If they were to forcefully break it, it would definitely attract the attention of the elders of the Dragon Palace. The reason why they left such a method behind was to prevent people from sneaking into the Dragon Island. They didn't necessarily want to trap people inside, but they needed to use it as a warning at a critical moment. He didn't expect Yang Kai's luck to be so good. He actually found a way out of the void maze. "You should go back." Zhu Lai sighed, "You shouldn't have come." Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Since I'm here, how can I just go back so easily? I want to see your sister." Zhu Lai shook his head. "You won't be able to see her." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "Will you die if you help me? Don't forget who brought you out of the reincarnation world. I don't expect you to repay my kindness, but you can at least help me a little, right?" Zhu Lai still shook his head. Yang Kai gradually lost his patience. "I really want to beat you up." Zhu Lai said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but now, even if I help you, it's useless." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Lai pondered for a long time, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "If it's for my sister, how far are you willing to go?" This was the first time Yang Kai heard the word sister from him. Although he didn't directly call Zhu Qing, it was still a kind of expression of his true feelings. Yang Kai vaguely realized something and said coldly, "Is Zhu Qing in some kind of danger?" "Answer my question first." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't need to tell you anything about the matter between your sister and I. You can't interfere, but if anyone dares to interfere, then they will be my enemy. Even the dragon race is no exception." "Even if I die?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I've always been lucky." Zhu Lai nodded, and his cold gaze finally softened a little. "Zhu Qing has good taste. I hope you remember what you said just now." Yang Kai said impatiently, "Is Zhu Qing in danger?" Zhu Lai said, "She's not in danger, but she's been imprisoned." Yang Kai's expression turned cold and said coldly, "Because of me?" Zhu Lai nodded. "That's right. You said that Zhu Qing didn't wait for you in the Northern Territory and went straight to Dragon Island because of my instigation. I won't deny that I had this intention at that time, and I also persuaded her a little, but in the end, she was the one who made the decision. It's just that I didn't expect that the reason why she wanted to go back to Dragon Island was to report to the elders about what happened between you and her." He turned his head and said word by word, "She wants to give herself to you." Yang Kai was stunned and then became furious. Just because of this, the dragon race imprisoned her? Zhu Lai shouted, "Mating with a human is the biggest taboo of the dragon race." Yang Kai snorted, "Bullshit, don't think that I don't know what the dragon race is like. I've seen a lot of dragon race playthings on the islands. Not only the male dragon race, but also the female dragon race. Why don't I see the elders of the dragon race imprisoning them?" Zhu Lai said, "You also said that those are playthings. How can it be compared to the matter between you and Zhu Qing? Zhu Qing wants to leave Dragon Island. How can the elders tolerate that?" "Leave Dragon Island?" Yang Kai was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Zhu Qing would actually make such a choice. Even if Yang Kai didn't know much about the dragon race, he could imagine the furious expression of the elders of the dragon race when they heard this news. If Zhu Qing was just a normal dragon race, it would be fine, but Zhu Qing was already a level 9 giant dragon. Why would Dragon Island set such a precedent? Zhu Lai sighed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let her come back, but now, sigh. Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing didn't think of escaping? Zhu Lai looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Her dragon vein is sealed, her cultivation is suppressed, she can't even use a bit of power now. You can try to escape. Then where is she? Quickly bring me to her. Yang Kai was very anxious. It's useless even if you go, you can't break into the place where she is imprisoned. Even if you do, you will only die. How do you know if you haven't tried? Yang Kai snorted. I know that you are proficient in the law of space, but it's useless. The second elder is guarding her on his spiritual island. Nothing can escape his senses. Is the second elder very strong? Comparable to the great emperors? Yang Kai gasped. If that was the case, then he really didn't need to try. He might be discovered before he even got close. Chapter 3044. Immediately after, Yang Kai realized another problem. If the second elder of the dragon race was comparable to the great emperors, then what about the great elder? The great elder might only be stronger than the second elder. In other words, the entire Dragon Island was equivalent to having two great emperors-level experts overseeing it. This was simply a bit sensational. In the past, Yang Kai only heard about how amazing the Dragon Island was from other people. He didn't have a direct understanding of it. But now, he did. There were two great emperors, and this didn't even include the other dragon race. With this kind of background, who in the world could compare with it? What is the attitude of your great elder? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Zhu Qing was being guarded by the second elder of the dragon race on his own island. He definitely wouldn't let her leave. If Yang Kai wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he could only think of contacting the great elder. Zhu Lai said, the great elder's name is Zhu Yan, and the second elder's name is Fu Shan. Do you understand? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The second elder is from the Fu dragon race. Although our Zhu dragon race and the Fu dragon race come from the same source, and both belong to the dragon race, we actually don't get along well with each other. Yang Kai immediately got angry and said, since the great elder is from your Zhu dragon race, why didn't he protect Zhu Qing? Although he had never met that Zhu Yan, he couldn't help but have some resentment towards this great elder. He felt that this old man was too unscrupulous. He couldn't even protect his own people. What kind of great elder was he? He might as well retire early and find an island to retire. Zhu Lai said, Zhu Qing violated the rules of the clan. She insulted our dragon race's bloodline. The great elder couldn't protect her even if he wanted to. He looked at Yang Kai with anger. He felt that all of this was this guy's fault. If it wasn't for him, how would Zhu Qing be imprisoned? How would she fall into such a situation? After all, there were precedents in the past. What happened more than 10 years ago was very similar to what happened today. However, the problem wasn't the Zhu series dragon race, but the Fu series dragon race. He also fell in love with a human and even gave birth to a child. When the news reached Dragon Island, second elder Fu Tianyi was furious. He personally captured that Fu Tianyi dragon race and brought him back to Dragon Island. Ignoring the persuasion and pleas of other dragon race members, he threw him into the dragon tomb and put him under house arrest. The dragon's tomb was a place that dragon race members would only enter when they were on the verge of death. It was a forbidden area for the dragon race. Entering that place was equivalent to being sentenced to death, never to leave again. That dragon race member who violated the clan's rules was one of the clansmen that second elder Fu Tianyi valued the most. It could be said that she was raised by the second elder single-handedly. Her existence was like his daughter. However, in front of the clan's rules, the so-called family love was not even worth mentioning. The second elder of Iron Blood still mercilessly banished her into the dragon's tomb, leaving her to fend for herself. Zhu Lai still remembered that even the great elder came forward to plead for leniency for that matter back then. He felt that a small punishment would suffice, but the impartial second elder was not moved at all and stubbornly insisted on doing things his own way. Although it was more than 10 years ago, Zhu Lai still remembered what happened back then clearly. With this example, it was already fortunate that Zhu Qing was not directly thrown into the dragon's tomb. How could he still hope for anything else? It was precisely because of the matter that happened more than 10 years ago that the great elder could not plead for Zhu Qing. The second elder even banished a clansman who was treated like his daughter into the dragon's tomb, let alone a Zhu series dragon race member? Insisting on protecting her would only produce the opposite result. Now it seemed that Zhu Qing was not banished into the dragon's tomb because she did not give birth to any children. Otherwise, her ending would definitely be the same as that Fu dragon race member. Although the dragon race members were incomparably unrestrained in their private lives, and many male dragon race members had children with humans and monsters, this kind of thing could not be mentioned in the same breath when it came to the female dragon race. This was really a big taboo in the dragon race. The main reason was that the ratio of the sexes in the dragon race was not balanced. The number of female dragon race members was originally very few, and any one of them was a treasure, the hope of continuing the bloodline of the dragon race. How could they have illicit relations with humans? Yang Kai's expression darkened as he thought for a while, and then he said restlessly, "In your opinion, can I suppress your second elder's bloodline?" Zhu Lai curled his lips and said, "Don't even think about it. I can suppress the 8th rank, but I haven't tried the 9th rank yet. Second elder's bloodline is only at the 10th rank at most, it's not that far off." Zhu Lai shook his head and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Second elder's cultivation is exceedingly high. With your current ability, there is no way you can suppress his bloodline. Not to mention the second elder, on the Dragon Island, if I am prepared, you can't even suppress me." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Lai said, "The power of the ancestors of the dragon race is gathered in the Dragon Palace. As long as you seek the protection of the secret technique of the Dragon Palace, you can offset the bloodline suppression to a certain extent. You should have tried it last time." Yang Kai was stunned, and suddenly remembered the scene when he first met Zhu Lai. At that time, he didn't seem to be able to suppress Zhu Lai in terms of bloodline. In the end, he had a breakthrough and the essence of the dragon transformation art. He was only able to completely suppress Zhu Lai after removing a dragon scale from his body. On the dragon scale that was removed, there was a trace of the secret technique of the dragon race. Only at this moment did Yang Kai understand that it should be the protection of the Dragon Palace that Zhu Lai sought. No wonder he couldn't suppress him at the beginning. It turned out that there was another reason. If you want to suppress a powerhouse like the second elder, you will have to fuse all the origin of the dragon race in your body. Even then, there is only a glimmer of hope. Don't forget, in addition to being a dragon race member, the second elder himself is also an existence comparable to the great emperors. Fuse all of them, that's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. He had been cultivating the dragon transformation art for a long time. Although he had fused a lot of the origin of the golden divine dragon, it was only a little. If he wanted to fuse all of them, it would be impossible without 100 years of hard work. Then don't think about the second elder. Is the great elder really unable to help? Yang Kai's eyes flickered with radiance. In a place like the Dragon Island, only the great elder could contend against the second elder. If he could be persuaded to help, then they might have a chance to rescue Zhu Qing. We can't count on the great elder. He is the leader of the dragon race. He won't break the rules of the race. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. This won't do, that won't do. Are we just going to watch helplessly like this? While speaking, he suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "That's right, I have the Dragon Island command plate. I will use the Dragon Island command plate to exchange for your sister." As he was speaking, he took out the Dragon Island command plate. Zhu Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed down. He sighed and said, "If it was anything else, the Dragon Island would satisfy you, but I'm afraid this won't work." Yang Kai said angrily, "Even the dragon race doesn't keep their word? Didn't they say that the dragon race would grant one wish to the holder of the Dragon Island command plate? My wish is to bring your sister with me. Although it's true, the prerequisite is that you can't break the rules of the dragon race and hinder the benefits of the dragon race. If you want to bring Zhu Qing with you, you will be breaking the rules of the dragon race. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he cursed. Ever since he ascended to the Emperor realm, it had been a long time since he felt so powerless. This feeling made him very unhappy and irritated. It was as if all his paths were blocked and he couldn't display his abilities. Zhu Lai's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, "1 month later, there might be an opportunity." Yang Kai was energized as he lifted his head to look at him. Zhu Lai looked at him and explained, "1 month later, Zhu Qing will leave the spiritual island of the second elder. Only then will you be able to bring her with you." "How do you know what will happen 1 month later?" Yang Kai frowned as he felt that Zhu Lai was implying something. Zhu Lai looked at him with a complicated gaze and asked instead of answering, "Do you know why the dragon race is suddenly building a palace on Fu Chi's spiritual island?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Fu Chi's wedding?" He had heard Madame Hua mention this during the day, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although the dragon race's wedding was a big matter, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to bring Zhu Qing away. To be precise, it's the wedding of Fu Chi and Zhu Qing. The air suddenly froze as the surrounding temperature plummeted and a burst of cold air wantonly. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed into slits as his emperor qi surged uncontrollably. He said word by word, "Say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly." Zhu Lai sighed and said, "As a compromise for not banishing her to the dragon tomb, she needs to be married to Fu Chi and continue the bloodline of the dragon race." Hong. Boundless rage gushed out from all the pores on his body. Yang Kai clenched his fists so tightly that his bones cracked. It had been a long time since he had tasted this kind of rage. His anger was like a tidal wave that drowned him and shook his mind. Right now, he just wanted to kill someone, return to that spirit island, find Fu Chi, and tear him into 10,000 pieces. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent the anger in his heart. "Bastard, how dare you steal my woman?" Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of him when he saw him during the day. Now, his impression of him was even worse. He directly regarded him as a mortal enemy. He never thought that the dragon race that harmed Lu Sanyong would dare to steal his woman. Although Zhu Qing resisted, this was the decision of the elders. It didn't matter whether she agreed or not. If not, why would her dragon vein be suppressed and her cultivation sealed? Hearing this, Yang Kai's mood became even worse. He felt sorry for Zhu Qing. He could almost imagine how powerless Zhu Qing was at that time. He blamed himself. If his woman was bullied, it was because he didn't protect her well. Thinking about Fu Chi, he was furious. What the hell? Why didn't he take a piss and look at himself? He gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying, as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhu Lai looked at him and said, "1 month later, it will be the wedding. At that time, she will go to Fu Chi's island. If you want to save her, you only have one chance. Other than that, you won't be able to see her." Yang Kai said fiercely, "In other words, I have to endure on that island for a month? You can also go to the second elder's residence now and see how fast you can die." Yang Kai stared at him fiercely. He took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. The breath that came out of his nostrils was boiling hot, as if it was burning. After a while, he calmed down and nodded slightly. "I understand. You can still leave now." Zhu Lai looked at him. "With your ability, you can definitely leave if you can enter. But if you insist on staying 1 month later, you will most likely die." Yang Kai's anger came and went quickly. His rationality was not destroyed. He knew that Zhu Lai was right. He clenched his fist and said, "I look forward to that day." Chapter 3045. Zhu Lai left. Only Yang Kai remained on the island. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and his expression twisted ferociously. The news he had just received from Zhu Lai caused his emotions to surge, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. 1 month later, Zhu Qing's wedding? Yang Kai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed fiercely as his emperor pressure erupted and his overflowing emperor qi turned into a shockwave that spread out in all directions. The trees swayed and the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. The fairy-like island was instantly turned into a mess. As his laughter faded, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced in a certain direction. In the sea at the edge of the island, There was a purple coral reef that was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Tapping his foot, Yang Kai flew up and disappeared into the night sky in an instant. The island returned to peace. After an unknown period of time, the purple coral reef suddenly twisted and transformed into a graceful figure in a purple robe, graceful and charming. She stared in the direction that Kai Yang had left and blinked her peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile. It seems like I've discovered a huge secret. Zhu Lai, oh Zhu Lai, let's see how you'll escape from my palm now. You dare to look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson this time. She laughed for a while, seemingly extremely happy, but after a moment of contemplation, she turned around and prepared to leave this place. But at this moment, her figure suddenly froze as a cold aura enveloped her from head to toe, seemingly freezing her blood. Behind her, Yang Kai, who had been away for a long time, had returned at some point and stood there silently, staring at her indifferently with a pair of eyes that had turned red from anger, as if he was looking at a dead person. Fu Ling was shocked and instinctively retreated, trying to put some distance between her and Yang Kai. She had heard every single word of the conversation between Zhu Lai and Kai Yang. Naturally, she knew what kind of ability this seemingly ordinary human possessed. Therefore, her first reaction was to run away. She didn't even think about fighting with Kai Yang. It wasn't that she was a coward. There was no such thing as cowardice in the dragon race. They were the leaders of all spirits and the head of the holy spirits. The only things that could make them afraid were the strong ones of their own race. The reason why she retreated was because she knew that she was no match for Yang Kai. She only had a rank 6 dragon vein. Even Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing, who had rank 8 dragon veins, had suffered great losses in the hands of Yang Kai. How could she be a match for him? It had to be said that this was a very wise choice. As long as she could distance herself from Yang Kai and escape into the sea, she might be able to escape with her ever-changing ability. Fu Ling's speed had already reached its limit, his entire body transforming into a purple dragon, piercing through the void. Yang Kai's body did not move, he still looked at her coldly, but like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he stayed within 3 steps of her, unable to get rid of her. Fu Ling's face turned pale. She activated her Dragon Yuan to call for help. Although it might not be effective, it might be able to make this human in front of her hesitate. Look at me! Yang Kai bellowed. His voice was like spring thunder, his voice turned into a line that rushed into Fu Ling's ears. Fu Ling instinctively raised her head to look, only to see that Yang Kai had already transformed into a 4-zhang-long dragon. His huge figure was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart, causing her to be unable to breathe. That sensational pressure caused her blood to freeze. She could not even unleash half of her strength. What frightened Fu Ling the most was that Yang Kai's left eye was shining with a golden light, causing her mind to become unsteady and her soul to waver. Following that, a huge hand that was like a palm leaf fan slapped towards her. Fu Ling was shocked, her heart was filled with boundless fear. She wanted to open her mouth to beg for mercy, but no matter what, she could not make a sound. It was as if she was dragged into a nightmare. In the next moment, a surging suction force came. The vast sea suddenly disappeared, the nearby islands also disappeared without a trace. The ground suddenly appeared under her feet, and the surrounding scenery also changed bizarrely. Cough, cough. Fu Ling half knelt on the ground as she gasped for breath. Her face was pale like a sheet of paper, and in a short instant, the clothes on her body had already been drenched in sweat. Her thin clothes stuck tightly to her exquisite and graceful figure, drawing out a breathtaking scene. A pair of big legs suddenly appeared in front of her. Fu Ling raised her head with difficulty and looked at the figure that was blocking her line of sight. Her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. That nightmarish experience just now made her saliva drip down from the corner of her mouth. It was a different kind of temptation. Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong, she had never expected that with her own strength, she would be completely powerless against him. What's going on with this guy? Why is he even more terrifying than what Zhu Lai reported? When Zhu Lai and his sister returned to the Dragon Island a while ago, they went to meet a few elders. After that, Zhu Qing was imprisoned, and the news that she was going to marry Fu Qi suddenly spread. The whole Dragon Island was shaken, and everyone was astonished. After all, this matter was very strange. Everyone wanted to know the whole story. Fu Ling was also the same. Women were naturally more gossipy, and the dragon race was no exception. She spent a lot of effort and finally found some news. It was said that during this trip, Zhu Qing actually had an affair with a human. That was still fine, but Zhu Qing actually wanted to give herself to him. She only returned to the Dragon Island to ask the elders to agree to this matter. That human's name was Yang Kai. It was said that he obtained the ancestral dragon's origin and had an extraordinary encounter. However, a human was still a human. How could the elders agree to Zhu Qing's request? It wasn't like this had never happened before. More than 10 years ago, that human was banished to the dragon tomb, and he could forget about coming out for the rest of his life. His ending was countless times more tragic than Zhu Qing's. Zhu Qing was under house arrest on the second elder's spiritual island, and she was going to marry Fu Qi in a month's time. As for how to deal with that human, Fu Ling didn't know, but she could roughly guess that he would have a hard time in the future. As for the dragon race, they would definitely deal with him after Fu Qi and Zhu Qing were married. How could the ancestral dragon's origin be left outside, and how could it be controlled by a human? Fu Ling knew some things about Yang Kai, but she didn't expect him to be so daring as to sneak into the Dragon Island. If she didn't suddenly discover Zhu Lai and follow him here, she wouldn't have found out about this shocking news. She was faintly regretting now that her whereabouts were exposed, and she wasn't Yang Kai's match. She didn't know what was waiting for her. She struggled in her heart, and suddenly, she bounced up and leaped a few hundred feet away. When she turned back to take a look, she was delighted. Yang Kai was actually still standing at the same spot, looking at her with a cold face. He didn't have any intention to chase after her. Fu Ling didn't hesitate anymore. She let out a dragon's roar, and a purple aura soared into the sky, transforming into the shape of a dragon. It didn't dissipate for a long time. "You are dead meat. My clansmen will be here soon. If you kneel down obediently and beg for mercy, I might spare your life." Fu Ling stopped and looked at Yang Kai from a few hundred feet away, chuckling. That secret technique just now was a signal for help. She believed that the entire Dragon Island's dragon race was rushing here, so she had nothing to fear. She didn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai anymore. Her courage was boosted, and her previous uneasiness disappeared completely. Yang Kai didn't say anything, and only looked at Fu Ling with a mocking expression. He didn't feel nervous at all. Fu Ling clicked her tongue in wonder and sized him up. She asked in astonishment, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Yang Kai grinned. Fu Ling nodded her head. "You are quite gutsy." She flung her hair, and after the fear in her heart disappeared, her entire person became radiant. That pair of watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, and was very seductive. "But if you are only gutsy, why would Zhu Qing take a fancy to you? What is it about you that she likes? She actually didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Island just to be with you. She was happy to chat with Yang Kai and stall for time. As long as her clansmen arrived, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had the ability." She suddenly pursed her lips and laughed. "Could it be, your ability in that area is very good? Zhu Qing wants to taste it, that's why. She is really a woman who has never seen the world." Yang Kai wasn't surprised that she said such shameless words. He had seen Fu Ling's debauched life a few days ago. Who knows? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, and still stood on the same spot without moving. Fu Ling licked her red lips. Her lips were very thick, and they were also sparkling and translucent. They were as alluring as rubies. Her breathing was slightly hurried as she said, "I heard that the reason why Zhu Qing was able to advance to the 9th level dragon vein was all because of you?" This wasn't a secret, at least it wasn't a secret on the Dragon Island. When Zhu Qing returned a few days ago, her advancement to the 9th level dragon vein shook the entire Dragon Island. It was extremely difficult to advance the dragon vein. Even if one continuously consumed the dragon blood flower, a dragon race might not be able to advance one level in 10,000 years. Especially for Zhu Qing, who had the 8th level dragon vein, the advancement was even more difficult. But Zhu Qing did it. Although she didn't explain the reason, how could the experienced and knowledgeable elders not guess the whole story? The human she mated with had obtained the ancestral dragon source. Under the union, Zhu Qing must have obtained great benefits. That was why her bloodline was able to advance. Fu Ling's dragon vein was only at the 6th level. If she could get some nourishment, advancing to the 7th level wouldn't be a problem. She might even be able to reach the 8th level. When she thought of this, her whole body became hot and dry. Her heart was restless, and her cheeks were also flushed red. A rosy glow appeared on her slender and fair neck. I also want to give it a try. Fu Ling's voice became soft and charming, as if it could steal one's soul. She was panting lightly, intentionally or unintentionally revealing her beauty. She didn't conceal her debauchery, because Yang Kai saw her seeking pleasure in her dragon palace a few days ago. There was no need for her to conceal it at this moment. At that time, Yang Kai was standing outside the window and peeping. At the last moment, she also noticed Yang Kai's trace and remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes. Yang Kai smiled with disdain. Fu Ling's hot and dry feeling instantly turned cold. Her originally bright and beautiful eyes became bone-piercing cold. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Human, you will pay the price for your rudeness. After the elders capture you, I will definitely take care of you. I hope you can hold on when the time comes. It is very difficult for me to be satisfied. Let's talk about it when you have the chance." Yang Kai was indifferent. He changed the topic and said, "I am a little curious, how did you hide there without being discovered by me and Zhu Lai?" Chapter 3046. Fu Ling grabbed a strand of her hair, twirling it with her fingers as she casually said, "This great ant is a purple dragon and naturally knows how to transform into a rock. What's so strange about it?" Infinite transformation. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. This divine technique is quite good. If he had not inadvertently circulated his emperor qi and noticed a trace of abnormality, he would have been fooled by her. Although he had noticed the abnormality at that time, Yang Kai was not too sure, so he had pretended to leave while secretly hiding to observe. Unexpectedly, he had really caught a peeping Tom, and it was this Fu Ling. Because of Fu Qi's matter, Yang Kai did not have a good impression of the entire Fu clan dragon race, especially Fu Ling's debauchery. Today, Fu Ling had discovered his secret conversation with Zhu Lai, so if he did not deal with it properly, it would definitely be a big problem. Fu Ling finally noticed that something was wrong and her beautiful brow furrowed as she vigilantly looked around. "If you are waiting for reinforcements, I will have to disappoint you." Fu Ling's expression changed as she shouted, "This is not an illusion array. Is this a small world?" Previously, when the scenery had suddenly changed from Sea Spirit Island to this inexplicable place, she had thought that it was because of some kind of illusion array arranged by Yang Kai, but now she realized that this was not an illusion array at all. This was a small world. Understanding this, Fu Ling's calmness instantly collapsed as she finally understood why none of her clansmen had come after so long. The small world was an independent space. So, although she had used a secret technique to send out a distress signal, how could she send it out? Without her clansmen to help, it meant that she had to face Yang Kai alone. Damn it! Fu Ling was both shocked and angry, turning around and running away, her figure once again transforming into a streak of purple light, no longer as calm as before. She did not know what this small world was, nor did she know why Yang Kai was able to bring her here, but she knew that she was doomed, so she had no choice but to run. Not long after flying out, Fu Ling cried out in alarm, because she suddenly felt an unimaginable pressure coming from all around her, instantly suppressing her on the spot. Her entire body seemed to have hit an invisible wall, and all of a sudden, she was fixed there. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get rid of it. A force came from the front, pushing her body back uncontrollably. The distance between her and Yang Kai was getting closer and closer. She cried out involuntarily. After living for so many years, this was the first time she had encountered such a bizarre thing. World force. This was the power of this small world. Fu Ling's beautiful eyes were filled with horror and astonishment. The fact that Yang Kai could control this small world made her feel despair. She knew that there was no way she could contend against him. In the short span of 3 breaths, all of her efforts were in vain, and she was once again in front of Yang Kai. Looking up at the dragon's body, Fu Ling trembled with fear and shouted, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai remained unmoved. His huge palm slapped down with a cold expression. The anger that he had suppressed for the entire night was about to be vented on Fu Ling. Fu Ling cried out again, "I am Zhu Lai's woman." The dragon's palm was only 3 inches away from Fu Ling's head. The strong wind caused Fu Ling's clothes to flutter. After surviving the calamity, Fu Ling fell to the ground with a pale face. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. He gently lifted a finger and pointed his sharp dragon claw at Fu Ling's forehead. A drop of blood immediately seeped out. "Say it again. I am not lying to you. I am really Zhu Lai's woman." Fu Ling's delicate body trembled. She had never experienced the feeling of death. This feeling made her collapse. The arrogance of the dragon race had long been thrown away. She raised her face and wore a fawning smile. However, because of fear, her smile was even uglier than crying. "You sure are confident." Yang Kai chuckled. However, because he was a half-dragon, his laughter sounded a little frightening. Fu Ling quickly said, "It's true. This is the decision of the elders. Of course, it is also my request." Yang Kai frowned. He felt that she was not lying. "What do you mean?" "Zhu Qing has been bestowed a marriage to Fu Qi as compensation. One of the people from the Fu dragon race will be married to the Zhu dragon race. I will be the one who marries over. Zhu Lai will be the one to complete the marriage with me." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "We are a family." Fu Ling's eyes were watery. She looked at Yang Kai pitifully as if she was looking at the person she admired the most. She said sweetly, "Brother-in-law, what I said is true." She did not say that against her will. Her expression was very natural, as if she had really become a family with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had a strange expression. "Zhu Lai," he agreed. He found it funny. Zhu Lai's taste was too heavy. He did not believe that Zhu Lai did not know what kind of woman Fu Ling was. He dared to pick up such a broken shoe? Was he not afraid that he would be cheated on in the future? Fu Ling forced a smile. He has no choice but to agree. In the eyes of the elders, the continuous bloodline of the dragon race is the most important thing. He is so pitiful. Yang Kai sighed. He sympathized with Zhu Lai's situation. His brother-in-law was really in trouble. If he was in the same situation, he would be angry to death. "Brother-in-law." Fu Ling called out more and more smoothly. "I really did not have the intention to leak the secret. I just wanted to use this matter to threaten Zhu Lai and make him obedient. As for Fu Qi, I am too lazy to care about him. Furthermore, Zhu Qing has a rank 9 dragon vein. Only someone like brother-in-law is worthy of her. Who is Fu Qi? He actually dares to snatch your woman. He simply does not know the immensity of heaven and earth." She had probably never flattered before. Her words were very insincere and hypocritical. Seeing that Yang Kai did not say anything, Fu Ling was very nervous. But in order to survive, she could only muster up her courage. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ankle. She shook it like a spoiled child. "Brother-in-law, just believe me. I will not lie to you. What does it matter if I believe you or not?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her with an indifferent expression. Fu Ling's face turned pale again. She pursed her red lips and said, "Do you really want to kill me?" Not waiting for Kai Yang to reply, she continued, "Brother-in-law, we are all family. If you really want to kill me, then I have nothing to say. Who told me to hear things I shouldn't have heard, to see things I shouldn't have seen? But you have to think carefully. If I die, it will definitely alarm the entire Dragon Island. When the Great Elder and Second Elder investigate, they will definitely find you. At that time, you can forget about saving Zhu Qing." Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. Fu Ling had been talking for a long time, and her words hit the nail on the head. In fact, he was also hesitating whether to kill Fu Ling to silence her. In this small sealed world, if he really wanted to kill Fu Ling, it would not take much effort. Here, he was the master, not to mention the suppression of Fu Ling's bloodline. But what about after killing her? The dragon race was rare. The death of any dragon race member would shake the entire dragon island. If Fu Ling died, it would be difficult for him to hide his whereabouts. Yang Kai looked hesitant. Seeing this, Fu Ling was overjoyed. She knew that Yang Kai really had some scruples. She had made the right move. Her face became softer and softer as she whispered, "As long as brother-in-law doesn't kill me, Ling will listen to you." She knelt there, her clothes were wide open, and her snow-white cleavage was exposed to the air. It was very eye-catching. These words had a deep meaning. Yang Kai's eyes were immediately attracted by the snow-white semicircular cleavage. Fu Ling smiled slightly and pulled down her clothes, revealing more of her body. She was secretly proud in her heart. He was just a trivial human, while she was a member of the dragon race. As long as she showed a little of her charm, would he not be captivated? What's more, this human controlled the ancestral dragon source. Zhu Qing, with her 8th Order dragon bloodline, could obtain great benefits from him and advance to the 9th Order. She was only at the 6th Order dragon bloodline. If she could be the same as Zhu Qing, wouldn't she obtain even greater benefits? Deep in her heart, she did not reject Yang Kai's invasive gaze. Instead, she was extremely happy. It could even be said that she longed for it. She became restless, her body became hot and dry, and she clamped her legs together. After a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai suddenly returned to his human form. He stretched out his hand and grabbed her slender neck. "Brother-in-law." Fu Ling's cheeks flushed red, making her appear delicate and alluring. She pretended to be shy. "Open your sea of consciousness." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Fu Ling's bashfulness instantly disappeared from her face. She looked at Yang Kai in shock. She suddenly understood what he was planning to do. Her face suddenly turned pale. "I won't say the same thing twice." Yang Kai's voice was cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish now." Fu Ling struggled and hesitated for a moment before finally accepting her fate and smiling miserably. "Brother-in-law, you must be gentle, this is my first time." The moment Fu Ling opened her knowledge sea, she noticed an extremely pure spiritual energy pouring in. There was a wave of discomfort in his mind. This was the first time someone had invaded his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, it was him who gave up resisting. Fu Ling instantly had the thought of dying. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gotten involved in this mess today. In his heart, he had already scolded Zhu Lai. After transforming into her soul avatar, Fu Ling immediately saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai had also transformed into his soul avatar and was standing above Fu Ling's knowledge sea, his expression solemn, his hands constantly forming seals. Fu Ling knew what he was doing but was powerless to stop him, so she could only stand aside and watch, her heart filled with grievances. A moment later, a seal bloomed from Yang Kai's hand and blasted into Fu Ling's knowledge sea. In an instant, her knowledge sea tumbled and Fu Ling groaned, her soul avatar fluctuating violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. After a while, she gradually recovered and looked up, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Apparently, he had withdrawn from her knowledge sea at some point. Checking the soul brand, Fu Ling smiled bitterly. She wondered if she could get a chance to dissolve this brand, but when she saw the complexity and sturdiness of this soul brand, Fu Ling dispelled this idea. Returning her soul to her body, Fu Ling looked at Yang Kai uneasily and called out softly, "Brother-in-law, what are your orders?" After being implanted with the soul brand, her life was now in Yang Kai's hands, so she had no choice but to submit. She no longer acted presumptuously and instead became a little cautious. "Behave yourself, I will leave in a month and you will be free." "Understood." Fu Ling lowered her head. Chapter 3047. The sky was turning bright in the east. When the sky turned bright, Yang Kai returned to Fu Chi's spiritual island. The night was full of ups and downs. He found out about what happened to Zhu Qing a month later, captured Fu Ling, planted the divine soul brand in her mind, and controlled her life and death. Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that it was useless to be angry now. The right thing to do now was to think of a way to save Zhu Qing a month later. It was a dragon race wedding. By then, all the members of the dragon race would be present. The elders would definitely not be absent. The Great Elder and Second Elder were existences comparable to the Great Emperors. With his current abilities, would he be able to save Zhu Qing right under their noses? The possibility of success was close to zero. Unless he could find a way to get the Great Elder to stand on his side and let him deal with the Second Elder. Only then would he have a chance of success. This was not nonsense, but it was very practical. From what Zhu Lai said, the Great Elder was more gentle while the Second Elder was more incorruptible. The Great Elder probably did not approve of this marriage. However, he could not object to it because of the clan rules. Thus, he maintained a tacit attitude. What should he think of to get the Great Elder to help him? The Dragon Island order might be a good choice, but it was not a safe choice. Yang Kai only hoped that Fu Ling could help him find out some useful information. Otherwise, he might really die a month later. Subduing Fu Ling was a good choice. At the very least, he had placed a pawn in the Fu Dragon race. If this pawn was useless, then so be it. However, if it was useful, it might bring about unexpected results. He pondered all the way back. When he returned to the spiritual island, Lu Sanyang and her daughter were still waiting on the beach. Seeing that Yang Kai had landed, Lu Sanyang quickly welcomed him. Brother Yang, you are back?" Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but she guessed that something big must have happened. Seeing Yang Kai's gloomy expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Yuqin was still young. She had witnessed the events of the previous day with her own eyes, especially the tragic deaths of several people in front of her eyes. She seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. Her small face was pale as she tightly snuggled into her mother's embrace. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Only then did he sort out his chaotic emotions. What he needed to do now was to ensure that he could see Zhu Qing in a month. If he couldn't even see Zhu Qing's face, how could he take her away? He took a deep breath and had a plan. He looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and tried to say in a calm tone, "Where is Yuanwu's space ring?" "It's here." Lu Sanyang hurriedly handed over a few rings. "Madame Hua and the others' rings are also here." Yesterday, when she took Lu Yuqin to bury Yuanwu and the others, she had collected the space rings. She didn't want to secretly hide them. Now that Yang Kai asked, she naturally took them out. There were a total of 5 space rings. 4 of them were owned by Yuanwu and the others. The other one was given to him by Fu Qi a few days ago. It stored rare materials used to build the palace. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and took the space ring that belonged to Dragon Island. He returned the remaining 4 to Lu Sanyang. "This." Lu Sanyang hesitantly took them. "Keep them," Yang Kai said and flew towards the island. The place where the temporary imperial residence was located was bustling with noise and excitement. In just a few days, there was already the shape of a palace. While only the foundation had been built, for such a large-scale creation, this kind of progress was very good. About 200 people were busy here. No one dared to slack off. After all, this was a task given to them by the dragon race. There was also a rank 8 lightning dragon living on the island. Who could guarantee that they would not be noticed if they slacked off? So everyone was very attentive and worked day and night. Only when they were tired would they take some lingdan to recover. Such a rare guest. "Why has Brother Yang come?" An enthusiastic voice called out as the monkey-like Wuchen greeted Yang Kai with a smile. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all raised their heads and glanced at Yang Kai with displeased looks on their faces. The cultivator that came here had all been given different missions by Yuanwu. No one was idle. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter had gone into the sea to search for luminous pearls. Only Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do and was very leisurely. This kind of treatment naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts. But Yang Kai's methods were very strange. He had easily crushed Yuanwu before. Even if people were dissatisfied, they were not willing to easily start a conflict with him. So after glancing at him, those people continued to work. "Brother Wu." Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen frowned and walked next to Yang Kai. He said, "Right, Brother Yang, have you seen Master Yuan? I heard that Master Yuan went to your place. Why is he not back?" "Yuanwu is dead." Wu Chen stilled and looked blankly at Yang Kai. The surrounding cultivators also turned to look at Yang Kai again, each of their faces filled with disbelief. Wu Chen's mouth twitched. He said hoarsely, "Dead? How did he die?" "He offended the dragon race and was killed by the dragon race." Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard, and everyone's expression changed. Previously, Fu Qi had brought everyone here and handed everything to Yunwu. Everyone had thought that he was valued by the dragon race. But in just a few days, he had died. And he had died at the hands of the dragon race. The dragon race was unpredictable and treated human lives like grass. This caused people's hearts to beat fast. They secretly warned themselves not to make any mistakes on Dragon Island. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Wu Chen was silent for a moment. He seemed to grieve for the death of a rabbit. He asked, "Then what do we do now? Without Master Yuan to manage the palace here, I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai tossed the space ring over as he spoke. Wu Chen was stunned. He caught the ring in a hurry. He smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, don't joke around. How can I? Someone has to manage. Brother Wu, you don't have to decline. I am only responsible for conveying the dragon race's message. If anyone dares to disobey, just tell me. The dragon race will take care of him." As Yang Kai spoke, his gaze swept across the cultivator who was looking over. His cold expression made everyone silent. The information revealed in these words was not small. They had no choice but to reevaluate Yang Kai. Wu Chen seemed to understand something. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, are you in contact with the dragon race? You can rest assured. Within the time limit, this palace must be built. Otherwise, everyone will die." Yang Kai did not answer him directly. Instead, he said ambiguously. In fact, he was not wrong. He was in contact with Zhu Lai. Now that he had subdued Fu Ling, if anyone was not convinced, he could call Fu Ling over to suppress them. Wu Chen's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "I understand, Brother Yang. There will be no mistakes here." "That would be for the best." Yang Kai reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He then turned and left. If he wanted to see Zhu Qing, he had to ensure that the palace was completed on time. Otherwise, if there was no palace on the day of the wedding, how could there be a wedding? When the time came, he might not even be able to see Zhu Qing. He originally wanted to personally oversee the construction of the palace, but this matter was too sullen. How could there be a man in the world who would worry about his woman's marriage with someone else? If he really had to do it himself, he might lose his temper one day and directly destroy the palace. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and pushed this matter away when he saw Wu Chen. Out of sight, out of mind. He could take advantage of this period of time to cultivate and strive to make a breakthrough in his strength and realm. When the time came, he would have a better chance of taking Zhu Qing away. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai returned to the beach again. After informing Lu Sanyang, he went straight to the sea. An hour later, he reached the depths of the sea. The surface of the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. There was no other scenery in sight. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no one around, he dove into the sea. After reaching a depth of a few thousand meters, Yang Kai suddenly summoned the sealed world bead. His figure flickered and he hid inside the sealed world bead while the sealed world bead fell straight to the bottom of the sea. Next to the medicine garden in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, calming his mind and breathing in the world energy. After spending a full 4 hours, he finally calmed down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Summoning the purple origin furnace, he took out various spirit flowers and rare grasses and placed them in order. Finally, he carefully took out 3 spirit flowers that were as red as blood. Dragon blood flower. In this world, only Dragon Island could produce such a rare flower. It looked similar to Li Jiao's dragon blood flower, but in terms of quality and size, it was incomparable. This was a dragon blood flower cultivated on Dragon Island, so it was naturally not comparable to Li Jiao's half-baked dragon blood flower. In comparison, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower was like a weed on the edge of a field. There were not many dragon blood flowers, only 3. These were obtained from Fu Ling. It was not an exaggeration to say that he stole them. When Fu Ling handed over these 3 dragon blood flowers, Her face was full of bitterness and heartache, but under the effect of her soul brand, she had no way to resist Yang Kai's request. Although a dragon race member could be allocated a fixed share of dragon blood flowers every year, the number was not too many. For a sixth-order dragon vein like Fu Ling, being able to get 20 dragon blood flowers per year was already the limit, and this also depended on the maturity of the dragon blood flowers. If one was unlucky, it was possible to only get 10. Dragon race members did not like to cultivate because they had a long lifespan. As they grew older, their bloodline would slowly become purer and improve, and finally stop after reaching a certain peak. In addition, they would consume dragon blood flowers, which were a shortcut to their growth. This year was not the time to distribute dragon blood flowers. Last year, Fu Ling received more than a dozen, but they were almost all used up, leaving only these 3, and now they were all in Yang Kai's hands. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have saved them. Swallowing them whole was more cost-effective than giving them to Yang Kai. Chapter 3048. The dragon blood flower was also divided into different grades: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The highest grade was the best grade dragon blood flower. Even on the Dragon Island, the best grade dragon blood flower was something that could only be chanced upon but not sought after. This was not something that could be born just by the accumulation of medicinal age. There was still a trace of natural factors involved. Of the 3 dragon blood flowers in Fu Ling's hands, 2 were low grade and 1 was middle grade. According to this classification, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower could only be regarded as an inferior grade, not even comparable to the low grade ones. At that time, that dragon blood flower was refined into a dragon blood pill by Ji Ying. Yang Kai took it and combined it with the dragon transformation secret art to cultivate a half-dragon body, benefiting him a lot. Now that he had 3 dragon blood flowers of higher grades, Yang Kai naturally could not waste them. He wanted to refine it into a dragon blood pill and stimulate his own golden holy dragon's origin power so that it could fuse better with him. To deal with the dragon race, the best way was to start with bloodline suppression. Otherwise, Yang Kai had no chance of winning at all. Yang Kai had never refined a dragon blood pill before, but after many exchanges with Ji Ying, he was very familiar with the process of refining a dragon blood pill. He even knew the pill recipe like the back of his hand. His attainments in the alchemy Dao were very deep, so there should not be any big problems. With everything ready, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and a raging flame ignited inside the purple origin furnace. Herbs, spirit array engraving, fire control. As the medicinal liquids of the herbs were condensed, a faint fragrance gradually drifted out of the purple origin furnace, making people feel refreshed. With the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai became more and more proficient in the alchemy Dao. Although he had not done it for a long time, his movements were smooth and without the slightest awkwardness. Back on Water Moon Star, the grand alchemic Dao Tone had taught him the art of alchemy, so as long as he was in the right state, alchemy was almost an instinctive reaction. When Yang Kai threw a low-grade dragon blood flower into the pill furnace, the pill fragrance became even stronger. Yang Kai's movements were meticulous and his expression was solemn, as if he was not performing alchemy, but the most solemn thing in the world. Half a day later, Yang Kai displayed the 9 Heavens profound pill method. This pill collection technique was also imparted by the great alchemy Dao Tone. It was a unified technique, but it was in accordance with the laws of the heavenly Dao. It was extremely mysterious. Boundless phantoms flashed past, and a series of crisp, jingling sounds came from the alchemy furnace. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. The fire in the furnace was extinguished. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. As he lifted the lid, he stretched out his hand and patted it. 2 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace. Yang Kai was already prepared for this and directly put them into a jade bottle. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Although the dragon blood pill had been successfully refined, its quality didn't seem to be very good. It was only slightly better than the one Ji Ying had refined. The dragon blood flower that he used today was much better than the one that Ji Ying used, but the quality of the dragon blood flower did not meet his expectations. Thinking about it this way, his refining this time was not as good as Ji Ying's. The number of completed pills was also not ideal. There were only 2 pills, not to mention pill veins and pill clouds. They were nowhere to be seen. If this matter happened to any other pill emperor, they would have long since forgotten their place. Although pill emperors could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, they could not guarantee 100% success rate, not to mention refining something like the dragon blood pill. Among all emperor-grade spirit pills, the dragon blood pill was one of the most difficult to refine. The main ingredient was the dragon blood flower. Other than Jianghu, no other pill emperor had the fortune to refine it before. This was Yang Kai's first time refining the dragon blood flower, and he had already refined 2 pills. Such a result was extraordinary for any pill emperor. Naturally, it was something to be happy about. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. These dragon blood pills were related to the major event that would happen 1 month later. Of course, he wanted the higher the quality, and the more the quantity, the better. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai did not rush to open the furnace again. Instead, he took out some spirit pills and consumed them to recover his strength. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened the furnace again. This time, he also used a low-grade dragon blood flower. Half a day later, a series of clinking sounds rang out. Yang Kai raised his brow and slapped the furnace. Although he didn't check, Yang Kai could tell from the sound that there were more than 2 pills this time. Sure enough, 4 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace and were once again stored in a jade bottle. The second batch of dragon blood pills was indeed better. Whether it was the quality or the color, they were much better than the first batch. The medicinal efficacy should also be stronger. Alchemy was indeed a job that practice made perfect. This time, he didn't rest and directly started refining the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills. Another half a day later, the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills was successfully refined. The quantity remained the same, still 4 spirit pills. However, the quality had increased by a level, and it was an extremely obvious improvement. Of course, Yang Kai was familiar with the process, but more importantly, it was the contribution of the only mid-grade dragon blood flower. In alchemy, the skill of a pill master was important, but the materials were also the key to the final pill's quality. For the same pill master, the better the materials, the higher the grade of the spirit pills refined. 3 batches of spirit pills, a total of 10 pills. Such a result could only be described as outstanding. If it were any other pill master, they wouldn't dare guarantee they could achieve such a result, even Jianghu. Perhaps only the great emperors of wondrous pills could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once everything was ready, Yang Kai began to cultivate without stopping. Because this was the small sealed world, his territory, he didn't need to worry about anything. No matter how much of a commotion he caused, the outside world wouldn't be able to notice. Dragon transformation. With a shout, Yang Kai's figure expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his body, 2 bulges on his forehead bulged slightly, and his pair of big hands transformed into sharp dragon claws. Even his 2 feet changed shape. Even sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai appeared extremely tall and powerful, his pair of eyes as large as copper bells, exuding a terrifying and ominous light. Holding the small jade bottle in his hand, it was as imperceptible as a speck of dust. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as a dragon blood pill was sucked into his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a burning pain spread from his lower abdomen, as if what he swallowed was not a dragon blood pill, but a stream of magma that could kill. Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, closed his eyes, and circulated the dragon transformation's secret art with all his might. His flesh and blood wriggled as every pore on his body seemed to open up. The dragon blood pill instantly dissolved in his abdomen, its medicinal efficacies flowing through his limbs and bones. The golden divine dragon source that had been hidden in his physique for many years seemed to be stimulated by some kind of force and quickly turned into a golden light, flowing through his body along with his emperor chi. Yang Kai's meridians relaxed, like a hungry traveler, greedily devouring the dragon race source that passed by, giving off the feeling of plucking feathers from a wild goose. Kacha. His bones seemed to be cracking as intense pain spread all over his body. Coupled with the burning sensation in his lower abdomen, Yang Kai instantly felt like he was better off dead. Letting out a muffled groan, Yang Kai guarded his mind, unaffected by external forces, and continued to circulate the dragon transformation secret art. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds rang out as all the bones in his body seemed to be broken and then reassembled. Every time the dragon transformation secret art improved, it was a process of rebirth. Only by enduring this unimaginable pain could one be reborn. Although it was difficult to persist, Yang Kai was extremely happy in his heart. Because since the last time he obtained the power of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, his strength had improved somewhat, but he had not made any progress in his dragon transformation for a long time. In other words, the progress was so slight that it was almost imperceptible, and his 4-meter-long dragon body had not changed much. After all, he was just a human who had obtained the golden divine dragon source by chance and had lived together with it for so many years. Now that he wanted to integrate this dragon race source into his own bloodline, he must pay a corresponding price, and this process would definitely be extremely long. If there was no external help, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years to complete the task. However, the medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill allowed Yang Kai to offset this time cost, allowing him to better integrate the dragon race source in a short period of time. Cracking sounds continued to ring out as the dragon scales covering Yang Kai's skin began to gradually change color. Yang Kai could even feel an itch on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. And this itch was precisely where his dragon horns were located. The medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill lasted for an hour. After an hour, the continuous cracking sounds gradually subsided and Yang Kai's ferocious expressions softened again. It was not until the medicinal efficacies had completely disappeared that he opened his eyes. His body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water, but his expression was one of extreme joy. Although he did not examine himself carefully, he knew that he must have undergone some changes now. Recovering a little, Yang Kai inhaled a second dragon blood pill from the jade bottle into his mouth. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai did not stop for a moment. Constantly taking the dragon blood pills, he refined and cultivating the dragon transformation's secret art with the assistance of these emperor pills. Although the dragon blood pill had the effect of improving one's dragon race bloodline, its biggest use was to stimulate the dragon race source, making it purer and more powerful. Yang Kai's situation was different from that of the general dragon race. All dragon race bloodlines and source were gradually matured. But Yang Kai was different. His golden divine dragon source was fixed and had no room for growth, making it easier to stimulate and integrate. Today's Yang Kai was like sitting on a mountain of treasures, but he could not use all of its power. He could only plunder the wealth of this mountain bit by bit to gradually fill his pockets. 2 days later, the last dragon blood pill was completely refined. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils flashing wildly as an unparalleled dragon pressure spread out from him. Yang Kai let out a long roar similar to a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Yang Kai's mountain-like body slowly stood up and breathed out a mouthful of hot air. The whole world seemed to be shaking. Sweeping his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai smiled. The 10 dragon blood pills really had some effect. Yang Kai's dragon body was now 15 meters long. This kind of improvement could be described as extremely significant. One had to know that when he obtained the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, he had only grown from 15 meters to 40 meters. These 10 dragon blood pills had allowed him to grow another 10 meters. This result made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. Chapter 3049. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation with a gloomy expression on his face. He had already consumed all the dragon blood pills, which allowed his 4-meter-long dragon body to grow to 5 meters, but after 3 days of continuous cultivation, there was no progress at all. He also knew that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and without some special opportunity, it was impossible to break through to the second-order emperor realm, but Zhu Qing's wedding was imminent, and he was eager to improve his strength, so he couldn't help but try. He had wasted 3 days in vain. He couldn't improve his cultivation, and he had consumed all the dragon blood pills. Was there really nothing he could do now? The golden divine dragon source in his body was a huge treasure, and if he had more dragon blood pills, he would be able to fully develop the potential of the dragon race source. He didn't need too many. As long as he could grow to 10 meters, Yang Kai was confident that he could leave Dragon Island with Zhu Qing. 10 meters, 10 meters. That was easier said than done. He had cultivated the dragon transformation art so far, and with the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin and more than a dozen dragon blood pills, he had only grown to 5 meters, which was only half of the way to his goal of 10 meters. If 10 dragon blood pills were used to increase his height by 1 meter, he would need 50 dragon blood pills to reach 5 meters, and at least a dozen dragon blood flowers. This was not even taking into account the increased difficulty in the later stages of growth. If he were to calculate, he would need at least 20 dragon blood flowers. Where would he get 20 dragon blood flowers? Thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly froze, slapped his head, and secretly scolded himself for being an idiot. Dragon blood flowers were indeed rare, but where was this place? This was Dragon Island, the only place in the world that produced dragon blood flowers. As long as he could find the cultivation site of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island, would he need to worry about not getting 20? Sure enough, it was dark under the light. He was really stupid. If he had thought of this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 3 days. The test was imminent, and every day was extremely precious. The 3 days he wasted were very likely to be the key. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly left the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to crush him into powder. Circulating his emperor chi, Yang Kai barely managed to form a protective barrier around his body to offset the terrifying sea pressure, put away the sealed world bead, and rushed straight to the surface. Half a day later, on the island where Zhu Lai had met up with Fu Ling, a purple light quickly flew over and landed on the island. A graceful figure appeared. It was Fu Ling. She carefully looked around but didn't find anything suspicious. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law," sneakily, as if he was doing something shameful. "I need the dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Fu Ling was startled and turned around, only to find that Yang Kai had already appeared. Hearing this, Fu Ling's face turned bitter. "No, I gave you all my dragon blood flowers last time. If you don't believe me, I can let you search." Today, when she received Yang Kai's summons, she was a little uneasy. Who knew that Yang Kai would make such an excessive request as soon as they met? Yang Kai had robbed her of her remaining 3 dragon blood flowers, which made her very resentful. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually ask for more? However, her life was in his hands, so even if Fu Ling was dissatisfied, she didn't dare to show it. As soon as she said this, Fu Ling was shocked again. "What about the 3 dragon blood flowers? Don't tell me you used them all." Yang Kai said, "3 is a lot? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Fu Ling gasped, her eyes bulging as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "Fill the gaps between your teeth?" For a 6th-order dragon vein cultivator like her, a low-rank dragon blood flower would take about 10 days to completely refine, and a mid-rank dragon blood flower would take at least 20 days. In other words, if she used those 3 dragon blood flowers, she would be able to last for at least a month. But in just a few days, Yang Kai actually used them all. Am I the dragon race, or are you the dragon race? You have the ancestral dragon source, so you can be so heaven-defying? She couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. She sized up Yang Kai as if it was her first time seeing him. Yang Kai said unhappily, "I need dragon blood flowers, more dragon blood flowers." Fu Ling spread her hands and said, "I really don't have any more." "All right, you can ask Zhu Lai for more. He should still have a few left. Do you want me to help you contact him?" "What's the use of a few?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I need the dragon blood flowers on the Dragon Island." Fu Ling was startled for a moment. She didn't understand, but soon, her expression changed and said softly, "You? What do you mean?" "You should know what I mean. There's no time to lose, quickly lead the way." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Fu Ling took a few steps back, she shook her head and said, "Impossible. If the elders know about this, I will definitely be banished to the dragon's tomb. This guy is too daring, he even dares to covet the dragon blood flowers on the dragon island, and he even asked me to lead the way? Isn't this pushing me into a fire pit? How can you do things like this?" Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said, "Banishing to the dragon's tomb might give you a chance to live, but if you dare to refuse, I should know what will happen to you." Fu Ling's expression changed, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully and said, "Brother-in-law, everything can be discussed, except for this." Before she finished her words, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in her mind, she couldn't help but hug her head, she screamed miserably, and her delicate body trembled. Yang Kai's expression was cold, he formed a seal with his hands, and his divine sense surged. Fu Ling's screams became more and more mournful, she had already knelt on the ground, her waist bent like a shrimp, she screamed and whispered, "Brother-in-law, spare me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her, he changed his seal again. Fu Ling roared towards the sky, a purple light exploded, she suddenly turned into a purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long, she shook her head and wagged her tail, like a headless fly, she suddenly rushed into the sea. In the blink of an eye, she rushed out of the sea again, bringing along a sparkling and translucent splash. The dragon's roar shook the sky, it was incomparably mournful. Her dragon body suddenly turned into human form, then back into dragon form. The unimaginable pain and torture made Fu Ling unable to maintain her human form and dragon form, she kept switching between the two forms. In her sea of consciousness, her soul seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, it was ruthlessly squeezing, as if it was going to crush her soul. Fu Ling couldn't even beg for mercy, she felt as if she was going through the most severe torture in the world. She kept sinking in pain and despair, every moment was a torture that made her feel like she was better off dead. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai stopped his seal, he lowered his head and looked down with a cold expression. Fu Ling crawled beside his feet, her delicate body was drenched in sweat, her clothes were sticking to her body, outlining her beautiful body. Her body was convulsing, her eyes were lifeless, saliva kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful hair was scattered like a chicken's nest. The torture on her soul, even a dragon race like her couldn't bear it, she felt that she was walking on the edge of death countless times. This experience would become an eternal nightmare. This is a lesson for you, you won't be so lucky next time. I know. Fu Ling gasped for breath, her plump chest was heaving up and down violently, she was lying there like a pile of mud. After being tortured by Yang Kai like this, she also recognized the reality. Although what she did might offend the interests of the entire Dragon Island, if the elders were to find out, the only ending waiting for her would be banishment to the dragon graveyard. But if she didn't do it, then the only thing waiting for her would be death. This cheap brother-in-law of hers didn't have any gentlemanly demeanor, he also didn't treat her as a family, he didn't show any mercy when torturing her. After comparing, she naturally knew what choice she should make. The recovery ability of the dragon race was really something, even though Fu Ling looked like she was half dead, she recovered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. She tidied up her clothes, wiped off the saliva, and looked at Yang Kai timidly, "Are we really going?" After experiencing what happened just now, she had a kind of instinctive fear toward Yang Kai. This kind of fear was something she never had before. Although she also knew that her life was in the hands of Yang Kai, it was only a vague concept after all. But now she knew, Yang Kai could really make her die in an instant, he could even make her experience something even more painful than death. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her with an unfriendly expression, looking like a fiend. Fu Ling didn't waste any more time, she immediately flew out, "I will lead the way, brother-in-law, you follow me, if we meet other dragon race members on the way, you should hide as soon as possible." Yang Kai didn't say a word, nor did he do anything, his body swayed, and he flew side by side with Fu Ling. Fu Ling seemed to be a little resentful about what just happened, she didn't say a word along the way, she didn't have the excitement and passion from a few days ago, occasionally glancing at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear. "Where are the dragon blood flowers planted on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai asked. Although Fu Ling was full of resentment, she had to answer, "It's also on an island. That island specializes in growing dragon blood flowers. It's one of the most important places for our dragon race." "How many dragon race members are guarding it?" "1. Fu Ling said shyly. "What rank bloodline?" "Rank 6. Rank 6 dragon bloodline." But just like Fu Ling, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of anything. He pondered for a moment and said, "When we reach there, you attract the attention of the guard. I will take care of him. We can't give him time to react." Fu Ling said awkwardly, "Brother-in-law, there's no need to go through so much trouble." "What do you mean?" Fu Ling pointed at herself and said, "I am that guard." Yang Kai looked at her in shock. The corner of his eyes twitched, then he couldn't help but laugh. This was really what they meant by traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. It seemed that all his previous plans were completely useless. To be able to encounter such a coincidental thing, it seemed that Dragon Island deserved to be plundered by him. Seeing him laugh, Fu Ling also laughed along, looking very awkward. "You dragon race members are too arrogant." Yang Kai chuckled. This unexpected gain made his mood very good. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Fu Ling. There's only one dragon race member guarding such an important place? And from the looks of it, you don't seem to be very attentive. Chapter 3050. Fu Ling shook her head and said, "It's not that we, the dragon race, are arrogant. It's just that on this dragon island, no one dares to trespass into the breeding grounds of the dragon blood flower. Furthermore, there are only a limited number of dragon blood flowers there. Only the elders have the right to harvest them. Normal dragon race members can't even touch them. That's why there's no need to guard that place." She paused for a moment and said, "Furthermore, the dragon race members are very few in number. It's impossible to place a few guards there. We usually take turns to guard it. It's my turn this year. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to pick up those bastards a few days ago." Yang Kai nodded after hearing that. A while ago, he came to Dragon Island with Li Jiao and the rest of the dragon descendants. It was indeed Fu Ling who brought them away. It seemed like this was also one of Fu Ling's duties as a guard. Furthermore, no matter which part of the Dragon Island, the defense was extremely lax. This was something that Yang Kai had experienced a few days ago. He went to so many spiritual islands and only exposed his whereabouts at Fu Ling's place. It could be seen how lax the defense of the Dragon Island was. In his opinion, this was the embodiment of the dragon race's arrogance. Because of their arrogance, they didn't need to guard against anything. The dragon race also had the capital to be arrogant. They would never have thought that there would be a human who was so daring to have designs on the dragon blood flower. During the journey, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a question. When does the dragon race usually harvest the dragon blood flower? Fu Ling said, "It's still early. At least 2 months." "That's good." Yang Kai was relieved. 2 months. By that time, he might not be on the Dragon Island anymore. It wouldn't matter even if the matter was exposed. He definitely had to interfere with Shu Qing's wedding. This was enough to completely offend the dragon race. With this psychological preparation, Yang Kai didn't have any psychological burden to plunder the Dragon Island's dragon blood flower. Since he was destined to offend them, he might as well go all the way. He might as well get some dragon blood flower to strengthen his capital. The spiritual island that nurtured the dragon blood flower wasn't too big, but the spiritual energy was extremely dense. It seemed like there was a good vein there. Moreover, the entire island was bright red, as if it was made of fresh blood. When one approached the island, one could clearly smell the scent of blood. Yang Kai and Fu Ling landed on the island together and scanned the island with their divine senses. They immediately detected the presence of living beings on the island. These creatures gave off a very weak feeling. Their life force was like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. There were quite a few of them, at least 200 of them. Dragon descendant. These creatures were all dragon descendants that were brought to Dragon Island. The dragon race was using their blood to create the dragon blood flower. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense locked onto a familiar aura. His figure flickered and disappeared. Li Jiao had been very miserable these past few days. After parting ways with Yang Kai, he was brought to this island. Then, under the arrangement of Fu Ling, he sat in a formation. When the formation activated, Li Jiao immediately felt his blood essence being sucked out, turning into a blood mist that filled the island. The entire island was shrouded in a layer of red mist. This mist was the blood essence of the dragon descendants. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't walk out of the formation. Under the continuous operation of the formation, his essence blood was constantly being sucked out. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still turned pale with fright. The formation wasn't sucking his blood essence fast, but if this continued, his cultivation would definitely fall. He might not even be able to keep his third-order low-rank dragon vein. This was simply unacceptable to him. He finally understood why the cultivation of the dragon descendants was generally lower in Half-Dragon City. They were used as nourishment for the dragon blood flower, so how could they raise their cultivation too high? The ruthlessness of the dragon race terrified him. In order to ensure that his cultivation didn't fall, Li Jiao could only sit cross-legged in the formation and circulate his secret art. Even so, he couldn't make ends meet. He felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At most, in 10 days, his cultivation would fall to the second-order emperor realm. If that was really the case, it would be harder for him to cultivate back to his original level in the future. He continuously swallowed pills and even consumed a lot of high-rank source crystals. One could imagine how much resentment he had for the dragon race. He had always yearned for Dragon Island. He wanted to see the place where his bloodline was born. This had almost become his greatest wish in his life. Now, his wish had come true, but the result was so cruel. If he could turn back time, he would rather be free and unrestrained in the Fire Dragon Palace than get involved in this muddy water with Yang Kai. He didn't know if he would be able to leave Dragon Island alive. Every time he thought of this, Li Jiao would feel extremely sorrowful. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and furrowed his brow. When he opened his eyes, a smiling face appeared in front of him. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao was overjoyed. He stood up excitedly and said, "You came to save me?" His belly full of complaints towards Yang Kai disappeared in an instant and were replaced by incomparable gratitude and kindness. Li Jiao suddenly felt that he was really cheap. He had fallen into this state because of Yang Kai, so it was only right that he came to save him. Why was he so grateful? "Brother Li, you're doing well," Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao's face turned bitter. "Brother Yang, don't joke around. Let's hurry up and save me. I don't want to stay in this damned place any longer." With a rustling sound, a graceful figure appeared in front of Li Jiao's eyes. Turning his head, Li Jiao's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Not good, the dragon race is here. Brother Yang, be careful." Fu Ling walked over with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he curled his lips. "Let him out," Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Li Jiao could not help but be stunned. He looked at Fu Ling in astonishment, then looked at Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not understand what was going on. It seemed that this dragon race did not have any hostility towards Yang Kai. Moreover, wasn't Yang Kai's tone too casual? What was going on? Something that Li Jiao could not imagine happened. After hearing Yang Kai's words, the woman from the dragon race actually formed a seal with her hands and slapped in his direction. In the next instant, the formation that had been operating suddenly stopped. Li Jiao felt his body lighten, and he no longer had to endure the pain of his blood essence being extracted. "Brother-in-law, you know each other?" Fu Ling glanced at Li Jiao curiously. Yang Kai nodded. Brother-in-law?" Li Jiao's eyes widened. He moved closer to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, "This master is Miss Qing's younger sister?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai did not explain further, and Li Jiao naturally did not ask further. He only said with a grateful expression, "Brother Yang coming to save me, this Li will remember it in my heart. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. I came here for another matter." "What is it?" "This Li can also help." Li Jiao took the initiative to ask. "Steal the dragon blood flower." Li Jiao was stunned for a moment, then sweat fell like rain. "So timid?" Fu Ling curled her lips and looked at Li Jiao with disdain. "Are you really from the dragon race?" Li Jiao wiped his sweat and looked at Fu Ling. It was too strange. Even if she was Miss Qing's younger sister, she would not help Yang Kai steal the dragon blood flower, right? If this kind of thing was known by the dragon race, what good would it be? Therefore, Li Jiao did not even dare to think about it. However, Yang Kai looked as if it was a matter of course. What was even stranger was this dragon girl's attitude. Fu Ling sneered and said, "If I'm not from the dragon race, then are you? Although I don't want to steal the dragon blood flower, since it is brother-in-law's order, then I am naturally duty-bound." "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do it," Yang Kai said as he walked to the side. There was a bright red spirit flower there. It was the dragon blood flower, and judging from its size and color, it was clearly a mid-rank dragon blood flower. He carefully reached out and picked it, putting it into his space ring. He was excited. A single dragon blood flower was at least 4 dragon blood pills. This would be of great help to his cultivation of the dragon transformation art. Seeing this, Fu Ling smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, can I just watch?" Although she had made a big mistake and would definitely not have a good ending, she was still a little afraid of stealing the dragon blood flower. Embezzlement and being forced into helplessness were 2 different things. Even if the elders were to pursue the matter, she would still have an excuse. Yang Kai did not speak, so Fu Ling took it as his silence. She followed closely beside him and did not take action. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 3 stalks, the dragon blood flower grew very scattered. Yang Kai went all the way and picked any flowers he saw. In less than half an hour, he had already picked 10 stalks. Most of them were low-rank dragon blood flowers, and there were only 2 mid-rank dragon blood flowers. It seemed that even on the Dragon Island, there were not many mid-rank dragon blood flowers. Li Jiao did not dare to take action and just followed behind Yang Kai. Seeing him happily picking the dragon blood flowers, his eyes could not help but turn red. He had spent hundreds of years to cultivate a single dragon blood flower and regarded it as a treasure. In the end, Yang Kai benefited from it. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. 1 stalk was already so valuable, and this was the island where the dragon blood flowers were cultivated. It was hard for him not to be jealous. His heart was restless. Picking 1 stalk was enough to upgrade his bloodline, but no matter what, he was not as bold as Yang Kai. Fu Ling was also the same. Although these dragon blood flowers were considered the wealth of the entire dragon race, she also had a share. Yang Kai plundering like this was equivalent to snatching away the benefits that belonged to her. Fortunately, she realized that Yang Kai also had his own principles. He did not touch those dragon blood flowers that were not ripe, and all the dragon blood flowers that were already ripe. There were more than tens of thousands of dragon blood flowers on the entire island. However, about 90% of them were not ripe. Therefore, even if Yang Kai really swept away all the ripe dragon blood flowers, it would not destroy the foundation of the dragon blood flowers. After another 10 to 20 years, there would be more dragon blood flowers that would mature. 10 stalks, 20 stalks, 30 stalks. In a short 2 hours, Yang Kai had already plucked over 100 dragon blood flowers. His original target was 20 stalks, but this target had already been tossed far away. Plundering 20 stalks was stealing, plundering 100 stalks was also stealing. Since he had already done it, there was naturally no need to hold back. Over 100 dragon blood flowers, 80% of them were low-grade, and there were only a dozen or so mid-grade. What made Yang Kai excited was that he had actually plucked a few high-grade dragon blood flowers. With a single glance, one could tell that the high-grade dragon blood flowers were very different from the mid-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers. The medicinal power contained within was incomparably shocking. If it was refined into a dragon blood pill, it would definitely be very different from before. Chapter 3051. Half a day later, there were more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers in Yang Kai's space ring. He had almost walked through the entire spiritual island. Li Jiao also picked a few under Fu Ling's watchful eyes. His hands were trembling non-stop as he was excited or scared. He felt extremely excited. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction and was attracted by the 2 dragon blood flowers. Those 2 dragon blood flowers were obviously slightly different from the ones he'd gathered earlier. Both flowers were crystalline and translucent, and their blood-red color was round and pure. Moreover, the dense red qi that suffused them actually showed signs of transforming into nuance that were extremely lifelike. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had never seen a supreme-grade dragon blood flower before, he could recognize the two flowers the moment he saw them. Brother-in-law, these two flowers. Fu Ling was anxious. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower was something that one could only come across by chance on the Dragon Island. Only the elders were qualified to consume them. The two supreme-grade dragon blood flowers were already taken. They would be given to the Great Elder and Second Elder after 2 months. Now that they were targeted by Yang Kai, how could they keep them? Even though Fu Ling knew that she couldn't keep them, she still tried to persuade him. Get lost. Yang Kai pushed her to the side and walked to the two dragon blood flowers with burning eyes. Reaching out to pick them, the red dragon shadow on the flowers let out a faint roar. Fu Ling sighed as she knew that she was done for. After the incident here was exposed, the only ending that awaited her was to be banished to the dragon's graveyard. Another 2 hours later, all the mature dragon blood flowers on the spiritual island were swept clean by Yang Kai. Stay on the spiritual island. I will call for you whenever there is an opportunity. Try not to let the incident here be exposed, Yang Kai instructed Fu Ling when he walked out of the spiritual island. Got it? Fu Ling dealt with it listlessly. She wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. After creating such a huge mess, he still expected her to clean up after him. He was simply too unreasonable. Yang Kai nodded and flew away with Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao was a little weak, because Yang Kai had rescued him in time, his foundation was not damaged. He only needed to rest for a while to recover, and there was no risk of his cultivation base and realm falling. Along the way, Li Jiao repeatedly hesitated to speak. San Yang is fine. Yang Kai knew what he wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression was somewhat complicated. In the end, he still said, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking care of me." Yang Kai nodded. San Yang is a good person. What happened back then wasn't her fault. Li Jiao said, "I know, but," sigh. He sighed heavily and shook his head continuously. Although Lu Sanyang was innocent in what happened back then, no man would be able to let go of such a thing easily. Yang Kai understood his feelings, so he just casually said a few words and didn't mention it anymore. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are a dragon descendant, so you are too obvious a target. If other members of the dragon race find you, it may cause some accidents. You should go to a safe place." Li Jiao asked suspiciously, "Where?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and slapped him, shouting, "Don't resist." Li Jiao was startled and instinctively wanted to resist, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately relaxed. He believed that Yang Kai would not harm him. A wave of dizziness came and Li Jiao found that he had entered a very strange world. Returning to Fu Chi's Soul Island, Yang Kai found Lu Sanyang and her mother. Without explaining anything, he put them into the small sealed world bead and let them meet with Li Jiao before flying towards the depths of the sea. Just like last time, after rushing into the sea, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and hid in the small sealed world bead. There wasn't much time left, about 20 days at most, so he didn't want to waste a moment. After checking his herbs, Yang Kai took out all the auxiliary herbs needed to refine the dragon blood pill and piled them up beside him. Although he had a lot of spirit flowers and herbs on hand and refining the dragon blood pill was not a problem, he had collected over 1,000 dragon blood flowers. If he really wanted to refine them, he could refine over 1,000 furnaces of dragon blood pills. But there weren't that many auxiliary herbs left. At most, he could refine another 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills before running out, so he had to calculate carefully. Among the thousands of dragon blood flowers, there were 100 to 200 mid-rank flowers, 20 to 30 high-rank flowers, and only 2 extreme-rank flowers. In order to ensure that the medicinal effects were maximized, he directly used high-rank dragon blood flowers to refine the dragon blood pills this time. Refining the pill furnace, controlling the fire, carving the spirit array, adding the herbs. After an hour, the first furnace of dragon blood pills had been refined. The result was just SO. 4 dragon blood pills were not too many, but the quality was much better than before. After all, these pills were refined from high-rank dragon blood flowers, so the previous ones couldn't be compared. Yang Kai's expression was calm as an ancient well. After calming himself down, he directly began refining the second furnace of spirit pills. Then the third furnace, the fourth furnace. Practice makes perfect, and the quality of the dragon blood pills refined after that seemed to have improved. By the time he reached the 10th furnace, he had produced 5 pills, which was one more than the previous furnace. This was a good improvement. One more dragon blood pill meant one more guarantee, so Yang Kai was naturally happy. However, 5 dragon blood pills seemed to be the limit. After refining 20 furnaces, the number of pills did not increase, but the quality of the dragon blood pills seemed to have reached a limit. The medicinal efficacies contained in these spirit pills were simply incomparable to the ones he refined at the beginning. Calming his mind, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and circulated his secret art to restore his strength. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and opened the furnace once again. He still had the last 2 batches of materials to refine the dragon blood pill, and these last 2 batches would naturally be refined with the 2 dragon blood flowers as the main ingredients. He had great expectations for these 2 batches of elixirs. All the procedures were easy to follow. After refining 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills, Yang Kai knew what to do even with his eyes closed. There was not the slightest mistake or flaw. When the first batch of spirit pills was refined, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. Putting away the spirit pills and taking a closer look, he suddenly beamed with joy. His luck was pretty good. He had used the dragon blood flower to refine a total of 6 spirit dawn, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. These 2 spirit dawn were densely covered with veins, and they were extremely complex, just like the meridians of the human body. The value of a spirit pill with pill veins and a spirit pill without pill veins naturally could not be compared. This was also the standard to test whether an alchemy grandmaster was skilled or not. Although some alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine pills, they would never be able to refine a spirit pill with pill veins. This was because these alchemy grandmasters only followed the scriptures and did not have their own unique methods and insights. In other words, they did not have any spirituality when it came to alchemy, and everything was very rigid. Yang Kai was naturally different from those alchemists. Simply sorting out his mood, Yang Kai opened the furnace again and prepared to refine the last batch of spirit pills. This time, his condition was even better than before. After the pills formed, Yang Kai did not need to carefully examine them. He knew that the results would not be worse than before. The result was as expected. Of the 6 spirit pills, 3 had formed pill veins. At this point, Yang Kai was finally done with his alchemy. If he were to include the dragon blood pills that he had refined previously, he had refined a total of 25 batches of spirit pills without a single failure. Such a result would probably be praised by the great emperors of wondrous pills. He had close to 100 dragon blood pills, each of which was better than the previous one. Among them, 5 had even formed pill veins. He admired his masterpiece for a while. Without stopping, Yang Kai began his alchemy grandmaster plan. With a low roar, his body suddenly expanded and became as tall as a mountain. Taking out a dragon blood pill, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai activated the dragon transformation skill and the dragon breath spread out. Just as Yang Kai was consuming dragon blood pills like eating candy, on a spirit island in the sea of the Dragon Palace. This spirit island was a little different from the other spirit islands. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the cold air was oppressive and the entire spirit island seemed to be frozen. There was even a thick layer of ice on the sea beside the island. This was actually an ice island. Everything on the ice island seemed to be frozen. There were no birds chirping or flowers fragrant. There was also no lush greenery. Other than the rich spiritual energy, the entire spirit island seemed to be filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura. It was extremely dull. Even in the dragon race, this ice island was not a place that could be approached casually. This was because this was the territory of the dragon race's second elder, Fu Sui. No matter which dragon race it was, no matter if it was the Fu faction or the Zhu faction, they were all in awe of the second elder. Especially after the incident that happened more than 10 years ago, this awe had almost increased to the level of fear. More than 10 years ago, the second elder had personally banished that person into the dragon tomb. In the entire Dragon Island, no one had the closest relationship with the second elder than her. The two of them were almost as close as mother and daughter. Even so, the second elder was merciless in his punishment. At that time, all the members of the dragon race knew that the second elder's iron blood was ruthless. At this very moment, Zhu Qing was under house arrest on this ice island. In the center of the ice island, there was a 10,000-year-old ice bed. Zhu Qing was sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation was suppressed and her dragon vein was sealed. The current Zhu Qing did not have the slightest bit of strength. Only her physical body was slightly stronger. However, under the erosion of this 10,000-year-old ice bed, her entire body would occasionally shiver. Her small face was pale, and the breath she exhaled was dense into fog. She knew that this was the punishment the second elder gave her, so she did not complain. She only silently endured it. Recalling the bits and pieces between her and Yang Kai, she felt a burst of pain in her heart. In this life, she did not know if she would have the chance to meet him again. She had fallen to such a state. Even if she had the chance in the future, she was afraid that she would not have the face to see him again. Before returning, she had already mentally prepared herself. She knew that the matter between her and Yang Kai would definitely be greatly hindered. However, she was part of the dragon race and had no choice but to return. If she really stubbornly stayed by Yang Kai's side, she would definitely cause a huge trouble for Yang Kai. Therefore, she returned to Dragon Island with the hope of persuading the second elder. Chapter 3052. But what welcomed her was an unimaginable storm. Her cultivation was sealed, her dragon vein was suppressed, her marriage was bestowed to Fu Qi, and the wedding was to be held in a month's time. Everything happened so suddenly. She would rather be banished to the dragon tomb to fend for herself than marry another dragon race. There were not many dragon race members, and she knew what kind of person Fu Qi was. Since a long time ago, this guy had thoughts about her, and had repeatedly requested the elders to bestow a marriage, harassing her nonstop. Zhu Qing had never paid attention to him, but she didn't expect him to succeed this time. She secretly made up her mind that if she really had no choice, she could only fight to the death. Rustling footsteps were heard. Zhu Qing opened her eyes to look, and there was a beautiful woman in white in front of her. This woman looked to be less than 30 years old, her figure was full and round, and her appearance was stunning. Her silver hair was like snow-white silk, tied up in a woman's bun behind her head, but her beautiful face was like ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, giving people a cold feeling just by looking at it, causing people to involuntarily feel apprehensive. Second elder. Although Zhu Qing resented her arbitrary behavior, she still had the necessary etiquette. Fu Qi said indifferently, "Have you thought it through?" Zhu Qing said with a calm expression, "Second elder knows Qing's thoughts. Why ask?" Fu Qi said, "That's fine, the wedding is in a dozen days, you still have time to slowly think about it. When you have thought it through, great elder and I will release the seal for you." Zhu Qing frowned, "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why does second elder have to force Qing like this? You're smart, Qing is not willing." Fu Qi said, "The reproduction of the dragon race is the most important thing, so what if it's a little romantic? Furthermore, you actually dared to find a human, you're bringing shame to the dragon race." Zhu Qing said, "That's Qing's personal matter, what does it have to do with the dragon race?" Fu Ti's expression turned even colder. "Since the bloodline of the dragon race flows in your body, then your words and actions are related to the reputation of the dragon race. I cannot allow you to do whatever you want." Zhu Qing said sadly, "In second elder's eyes, is there nothing else other than the reproduction of the dragon race?" Fu Qi flicked his sleeves and said, "The dragon race is already rare and the ratio of males to females is extremely unbalanced. If everyone doesn't listen to teachings like you, the dragon race will be destroyed very soon. As a dragon race, you have to think more about the dragon race." Zhu Qing laughed at herself. "I didn't expect Qing to shoulder the heavy responsibility of continuing the dragon race. Qing is really flattered." I know you resent me in your heart, but that doesn't matter. As long as you can give birth to a dragon child, what's the harm in being scolded by you? Fu Ti looked at her and said, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Before you and Fu Chi's dragon child are born, I will not give you the chance to kill yourself. Since I have said so, you should think more about it. Rather than suffering in the future, it's better to think it through earlier. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. She suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, Second Elder, don't you have any regret for what happened more than 10 years ago? She is still suffering in the dragon tomb. It's not too late to let her out. If it's too late, it will be too late even if you regret it. Second Elder's footsteps paused slightly. He said without turning his head, you can only enter the dragon tomb but not leave. She only has herself to blame. Second Elder's figure disappeared from her sight and a bitter smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face. This time, she really realized Second Elder's heart of stone. She deliberately mentioned what happened more than 10 years ago, but it had no effect at all. Zhu Qing knew that she couldn't persuade Second Elder no matter what. A few li away, a well-built figure came up with a fawning smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings to Second Elder. Fu Ti frowned and looked at Fu Chi. What are you doing here? Fu Chi said carefully, I came to see how Qing is doing. You just met her, what did she say? Fu Ti said, Why do you care what she says? She will be yours in 10 days. Fu Chi chuckled, That's right. Second Elder, can I go in and see Qing? If I talk to her, she might change her mind. Her temper is not good now. If you go see her, it will only backfire. Fu Ti brushed past him and said, Instead of spending time on her, you should prepare yourself. Fu Chi responded respectfully. After being rejected by Second Elder, he didn't dare to insist. He came here today to see if he could see Zhu Qing and see if her attitude had changed. But after hearing Second Elder's words, he immediately understood that Zhu Qing was still the same. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was from the dragon race, an 8th-rank lightning dragon. How could he not be compared to a human? Not only did that bitch Zhu Qing reject the marriage arranged by the elders, she was still thinking about that human. That human seemed to be called Yang Kai. Fu Chi secretly remembered this name and prepared to find trouble with that Yang Kai when the time was right. He hated Yang Kai for taking Zhu Qing's virginity. Zhu Qing was different from Fu Ling. She had a good reputation on Dragon Island, and because of that he liked Zhu Qing a lot. He had chased after Zhu Qing many times before, but he didn't manage to win her heart. He didn't expect that she would get together with a human after going out for a trip. This made Fu Chi feel hatred. But it didn't matter now. The wedding was in 10 days, and Zhu Qing would become his woman. Moreover, Second Elder seemed to have said that as long as he and Zhu Qing didn't give birth to a dragon child, he wouldn't release Zhu Qing's seal. So, even if Zhu Qing had a 9th-order dragon vein now, he wasn't afraid. After the wedding, he could do whatever he wanted to her. Although there were many toys on the island, how could those ants compare to Zhu Qing? Fu Chi was looking forward to the wedding in 10 days. After hesitating on the ice island for a while, he immediately flew back to his spirit island. In order for the wedding to go on as scheduled, he had to ensure that the construction of the palace was completed. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with dragon pressure. Over 100 dragon blood pills had been consumed, and even the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were eaten clean. Now, only low-rank dragon blood flowers were left in his ring. Counting the days, it was almost time. Yang Kai stopped the dragon transformation art and returned to his human form. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang somewhere in the small sealed world. The two seemed to want to bury the hatchet and were standing together talking. Lu Yuqin was hiding in the distance, timidly looking at them. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were startled. Both of their expressions became a little unnatural. After all, being caught red-handed in front of a flower under the moonlight was a little embarrassing. Lu Sanyang's face turned red. Li Jiao was even more speechless. Brother Yang, what is this place? He had stayed here with Lu Sanyang and his daughter for a few days, so he was very sensitive to the fact that this was a small sealed world. He was secretly shocked. It was also at this time that he understood why he was able to avoid the corrosion of the demonic qi in the reincarnation world. In the reincarnation world, Yang Kai had knocked him out many times, and every time he was knocked out, the world principles would change. At that time, he should have been thrown into this small sealed world by Yang Kai, so he could avoid the misfortune of being infected by the demonic qi. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai should not have trusted him at that time, so he knocked him out many times. But now, he had obviously gained Yang Kai's trust. Yang Kai did not answer, but asked instead, "I'm going to teach Wuxia a lesson." Li Jiao was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to help Brother Yang." He did not know who Wuxia was before, but after interacting with Lu Sanyang many times, he learned about the culprit who had harmed Lu Sanyang back then. He had long held a grudge against Wuxia, so when he heard Yang Kai say this, how could he hold back? He and Wuxia had a grudge that was equivalent to stealing his wife, so how could he not take revenge? Wuxia was a rank 8 Thunder Dragon, so he had no chance of winning. Just a bloodline suppression was enough to make him helpless. But if he had Yang Kai's help, then the situation would be different. He did not expect to be Wuxia's match, and only hoped to bite off a piece of Wuxia's flesh to vent his anger. Lu Sanyang's expression changed greatly when she heard this, and she shouted, "You can't!" Li Jiao looked at her, and his expression softened as he smiled. "Wait for me, I'll take revenge for you." "You can't go." Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She went up and grabbed Li Jiao's arm, looking like she would not let go even if she died. Li Jiao could not bear to attack her, so he could only turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and raised his hand to point at Lu Sanyang. With a poke, Lu Sanyang fell limply to the ground. "Mother!" Lu Yuqin ran over from afar and exclaimed, holding Lu Sanyang in her arms. "Your mother is fine." Li Jiao patted her head and sighed. "Take good care of your mother. It's fine if I can come back, but if I can't..." He paused for a long time before saying, "Ask your mother to bring you back to Ru-Yi sect." "Uncle Li." Lu Yuqin clearly sensed something and looked at Li Jiao with red eyes. Although she did not know what the relationship between Li Jiao and her mother was, she had seen the events of the past few days. She had never seen her mother so happy before, so she knew that this Uncle Li must be a very important person in her mother's heart. This scene of life and death almost made her cry. Li Jiao smiled. "Next time you see me, remember to call me father." Life and death were uncertain, and the future was full of troubles. Only at this moment did Li Jiao truly untie the knot in his heart. His heart was calm and clear, and he felt refreshed. Her vision blurred, and Li Jiao and Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Lu Yuqin was slightly absent-minded. She had a father? She sat on the ground in a daze, holding her mother in her arms. After a long time, she cried and laughed. "Mother, I also have a father. Wake up, Qin Air also has a father." If anyone else heard this, they would find it ridiculous. Who didn't have a father in this world? This was the most sincere desire of a little girl for more than 10 years. Chapter 3053. On the spiritual island, it was very lively. The palace stood tall and majestic. Although it was only a month's time, the 500 mortals still completed the palace before the deadline with astonishing perseverance and courage. After all, countless rare materials were used to build the palace. The entire palace was dazzling and richly ornamented. Whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they had never seen such a large palace before. Wu Chen was directing the mortals to decorate every corner of the palace. Today was the last day of the deadline. Tomorrow was the wedding day of the dragon race. No one dared to be careless. Hundreds of people were moving in and out, constantly placing small objects in the palace, making the spacious palace rich and colorful. "Brother Yang, we haven't seen each other in a while." Seeing Yang Kai come over, Wu Chen greeted him with a smile. He didn't ask where Yang Kai went these days. After all, the two of them weren't very close. It was taboo to talk too much when they weren't close. However, Li Jiao's appearance puzzled him. He didn't know why there was a dragon descendant here. If he didn't remember wrongly, this dragon descendant should have been brought to cultivate the dragon blood flower. "Tomorrow is the wedding day?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Wu Chen's expression also became serious. He nodded and said, "That's right. It's tomorrow. Fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, all of us would have died." Brother Wu has worked hard and contributed greatly. Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen smiled and said, "It can't be helped. This is a mission given by the dragon race. I don't want to die." "All right, Brother Yang, since you're here, don't leave." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Wu Chen explained, "The dragon race's wedding is a big event. Naturally, it has to be festive. However, you also know that the dragon race only has a few people. Therefore, we were specially allowed to stay and watch the ceremony." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking." Previously, he was still thinking about how he could stay. If the dragon race really kicked him out at this time, he could only quietly hide and wait for tomorrow to come. He did not expect that the dragon race would allow hundreds of mortals to stay and watch the race, which saved him a lot of trouble. With the permission of the dragon race, he could openly wait here for Zhu Qing's arrival. "I'm afraid there will be a good show tomorrow." Wu Chen chuckled. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, then suddenly frowned and turned to look at Wu Chen, asking in surprise, "Brother Wu, you actually made a breakthrough?" This Wu Chen was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master before, but today he had already reached the third-order Emperor Realm. Previously, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it, but when he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. Breaking through from the second-order Emperor Realm to the third order was not a simple matter. It was more than 10 times more difficult than breaking through from the Dao Source Realm. Yang Kai didn't know how Wu Chen did it. Wu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, you don't know how this Wu survived this past month. I narrowly escaped death many times and only managed to make a breakthrough by chance. If there was even the slightest mistake during this period, this Wu wouldn't be able to stand here. This Wu's luck was quite good, but many of the other brothers? Let's not talk about them." He shook his head repeatedly, a look of lingering fear on his face. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. His divine sense spread out like a tide, and after a moment, his expression changed slightly. Because he found that there were only about 300 people here. One had to know that when Fu Qi brought them here a month ago, there were 500 people, but now this number was reduced by nearly 40%. The palace had already been built, so there was no need to go out to mine for materials. In other words, the 40% who were missing were probably dead. Was the construction of a palace actually so dangerous? Yang Kai knew that mining icy soul snow jade could cost one's life. Previously, Lu Sanyang had also said that a few people had been frozen to death, but with so many people here, it was impossible for all of them to be frozen to death, right? Following this, he discovered something strange. There were very few cultivators in the Emperor Realm, and there wasn't a single third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. And these people, regardless of gender or age, regardless of their cultivation, seemed to be extremely afraid of Wu Chen. They all stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. Just what had happened during this past month? Why did Wu Chen have such a strong deterrent effect in these people's hearts? "Brother Yang, how about you go rest first? We'll come back tomorrow to watch the show." Wu Chen patted his chest and said, "Leave everything here to me. Don't worry, I guarantee that everything will be well prepared." Yang Kai nodded, "That's fine too." He wouldn't interfere with the palace's matters. Staying here made him want to tear this palace apart, so how could he take the initiative to help? Thus, he simply found a place with Li Jiao to rest. "That Wu Chen isn't simple," Li Jiao said with a frown. "What did you see?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao shook his head. "I didn't see anything, I just felt that this person is a little strange. Brother Yang, you must be careful of him." "I know." Yang Kai said indifferently, "As long as he doesn't stop me, everything will be fine. If he dares to make an enemy out of me, I won't show any mercy." "By the way, Brother Yang, what grudge do you have with that Fu Qi?" Li Jiao asked, puzzled. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he was going to teach Fu Qi a lesson, he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had calmed down, he thought about it. And from the looks of it, the grudge between Yang Kai and Fu Qi wasn't any smaller than his. Tomorrow is the dragon race wedding between Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. Li Jiao was stunned for a moment before nodding. I understand. Wasn't it the same as him? They both hated each other for snatching their wives, but one was a fact, and the other was something that was about to happen. In an instant, Li Jiao and Yang Kai had a common enemy. It was a quiet night. The next day, the sky was clear and the water was the same color. The entire dragon palace seemed to be filled with a festive and lively atmosphere. Some beautiful women came to the palace early in the morning, adding a touch of liveliness to the huge palace. These women were all Fu Qi's exclusive property. Needless to say, even if they couldn't be compared to Lu Sanyong and the deceased Madame Hua, they were still top-notch beauties. There were more than 100 of them, shuttling back and forth in the palace, inspecting everything. Wu Chen accompanied them by the side, nodding and bowing as he led the way. Today, they were mainly in charge of welcoming the bride, so they naturally couldn't be careless. They knew that Fu Qi was going to marry their future mistress, and their life and death would be in the other party's hands. Therefore, they were especially attentive. Even if there was a speck of dust in the palace, they would reprimand Wu Chen and order her to clean it up immediately. They were busy for 4 hours, and Wu Chen was so busy that she was disoriented. Many cultivators complained incessantly, but no one dared to complain under the tyrannical power of the dragon race. 4 hours later, all the preparations were complete. More than 100 women walked out of the palace and lined up neatly. They waited quietly, and the air was filled with all kinds of fragrances. The 300 cultivators also neatly spread out to the two sides. The scene was solemn and quiet. The 300 cultivator was mainly here to join in the fun and didn't have any other mission. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were mixed in the crowd and didn't move. Perhaps because he was nervous, Li Jiao looked very anxious. He wanted to chat with Yang Kai to relieve the pressure, but he saw that Yang Kai had been resting with his eyes closed, and he didn't want to disturb him. In a flash, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and an unparalleled dragon's might filled the air. A figure sped over from the other side of the island and landed in front of the palace. Fu Qi wore a bright red robe today, which made him look very festive. Paired with his handsome face and unruly demeanor, the bright red color did not make him look tacky, but instead made him look even more charming. The 100 or so women were all in a daze, and the 300 martial artists also had serious expressions on their faces. The main character of today's wedding had appeared, and they naturally had to be alert. Master! A woman in palace attire standing at the front quickly greeted with a faint smile, but her expression was a little reserved. She wasn't as favored as Madame Hua, so she couldn't be at ease in front of Fu Qi. Fu Qi glanced over and nodded slightly. How are the preparations? That woman said, everything is ready. Now we just need to wait for the bride to come. Very good. After Fu Qi finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to that woman anymore. That woman wanted to say something but hesitated a few times, but in the end, she silently retreated. Li Jiao lowered his eyes and Yang Kai closed his eyes. The two of them didn't look at Fu Qi. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but the inadvertent hostility in their eyes would reveal flaws and arouse others' vigilance. A group of people waited in front of the palace. After a short while, one dragon race cultivator after another arrived and congratulated him. Fu Qi warmly received them. Not long after, 6 or 7 dragon race cultivators gathered in front of the palace, talking loudly and laughing loudly. After another hour or so, a few high-pitched dragon roars suddenly came from the distance. The clouds in the sky were tumbling, and a huge cloud was rapidly advancing. It's here! A dragon race cultivator pointed at the cloud and said with a smile. Everyone looked over. Fu Qi tidied his clothes and put on a gentle smile on his face. The cloud was getting closer and closer, and the dragon roars were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, the cloud surged, and a giant figure appeared from within the cloud. It was a crimson dragon that was more than 200 feet long and covered in dragon scales. The crimson color was like a burning flame. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed over. There was a burst of exclamations. Facing the true body of a dragon at such a close distance, no matter who it was, they would feel tremendous pressure. This was not the end. After the crimson dragon appeared, A green dragon that was not inferior to the crimson dragon in size also appeared from the side and flew side by side with it. The third dragon race also appeared. The fourth, 4 dragons flew together, and the scene was so spectacular that everyone held their breaths. Behind the 4 dragons, there was a luxuriously decorated sedan. The sedan was also red and looked very festive. In the sedan, there was a graceful figure sitting inside, motionless. The gauze curtain prevented people from seeing her face, but everyone knew that the person in the sedan must be today's bride. Chapter 3054. The palanquin and the person in the palanquin were the main characters today. The 4 dragons that appeared earlier were merely the palanquin drivers. Beside the palanquin stood 2 dragon ladies. One of them had fluttering purple hair, and it was Fu Ling. She was originally guarding the dragon blood flower, but today was the grand day of the dragon race, so she was naturally summoned back. The other dragon lady didn't look special. Other than her outstanding looks, she was no different from an ordinary human. The 2 dragon ladies held flower baskets and stood on the palanquins left and right. When they flew over, the flower petals in the baskets flew out, creating a pleasing flower rain in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. The flower rain wasn't an ordinary flower rain. The petals of various colors exploded in the sky, and the colorful lights dazzled everyone. Just this scene alone was enough to make everyone unable to take their eyes off it. They secretly exclaimed that the dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Even a grand wedding could be played with so many tricks. Such extravagance wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Not long later, the palanquin arrived. The 4 dragons stopped and floated a few hundred feet away from the palace. Everyone looked at the palanquin, and a heartfelt smile appeared on Fu Chi's face. After today, the dragon lady in the palanquin would be his, and it was naturally a joyous occasion for Fu Chi. Swoosh, 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 3 figures abruptly appeared. One was a middle-aged elder with a skinny figure and red hair. He had a dignified expression. Although he didn't reveal any aura, anyone could feel the immense pressure from him. That kind of indescribable pressure was something that even the 4 dragons that had revealed their true forms could not compare to. Beside the middle-aged elder was a silver-haired woman in palace attire with a cold expression. The aura that she exuded made everyone shudder. Everyone only took a quick glance at her and didn't dare to look at her again. It was as though their bodies and minds would be frozen if they looked at her too much. The last person wasn't very old. He was a man and looked like a young man. He had a gentle smile on his face as he stood there reservedly. Once the 3 of them appeared, Fu Chi and the others became serious. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 3 elders." The arrogance of the dragon race was only targeted at creatures of other races. In front of the strong of the same race, even the most arrogant head would have to bow down. Hearing Fu Chi and the others' exclamations, the 300 cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They quickly lowered their heads and exclaimed in their hearts, "So these are the 3 elders of the dragon race." First elder Zhu Yan, second elder Fu Tu, 4th elder Zhu Kong. The 3 of them were overlords in the entire Dragon Island, especially the Great Elder and Second Elder. Both of them were rank 10 dragon veins and were invincible on the Dragon Island. Although that Zhu Kong did not have a rank 10 dragon bloodline, she was still a rank 9. Normal dragon race members would not be able to match her. It was said that in the past, there were 4 elders on the Dragon Island. There was also a 3rd elder who also had a rank 9 dragon vein. However, for some unknown reason, the 3rd elder did not appear this time. However, this kind of secret was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. The 300 cultivators had been living in half of the Dragon City for a long time. Naturally, they were not clear about the internal situation of the Dragon Island. In front of the temporary imperial residence, there were more than a dozen dragon race members gathered. This could be said to be the power of the entire Dragon Island. Other than the grand wedding of the dragon race that happened once in 10,000 years, it was very difficult to have so many dragon race members gathered together. First Elder Zhu Yan's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Second Elder Fu Tu had a naturally cold expression. The 2 did not say much. Only the smiling 4th Elder, Zhu Kong, nodded towards Fu Qi. Congratulations. Fu Qi respectfully said, Fu Qi is extremely grateful for the elder's love. Zhu Kong said, after the grand wedding, I hope that the two of you will treat each other with respect and love. Fu Qi quickly said, Fourth elder, don't worry. Fu Qi will definitely not treat Qing unfairly. I will also give birth to a dragon child for the Dragon Island as soon as possible and continue the bloodline. Zhu Kong smiled slightly and did not comment. Fu Tu frowned and said, Enough with the nonsense. Help Zhu Qing down. With her order, the dragons naturally did not dare to disobey. The 4 dragons in front of the sedan parted to the sides. Fu Ling and another dragon girl reached out and lifted the curtain, softly saying, Elder Sister Qing, it's time to come down. Zhu Qing did not move and sat as steadily as a mountain. Fu Ling timidly sized up the second elder. Seeing that her expression was becoming colder and colder, she softly said a few words of persuasion, but it was to no avail. Fu Ling could not help but break out in a cold sweat. She naturally knew that Zhu Qing was not satisfied with this marriage. The entire Dragon Island knew, but the elders were here. Even if she was not willing, what could she do? If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely become a joke. The smile on Fu Qi's face slowly disappeared, and he could not maintain his expression. Fu Tu's expression also became cold, as he turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan looked down and remained indifferent. Fu Tu could not help but snort coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to personally get Zhu Qing out of the sedan, a figure suddenly flashed past. In front of the sedan, a young man leisurely appeared. Most people did not notice how he had appeared, but the elders of the dragon race narrowed their eyes and looked towards that person. Fu Zhen frowned and shouted, Chase him away. What was this person doing? He actually ran out in this kind of situation and blocked the front of the sedan. Was he seeking death? If it was any other time, Fu Tu would have already killed him, but today was the wedding of the dragon race. It would be best if there was no bloodshed, so she endured for a while. A resounding dragon's roar rang out as the 200-foot-long red dragon coiled its body around the palanquin. It raised its head high and stared at the palanquin with its eyes wide open. It looked like it was going to protect the palanquin. The other 3 dragons were immediately blocked outside. Zhu Lai, what are you doing? Fu Qi frowned as she looked at the red dragon pulling the sedan. The dragon opened its mouth and Zhu Lai's voice boomed like thunder. Nothing, please wait for a moment. Zhu Yan, who had been calm the entire time, finally looked up. After seeing the back of the figure blocking the front of the sedan, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zhu Kong also had a surprised expression. Even if his cultivation was not bad, he was still a little confused at this moment. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai gently took a deep breath and looked at the person in the sedan with the red veil on her head. Reaching out, he gently smiled and said, I've come to pick you up. With these words, everyone was shocked. The 300 cultivator all looked at Yang Kai's back in shock, crying out in grief in the depths of their hearts. What was this? Acting so presumptuously in front of more than a dozen members of the dragon race, and even saying such words to a dragon girl who was about to get married, this was crazy. If something similar happened in human territory, it would definitely be a case of bride kidnapping. But what kind of place was this? This was Dragon Island. Today was the wedding day of 2 members of the dragon race. This guy shouldn't have lost his mind, right? Had he brought the bride kidnapping to the dragon race? The group of dragon race cultivators had strange expressions. It was clear that they had not yet recovered. Fu Qi was the same. He still had not realized what the scene before him meant. But in the next moment, his face suddenly turned ashen. Because after that human said those words, Zhu Qing, who had been sitting in the sedan the entire time, suddenly trembled. Pulling off the red veil on her head, she looked forward in shock and cried out, Why have you come? She simply did not dare believe her eyes. Yang Kai had actually appeared before her. Looking at the face that she had been thinking about day and night, Zhu Qing even thought that she was dreaming for a moment. But the person before her was so real. That familiar aura and smell told her that this was not a dream. Yang Kai really came. He appeared in front of all the dragon race cultivators without any hesitation, and on such a day that made her despair. The person in front of her was like a burning sun, his bright light sweeping away the haze in her heart. To pick you up. Yang Kai winked at her. Zhu Qing's eyes immediately reddened. She shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have come." She was happy, but more than that, she was worried for Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not come today, she would only be suffering alone. But since Yang Kai was here, how could he escape? The dragon race could not stand humiliation. After today, Yang Kai would most likely become the enemy of the entire dragon race. There was no hope for him to leave here alive. So it's like that. Yang Kai lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned around and said, "Then I'll be leaving." "You dare?" Zhu Qing panicked. She hurriedly stood up and rushed out. She grabbed his arm and glared at him as she said, "You're already here and you want to leave?" Yang Kai grinned. "It looks like you don't want to get married. That's good." Zhu Qing grabbed his arm and her expression suddenly dimmed. "We'll die. In life, we'll share the same bed. In death, we'll share the same cave. That's not a bad thing." Zhu Qing's eyes were a bit wet. She leaned against him. In a short moment she had thought it through. Yang Kai was already here, so it was not realistic for him to leave. The only thing she could do was to face the storm of the dragon race with him. She slowly turned her head and looked at her clansmen. She saw countless pairs of incredulous eyes. There were not many things in the world that could shock the dragon race, but the scene in front of them was definitely one of them. At the dragon race's wedding, there was actually someone who dared to steal the bride. The one stealing the bride was actually a human. Zhu Qing was actually very close to that human. The dragon race cultivators were all dumbfounded. If the dragon race was like this, then there was no need to mention the humans and beasts. They were all dumbfounded. Of the 300 cultivator that stayed to watch the ceremony, many of them did not like Yang Kai. After all, in the past month, they had worked hard, but Yang Kai did not need to do anything. Naturally, they felt that it was unfair. Only now did they realize that this person was so fierce. They did not know what kind of bear heart or leopard guts he ate to actually dare to steal the bride of the dragon race. Compared to this, what did the past month of slacking off count for? There were many strange things in the world, but today's matter was an eye-opener for everyone. Fu Qi's expression was especially ugly. The person he was going to marry was actually holding onto another man's arm, looking like they were in love. They even said that they would share the same bed if they were born, and share the same cave if they died. What did this put him in? Once this matter was out, no matter how it was resolved, he, Fu Qi, would lose face. Fu Ling had tried to persuade her several times before, but Zhu Qing did not move at all in the carriage, making him feel awkward. Instead, this human just said a few words, and Zhu Qing actually took the initiative to rush out. Chapter 3055. This was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only was this a humiliation to him, but it was also a humiliation to the entire dragon race. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. Where did this blind fool come from? How dare he be so impudent? He was furious as he roared. His wedding was disrupted by someone else, and his dragon lady was in someone else's embrace. No matter how good Fu Qi's self-control was, he still couldn't tolerate it. Zhu Qing stared at him coldly and said, "Fu Qi, you better watch your mouth, this is my man." Fu Qi's eyes popped out as he staggered. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai with resentment. "It's you!" He knew that Zhu Qing was having an affair with a human outside. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have had the chance to get the marriage arranged by the elders. He originally wanted to subdue Zhu Qing after the wedding, then leave the Dragon Island to find trouble with that human. Who knew that this guy actually came to the Dragon Island by himself, and even acted so impudently on his wedding day. Fu Qi's face immediately turned green, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. He had already put Yang Kai on the list of people he must kill, so it was natural for his eyes to turn red when he saw his enemy. "That's right, I am her man." Yang Kai smiled faintly, hugged Zhu Qing, and kissed her forehead. His posture was unrestrained, as if there was no one around. Fu Qi's face became even more unsightly. His bride was kissed by another man in front of so many people, and not only did she not reject it, she even revealed a blushing and blushing expression. The anger in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and even the breath he exhaled became hot and heavy. On the other side of the three elders, Zhu Yan looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He only just realized Yang Kai's identity, so he wasn't angry, and was even a little surprised. He didn't approve of the marriage between Zhu Qing and Fu Qi, but Zhu Qing did make a mistake, and the dragon race needed to continue their bloodline. Since the second elder was determined to do it, he couldn't interfere too much and could only let the situation develop. In his opinion, after Zhu Qing and Fu Qi got married, she might forget about that human after a few hundred years. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to make further plans. Who knew that such a scene would happen today? Fu Qi glanced at Zhu Yan coldly and snorted, "Do you know something? How could Dragon Island be entered and exited as one wished? As early as 10 years ago, Dragon Island had strengthened its defenses. Even if the great emperors came personally, the dragon race would sense it. When the time came, the entire race would move out, and the great emperors would not be able to barge in." She suspected that the reason why Yang Kai could enter Dragon Island was because of the Great Elder. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What can I know?" Fu Qi snorted coldly, feeling puzzled. If this matter had nothing to do with the Great Elder, how did this person appear on Dragon Island without anyone knowing? Could it be that the arrangements made over 10 years ago were ineffective? A trace of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart, and Fu Qi frowned. This guy's courage is not small. The fourth elder, Zhu Kong, looked at Yang Kai with interest and said with a smile, "No wonder Qing is so loyal to him. I just don't know how his luck is." If today's matter was not handled well, he and Zhu Qing would face a great disaster. The impartial second elder did not have any human feelings. Hearing this, the great elder's expression could not help but become solemn. "May I ask which one is the second elder?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the three elders. Although he asked like this, his gaze was fixed on Fu Qi's face. Among the three elders, the great elder and the second elder were both 10th-order dragon veins, so it was easy to distinguish them. The elderly man was older than this cold-faced woman, so the leader of the elders was naturally the great elder. Therefore, even if it was the first time Yang Kai saw the second elder, he could recognize her at a glance. He was cursing in his heart. This woman's cold face was like ice that would not melt even after 10,000 years. Who knew who she was showing this expression to? He did not have the slightest good impression of this second elder and even felt some resentment towards her. This woman was simply too bored. He did not know what was wrong with her brain, but she actually took the initiative to bestow Zhu Qing to Fu Qi. Although he was unhappy, Yang Kai did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Dragon Island. It would be best if today's matter could be resolved peacefully. If it really could not be resolved, then he could only fight. He was already mentally prepared that he would rather die than live in dishonor. No matter what, he would take away Zhu Qing today, even if he had to turn this place upside down. "Let go of her." The second elder coldly spat out this sentence. Her tone was filled with an unquestionable feeling. She did not answer Yang Kai's question. Yang Kai stared at her and said with a calm expression, "This junior Yang Kai greets the second elder. I came here abruptly today because I had no other choice. I hope the second elder can be magnanimous." "I know who you are." Fu Qi stared at him coldly and said indifferently, "If you want to live, let go of Zhu Qing." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Qing and I are in love with each other. The second elder should be well aware of this matter. Seeing that she is in trouble today, I specially came to save her from the fire and water. I am not holding her hostage, so how can I let her go? Did the second elder make a mistake?" I said, "Let her go." The second elder shouted in a low voice. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the laws of heaven and earth became chaotic. Those hundreds of cultivator, regardless of their level of cultivation, were all trembling. When a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors was angry, not many people present could withstand it. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster. They thought to themselves, even the second elder of the dragon race is so angry, Yet you still dare to talk back to her so wantonly. You must be tired of living. The anger in Yang Kai's heart surged, and his face turned gloomy. He didn't want to make things too tense with the dragon race. It wasn't that he was afraid, but Zhu Qing was also a dragon race. If he didn't have a good relationship with the dragon race, it would only put Zhu Qing in a difficult position. That was why he kept lowering his attitude and spoke sincerely. But he didn't expect the second elder to be so arrogant and order him around. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a low voice, "I hope the second elder can give this junior and Qing a chance. We, husband and wife, will be eternally grateful." Husband and wife? Fu Yun's beautiful eyebrows suddenly jumped up, and she said in a cold voice, "Zhu Qing is getting married to Fu Qi today, and her husband is only Fu Qi. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly and ruin the reputation of our dragon race?" Zhu Qing immediately retorted, "The second elder is wrong. Qing Er's husband is only him. Whether the dragon race recognizes it or not, in this life, Qing Er is his." "How dare you?" Fu Yun shouted. Her dragon power almost materialized and instantly shrouded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's face turned pale, and she collapsed in Yang Kai's arms. Her dragon vein was sealed, and her cultivation was suppressed. She was the first to bear the brunt of the second elder's anger. How could she bear it? If it wasn't for her strong body, she would have lost her life. Yang Kai also suddenly felt dizzy. His head buzzed, and he was overwhelmed with shock. The anger of the great emperors. This was the anger of the great emperors. With his current strength, he was still too weak to face it head-on. Zhu Qing's resistance had undoubtedly completely enraged Fu Yun. She looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "Today is a joyous day for the dragon race. I didn't want to kill, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." As she spoke, her killing intent was like a tide. Everyone's expression changed. Even if they weren't targeted, the hundreds of cultivators had difficulty breathing. They felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chest, and they were about to vomit blood. It was as if they could die at any time. If they were like this, then what about Yang Kai, who was targeted? Yang Kai's situation was naturally not good. When the killing intent shrouded him, he felt a clear sense of death that he had never felt before. His whole body turned ice cold, and his blood was almost frozen. Fu Qi stood at the side and watched coldly. He was delighted to see the situation. Yang Kai's previous words made him burn with anger and lose face. If it wasn't because the elders were here, he would have already made a move on Yang Kai. It was just that he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the elders. Now that he saw the second elder was really angry, he immediately rejoiced in his misfortune. In the entire Dragon Island, no one didn't know the second elder's temper. She always meant what she said, and no one dared to disobey her. Yang Kai being so stubborn, he was destined to not have a good ending. As this thought flashed through his mind, he stared at Zhu Qing, who was nestled in Yang Kai's arms with resentment. He secretly made up his mind that after the marriage, he would definitely dote on this slut. How hateful! This slut's primordial yin was actually taken away by that human. A dragon lady's primordial yin was a great supplement, and this was true for both the dragon race and humans. He was an 8th rank thunder dragon. If he could get the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, he might have a chance to break through to the 9th rank. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Fu Qi couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He glanced at Yang Kai with hatred. Wait. Yang Kai suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging. The second elder looked at him coldly and didn't move at all. She raised her hand slightly, and in the center of her fair palm, the law surged and a chill spread out. She looked like she was going to kill him. Yang Kai flipped his wrist, and a token suddenly appeared in his hand, as he shouted, the Dragon Island token is here. Fu Qi's movements paused. The head elder, Zhu Yan, who had been silent the entire time, also took a serious look at the token in Yang Kai's hand and nodded, saying, not bad, this is indeed the Dragon Island token. Zhu Kong said, oh? The final Dragon Island token is actually in your hands? This really is interesting. The Dragon Island token was something that came out of the dragon race, and there were only 10 of them. Over the countless years, the dragon race had put in a lot of effort, but they had only managed to retrieve 9 of them. The final one was still outside, and there had been no news of it. The last time Zhu Qing left Dragon Island, her main mission was to find this final Dragon Island token. Unfortunately, although she had found out that the Dragon Island token was in Yang Kai's hands, she was unable to retrieve it successfully. Through various coincidences, she had developed an extremely close relationship with Yang Kai. For Yang Kai to take out this Dragon Island token and show it to others, his intentions were very clear. Chapter 3056. When the Dragon Island medallion appeared, everyone was in an uproar. The few hundred cultivators had been living in half of Dragon City for a long time, so they were naturally familiar with the Dragon Island medallion. However, they had only heard about it, and this was the first time they had seen the real thing. In an instant, a few hundred pairs of eyes looked towards the Dragon Island medallion, unable to take their eyes off it. Fu Qi sneered and said, "You casually took out a medallion and called it a Dragon Island medallion? Do you really think that the dragon race is easy to fool?" He was really angry at Yang Kai, so he mocked him. Yang Kai looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Great Elder already said that this is a Dragon Island medallion. Do you have better eyesight than Great Elder? Or do you not trust Great Elder?" Fu Qi was startled and said with an ugly expression, "Brat, don't slander me." Even if he was a rank 8 lightning dragon, he could not take the label of not trusting Great Elder. He quickly looked towards Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder, that's not what I meant." Zhu Yan waved his hand slightly, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Although I also feel that the aura of this Dragon Island medallion is pure, I still need to check if it's a real Dragon Island medallion. If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked toward Zhu Qing. Seeing Zhu Qing nod, he smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to Great Elder." He extended his hand and tossed the Dragon Island medallion towards the Great Elder. Great Elder received it, formed a seal with his hand, and tapped on the medallion with his finger. In an instant, the dragon image on the medallion suddenly moved, and a loud dragon roar was heard. Fourth Elder Zhu Kong nodded and said, "That's right, it's a Dragon Island medallion without a doubt." Actually, when they saw the medallion, the few elders were already 80% sure. However, this was a serious matter, so it was more appropriate to verify it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "I heard that the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request to the Dragon Island." Speaking up to this point, his expression suddenly changed. He said in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" Just as he was speaking, the second elder suddenly extended her hand and grabbed the Dragon Island medallion in the Great Elder's hand. Her movement was extremely fast. Her white hand turned into a series of afterimages and swept toward the Dragon Island medallion. The Great Elder obviously didn't expect that Fu Zhen would suddenly make a move. He turned his wrist to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the second elder was already prepared and followed him like a shadow. The two great elders of the dragon race didn't move, but their hands turned into countless afterimages as they silently clashed. After a loud bang, everything returned to normal. Zhu Yan frowned, while Fu Tin's expression remained cold. Zhu Kong looked at Zhu Yan, then at Fu Tin, letting out a long sigh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Island token in the Great Elder's hand suddenly turned into a pile of fine powder. It fell through the gaps between his fingers and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. What is the second elder's intention? Yang Kai had a sullen expression as he gritted his teeth and looked at Fu Tin. He never thought that this woman would actually destroy his Dragon Island medallion in public. This was simply shameless. He found it hard to imagine that a powerhouse comparable to the Great Emperor's would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. Previously, he didn't really trust this woman. That was why he gave the Dragon Island medallion to the Great Elder after consulting with Zhu Qing. However, he didn't expect that he still miscalculated. Zhu Yan also turned to look at Fu Tin, as if waiting for her to give an explanation. Fu Tin said indifferently, "This one doesn't need to explain too much to you. Since the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder both believe that it's the Dragon Island medallion, this one naturally won't go back on my word. Let's just say that it's the Dragon Island medallion for now. Let's just say." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. Wasn't she just lying through her teeth? How could she deny the authenticity of the Dragon Island medallion just by saying, let's just say, let? Fu Tin didn't continue to argue with him on this issue. She only said coldly, you trespassed on the Dragon Island without the permission of the dragon race. This is your first crime. Pestering endlessly on the wedding day of the dragon race is your second crime. Tarnishing the reputation of the dragon race's dragon lady is your third crime. These crimes deserve to be punished. However, this one won't kill you today. Take that Dragon Island medallion as an exchange for your life. Quickly back off. Yang Kai refused to accept this and said, didn't I say that I want to exchange that Dragon Island medallion for my life? Isn't the second elder being too arbitrary? He was really angered. He took out the Dragon Island medallion, but before he could state his request, it was destroyed by this woman. After that, she even said that she wanted to exchange the Dragon Island medallion for his life as if it was a matter of course. She couldn't force a deal to this extent. Not exchanging your life? You want to die? Yang Kai straightened his neck and shouted, I want your Dragon Island to release my people. Let me and Qinger leave this place. Wishful thinking. Fu Si sneered. Zhu Qing said with a pained heart, Second Elder, according to the Dragon Race's rules, the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a reasonable request to the Dragon Race. Although you are the Second Elder, you can't ignore the teachings of your ancestors. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhu Yan. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Great Elder, I need an explanation. It was impossible to reason with Fu Si. This bitch was like a piece of stubborn ice that couldn't be melted. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. It would only make him angry. Yang Kai could only shift the focus to Zhu Yan. The Dragon Island medallion was destroyed in his hands. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, that's right. There is indeed such a rule in the dragon race. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. He cupped his fist and said, if that's the case, I have no other request. I only hope that the Great Elder can let me and Qinger leave safely. Zhu Yan remained silent for a while. He shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't do. Great Elder? The hope in Zhu Qing's eyes dimmed. If the Great Elder didn't make the decision today, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place. Yang Kai sneered. The dragon race is truly awe-inspiring. I have learned something today. The Great Elder shook his head and said, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that your request goes against the rules of the dragon race. I can't agree to it. The Second Elder is right. You have the Dragon Island medallion, we should fulfill your request. However, this request must be reasonable. If you want to leave with Zhu Qing, that's impossible. Therefore, you should leave by yourself. The Great Elder's words were within Yang Kai's expectations. Therefore, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, he had asked Zhu Lai if he could use the Dragon Island medallion to exchange for Zhu Qing. At that time, Zhu Lai had rejected his idea. Taking out the Dragon Island medallion today was just a fluke attempt. Now, it seemed that Zhu Lai was right. Even if he had the Dragon Island medallion, the dragon race wouldn't agree to taking away a dragoness so easily. Zhu Kong also said, that's right. You can leave. The dragon race won't make things difficult for you today. According to the dragon race's personality, if it was anyone else who dared to cause trouble today, they would have died without a burial site. However, Yang Kai did indeed have the Dragon Island medallion. Even if he was rude today, the Dragon Island medallion would be enough to protect his life. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Kai had to adapt to the situation. The Second Elder suddenly snorted, did I say that I would let him leave? Hearing this, Yang Kai curled his lips and sneered, Second Elder, are you going back on your word and want to kill me to the last one? Very well, then let's see who's the real deal. If this young master doesn't have a good time, your dragon race can forget about having a peaceful time. What arrogance! Fu Qi coldly snorted. Many members of the dragon race also had gloomy expressions. Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly angered everyone. Daring to steal the bride during the dragon race's wedding, The dragons had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. Now that he was about to die, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. He really didn't know how high the heavens were. Whether or not I'm arrogant depends on whether or not I'm capable. Yang Kai glanced at Fu Qi and secretly made up his mind. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be the first to make a move. This idiot actually dared to steal his woman. Yang Kai had to vent the anger that he had suppressed for a month. Second Elder? Zhu Yan looked at Fu Qi with a frown. The dragon race is a man of his word. What do you mean by this? The Dragon Island order had already been destroyed. What harm was there in letting him go? He could not understand why Fu Qi would go back on his word. This one naturally means what he says. Fu Qi indifferently looked at Yang Kai. This one said that I won't kill him, so I won't kill him. But when did I say that I would let him go? If I don't leave behind the dragon race's source, he can forget about leaving Dragon Island. Once this was said, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong's expressions turned serious. They immediately knew what Fu Qi was planning. Yang Kai possessed the ancestral dragon source. Since he had walked right into their trap, they naturally could not let him go so easily. The ancestral dragon source was very important. If they could obtain it, the strength of the entire dragon race would increase by a large amount. Zhu Yan previously wanted Zhu Qing to invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island because of the ancestral dragon source. Therefore, after realizing the second elder's intentions, Zhu Yan could not refute him. Based on what he knew, Yang Kai was proficient in the laws of space. If he really was allowed to leave today, who knew if he would have a chance to find him in the future? He let out a long sigh and immediately shut his mouth. Second elder, don't go overboard. Zhu Qing was so angry that her entire body was trembling. You dare to speak to me like this? Fu Qi's gaze turned sharp. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai's gaze was even fiercer than Fu Qi's. Qing is speaking to you like this. So what? Brat, you're pushing your luck and don't know when to stop. You're courting death. When had Fu Qi ever been offended like this? In her anger, she could no longer hold it in and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai. Her palm instantly turned into ice crystals as if it was carved out of jade. The unparalleled ice laws turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Yang Kai. Her palm rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes as if it could cover the sky. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, "Is your dragon race going overboard, or am I pushing my luck?" While speaking, he pushed Zhu Qing away. Under everyone's flabbergasted gaze, he did not retreat and went straight for the second elder. At the same time as a furious roar was heard, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster that was 80 feet tall. There were short horns on his head and scales all over his body. His flesh and blood wriggled rapidly and a series of crackling sounds came from his bones. His hands also suddenly turned into sharp dragon claws. Unparalleled dragon's aura spread out and 2 streams of boiling hot air came out from his nostrils. Dragon Transformation's Secret Art. A series of exclamations sounded. Many members of the dragon race were dumbfounded. Dragon Transformation's Secret Art was the dragon race's secret art. They were naturally familiar with it, but it was also the first time they saw someone use Dragon Transformation's secret art to such an extent. A body of 80 feet, even though it was only half a dragon's body, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, especially that dragon's breath that was incomparably pure. Chapter 3057. Some of the 6th and 7th rank dragon race members secretly compared themselves. Even if there was no bloodline suppression, they would not be able to gain any advantage against such a guy. Their faces could not help but become more dignified, and they no longer had their previous contempt and arrogance. Revealing his half-dragon body, Yang Kai immediately urged his dragon pressure to cover Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen's expression did not change, and the jade-like hand that he sent out became more and more crystal clear. In a flash, the two had already exchanged blows. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fu Zhen's hand easily broke through all of Yang Kai's defenses and lightly pressed against his chest. Silently, Yang Kai's spacious chest suddenly caved in, as if it had been hit by a huge rock. His back bulged out in an instant, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded behind him, shaking his soul. Gotcha! Only at this time did a sound come out, but it was the sound of countless bones breaking, which made people shudder. After a slight pause, the half-dragon body that was more than 80 feet tall was sent flying, like thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of feet away, and golden blood splattered along the way, drawing a golden straight line. Overestimating himself. Many dragon race members looked at Yang Kai, who was sent flying, and this thought emerged in their minds. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong looked at each other and secretly shook their heads. Although Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon source, and his strength was not weak, the second elder was a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors after all, and he also had a 10th-rank dragon vein. He urged his dragon pressure at the first moment, but it did not cause any bloodline suppression on the second elder. Without the advantage of bloodline suppression, how could Yang Kai resist the power of the second elder's palm? This light palm immediately made Yang Kai realize the gap between himself and the great emperors. He did not even hurt a hair on Fu Zhen's head just now. The scene was quiet, and only a bone-chilling aura shrouded the surroundings. Fu Zhen coldly stared at Yang Kai, who was barely able to stop himself, with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She slowly turned her head and looked to the side. Her eyes slowly narrowed as she said calmly, "Zhu Qing, do you know what you are doing?" Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly came back to their senses and looked in that direction. At first glance, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown when Zhu Qing had come to Fu Qi's side. Her dragon's might emanated and shrouded Fu Qi. Her jade-like hand had already transformed into a dragon claw and clasped onto Fu Qi's head. She stared at Fu Qi as though she was facing a great enemy. She did not have much of a reaction when Yang Kai was injured. It was not that she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but she did not dare to be distracted. In front of the great emperors, the slightest bit of carelessness was enough to cause Yang Kai's plan to fail. Therefore, she did not even dare to think of looking back to check on Yang Kai's injuries. That sharp dragon claw had already pierced into Fu Qi's flesh. It was as though she could kill Fu Qi on the spot with just a slight push. Fu Qi obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. He was just mocking Yang Kai for being an ant trying to shake a tree. When he saw Yang Kai suffering under the second elder's hand, he was secretly happy. He could not wait for the second elder to take Yang Kai's life with that palm. Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure flashed in front of him. Zhu Qing appeared behind him. Immediately, he felt the suppression of the rank 9 dragon vein and felt the pain coming from his head. Fu Qi's face immediately turned ashen. It was as ugly as it could get. The suppression of a rank 9 dragon vein against a rank 8 dragon vein was not too harsh. If they really fought head-on, Fu Qi would be able to hold on for a while. However, Zhu Qing was already prepared and took the initiative. Now, she could completely control Fu Qi's life and death. Everyone's expressions were brilliant in an instant. The scene in front of them was really strange. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. They were wearing bright red clothes for both days. They should be a pair in heaven and a pair on earth, but at this very moment, the bride was actually looking like she wanted to kill the groom. This scene was very awkward no matter how one looked at it. Zhu Qing did not answer. All of her attention was placed on Fu Qi. "Your seal has actually been undone." Zhu Kong frowned, feeling a little incredulous. When did this happen? It had to be known that Zhu Qing's dragon vein had been suppressed and her cultivation had been sealed. However, looking at her now, she did not look like she had been suppressed or sealed at all. She had clearly recovered, which was why she was able to catch them off guard. So that's how it is. A look of understanding flashed through Zhu Yan's eyes. He was secretly shocked as he looked at Yang Kai, who was holding his chest and shaking his head as he flew back. "Look at what you've done." Fu Qi angrily glared at Yang Kai and shouted. There was no reason for Zhu Qing's seal to be undone inexplicably. From beginning to end, only Yang Kai had come into contact with Zhu Qing. If there was anyone who could unseal Zhu Qing without anyone noticing, it could only be Yang Kai. How could he have this kind of ability? That seal was something that she had personally used. You guys are allowed to do this, but this young master is not allowed to do it? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai's expression was a little ferocious. There was still some golden blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His chest had also not completely recovered and was still somewhat caved in. Fu Qi's palm strike had not been easy to bear. Even if it did not take his life, it had shaken his blood and qi, causing several of his bones to break. His 80-meter-tall figure stepped through the air and stood in front of Zhu Qing like a small mountain, facing the pressure of the three great elders of the dragon race head-on. Seeing that he was full of energy and was not seriously injured, Zhu Qing, who had been on tenterhooks, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her nervous expression becoming much calmer. Qing'er did well. Yang Kai praised without even turning his head. In the end, they were husband and wife and had a tacit understanding. He did not have time to explain his plan to Zhu Qing in detail, but Zhu Qing had still made the most correct choice at the crucial moment. Creating a diversion. Zhu Kong raised her eyebrows. She also wanted to understand what had happened in that short moment. Yang Kai had used the dragon transformation art to transform into 8 dragon bodies to fight with the second elder. It seemed extremely reckless and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but in reality, it was just to attract everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on him, Zhu Qing, who was being blocked by his huge body, had the space to act as she wished. Reality proved that this move was very effective. Originally, Yang Kai was just a fish on the chopping board. In a place like Dragon Island, he was completely at the mercy of the dragon race. It was impossible for him to have any strength left to resist, but now, the situation was a little different. Zhu Qing's seal had been broken, her strength had been restored, and Fu Qi was also in her hands. She looked like she was going to perish together with him at any moment. Enduring the second elder's thunderous attack, Yang Kai had already grasped a bit of the initiative. Such deep scheming, such a bold plan. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong were slightly moved, secretly feeling that if today's matter could not be resolved perfectly, Dragon Island would most likely have to make a powerful enemy. Zhu Qing, do you want to rebel? Why haven't you released Fu Qi yet? What a scandal! Fu Tianyi's expression was ice-cold, and his voice was similarly bone-chilling. Zhu Qing's expression did not change, only replying, I will listen to Yang Kai. If he says to release, then I will release. Fu Tianyi was furious. Don't forget that you are a member of the dragon race. You are a member of Dragon Island. The crime of harming your own race, you should know what kind of punishment you will receive. Seeing that she was really angry, many members of the dragon race trembled with fear. They had not seen the second elder completely angry for a long time. The last time was more than 10 years ago, and the result of the second elder's anger was that her favorite person was sent to the dragon tomb, and that person was the third elder of the dragon race at that time. Zhu Qing now had a rank 9 dragon vein. Logically speaking, she could become the 5th elder of the dragon race. But so what? Even the 3rd elder was personally sent to the dragon tomb by the 2nd elder. How could Zhu Qing be spared? Harming your own race? Yang Kai snorted coldly, turning his hand and grabbing. A huge palm directly grabbed Fu Qi, enveloping Fu Qi with his dragon might. Fu Qi cried out in alarm. A feeling of fear actually emerged from his bones. He was only rank 8, Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein could already suppress him, not to mention Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source. If it was Yang Kai a month ago, even if he used the dragon transformation ability, he would not be so afraid, but in this 1 month, Yang Kai's dragon transformation ability had improved tremendously, and the fusion of the golden divine dragon source with his own body could not be compared to before. Fu Qi only felt the dragon yuan in his body stagnate in an instant, almost unable to circulate. This was not the most unbearable thing for him. The most unbearable thing was that he, a rank 8 lightning dragon, was actually being held in Yang Kai's hand like a toy, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. He immediately felt ashamed and resentful. You bitch, you sealed Qing'er's cultivation, suppressed her dragon vein, knowing that her heart belongs to someone, yet you still forced her to marry someone of the dragon race she doesn't like. Isn't this harming your own race? In my opinion, the one who should be punished the most should be you. The group of people of the dragon race suddenly had sweat on their foreheads. Even the great elder and 4th elder's eyebrows were twitching. This guy was too daring. He actually dared to speak to the second elder like that? Fu Chi's face twitched, he gritted his teeth and said, "What did you call me?" "Bitch, bitch, 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 bitch." Yang Kai opened his mouth and scolded many times. He opened his mouth wide, spittle flew everywhere, almost spraying onto Fu Chi's face. Fu Chi's face turned from green to white, his delicate body trembled. That terrifying killing intent had almost condensed into a substance. "I advise you not to think of killing me." Yang Kai looked down at him, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "That's right, if you really want to kill me, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to escape, but I am a rather timid person, I can't be frightened. If I can't control my strength and accidentally crush this little reptile, then this matter will not be easy to deal with." As if to prove that he was not lying, he slightly exerted strength in his hand. Fu Chi immediately cried out miserably. He felt that all the bones in his body were dislocated, he gritted his teeth, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes were filled with resentment. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away by the entire Dragon Island seawater, but now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. "I heard that your dragon race has very few members. Any dragon race member is an extremely precious clansman. I wonder what kind of position an 8th rank Thunder Dragon has in the second elder's heart?" Fu Chi gritted his teeth, he shouted word by word, "My dragon race and you today, we will not rest until one of us is dead." Zhu Qing's face instantly turned pale. Chapter 3058. Fight to the death. As soon as the second elder said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. If someone else said this, it might just be a threat, but since it came from the second elder, then it really was a fight to the death. She was completely enraged, and only Yang Kai's blood could wash away the shame of the dragon race. Zhu Qing's face turned pale. She thought that by capturing Fu Chi, she would have room to negotiate with the elders, but who knew that the second elder would be forced to say such words? She panicked and did not know what to do. She could only look at Yang Kai's tall back. "You still dare to threaten me?" Yang Kai's face turned ruthless, and without any explanation he grabbed one of Fu Chi's arms. The huge difference in size made it seem like he was pinching a toothpick. "What are you doing?" Fu Chi was shocked. After saying this, Yang Kai suddenly exerted force. Chi, blood splattered. Fu Chi was stunned for a moment, then let out a miserable howl. That arm was torn off by Yang Kai, and the cut was uneven. Fresh blood gushed out, and drops of pure dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. Every drop was sparkling and round, and it dripped onto the ground, instantly dyeing it red. Dragon blood was an extremely precious thing, and every drop was priceless. It could be used to refine pills, and it could also be consumed directly. Especially for a descendant of the dragon like Li Jiao, dragon blood was even more effective than dragon blood flowers. But at this moment, this extremely precious dragon blood was gushing out like it was free. The blood-red color impacted everyone's mind, causing them to tremble in fear. Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. Everyone looked at him absent-mindedly, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong took a step forward together, and their faces suddenly became serious. Unparalleled dragon pressure enveloped Yang Kai. Previously, they did not say anything because Yang Kai had not done anything that would harm the interests of Dragon Island. They did not want to bully the weak out of respect for Zhu Qing. But now, the situation was different. An 8th-rank Thunder Dragon's arm was torn off by him, and as the Great Elder and 4th Elder of Dragon Island, they naturally could not sit by and do nothing. "You dare!" Yang Kai turned around and glared at Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong before grabbing Fu Chi's other arm. His expression was as ferocious as a beast that could devour people at any moment, and his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong stopped, and the Great Elder said in a deep voice, "You are too much." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's your Dragon Islands too much. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. Let Fu Chi go and we can still talk." Yang Kai said without hesitation, "There is nothing to talk about with you. Let me and Qing'er leave, and I will let him live. Otherwise, we will all die together." If what he said before was just a weak threat, then it now carried a lot of weight. He pulled off Fu Qi's arm without saying anything, and it was clear that he was prepared to perish together with Fu Qi, the great elder and second elder of the dragon race. No matter who it was, had the ability to take his life, but at the same time, Fu Qi would definitely be buried with him. There were not many dragon race members, and they could not afford to lose them. Let him go. The second elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai did not say much and only sneered and exerted more force. Qi. Fu Qi's other arm was also torn off. Yang Kai casually threw it to the side, and his eyes stared at Fu Qi, full of provocation. You threatened me, and I pulled off one of Fu Qi's arms. You yelled at me and I pulled off one of Fu Qi's arms. Even without an arm, he still had a leg. Anyway, the dragon race had strong vitality, and this injury was not fatal. Didn't you want to betroth Zhu Qing to Fu Qi? I will kill Fu Qi first, and see how you are going to betroth him. Facing the dragon race, one could not show any weakness. If you are ruthless, I will be even more ruthless. Fu Qi's face was green with anger. Even the things that happened more than 10 years ago did not make her so angry, but this time, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly caused her anger to rise to a new height. Both of his arms were torn off, and Fu Qi was in so much pain that his face was pale, and his body was trembling. He was a member of the dragon race, and his body should be incomparably strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to tear off his arms like this. But Yang Kai had transformed into an 8-zhang long dragon, and was extremely strong. Not to mention Fu Qi, even if the great elder and second elder fell into his hands, he would be able to tear them off for the world to see. He lowered his head, and his eyes were full of hatred. I will give you 10 breaths to consider. You can make your own decision. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 3 great elders of the dragon race, and he started counting. He was obviously the weaker party, but his attitude was extremely high, as if he had everything under control. It was as if he was the ruler, and this made everyone feel uncomfortable. 10, 9, 8, his voice was very calm, and there was no trace of nervousness in it. His face was also filled with determination. Zhu Qing flashed out from the side and stood beside Yang Kai. She took a deep breath, and her expression was also very determined. The husband and wife sang together, and they would share joys and sorrows, and live and die together. Zhu Qing did not say a word, but she had already expressed her attitude. Yang Kai finished counting, and the 3 dragon race elders still did not say anything. It was not that they did not care about Fu Qi's life, but the dragon race could not back down from today's matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the entire dragon race would be damaged. Yang Kai's strength forced them to give up on Fu Qi. Zhu Yen sighed inwardly. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Now that he thought about it, the most important reason was that Yang Kai's actions were too extreme. But if it was anyone else who encountered this situation, they would not be able to get the best of both worlds. This was destined to become the tragedy of the dragon race, and Yang Kai was destined to die. Yang Kai lowered his head and stared at Zhu Qing, a grin appearing on his face, but combined with his half-dragon appearance, this grin became somewhat ferocious. Qing, it looks like we'll have to share the same fate here today. Zhu Qing's hair fluttered in the wind, and she smiled slightly. With a companion on the road to hell, no one will be lonely. Good. Yang Kai shouted, and his expression suddenly became serious. Complicated and mysterious syllables suddenly came out of his mouth. These syllables were extremely strange. The few hundred mortals only felt that it was strange when they heard it, but when these syllables entered the ears of the dragons, their hearts beat wildly and their dragon blood started to boil. Dragon race secret technique. Fu Qi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You actually learned the dragon race's secret technique." Yang Kai stared at her and did not reply. His voice gradually became louder and louder, like a true dragon's roar. It spread to the 9 heavens. The ancestral dragon's origin inheritance. Zhu Yen revealed a look of realization. His face was filled with shock. The inheritance of the Holy Spirit was not passed down orally, it was hidden in one's bloodline. When the bloodline awakened to a certain extent, this inheritance would also be awakened. The dragon race was the head of the Holy Spirits. they naturally could not avoid this rule. The pure-blooded dragon race would gradually grasp some secret techniques that could only be used by the dragon race along with the improvement of their bloodline. Yang Kai was currently using the dragon race's secret technique, and it was an extremely high-end secret technique. From the looks of it, he had obviously obtained some inheritance belonging to the dragon race, and the origin of the inheritance was naturally the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. Zhu Yan was shocked because of this. Yang Kai had obtained the dragon race's inheritance. Didn't that mean that he had already obtained the acknowledgement of the ancestral dragon's origin? No wonder he was able to undo Zhu Qing's seal without anyone noticing. Zhu Qing's seal was planted by the second elder, and he had also used the dragon race's secret technique. From Yang Kai's current performance, he indeed had the ability to undo the seal. If that was the case, then he was no longer a human. He could be said to be a member of the dragon race, and an extremely important member. Zhu Yan understood this matter, so how could Fu Qi not think of it? She couldn't help but be in disbelief. She had previously planned to keep Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take away the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. But now, it seemed that this idea could no longer be realized. The prerequisite for taking away was to be complete. Now that the ancestral dragon's origin had already acknowledged this human and had even fused with him, how could she take it away? Even if she was lucky enough to succeed, there would still be some missing parts, and this would be an unacceptable loss to the entire dragon race. Only the dragon race could use the dragon race's secret technique, and this was an unbreakable iron rule. The syllables that came out of Yang Kai's mouth were extremely ancient dragon language. Others might not understand it, but how could the dragon race not understand it? In an instant, all the members of the dragon race were shocked, and the three elders were in a daze. Before they could react, Fu Qi, who had been held in Yang Kai's hand, suddenly screamed. His entire body trembled violently, and his red robe was drenched in sweat. His originally resentful eyes suddenly became absent-minded, as though he had been struck by some kind of evil spell. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning swam, and a crackling dragon shape suddenly appeared above Fu Qi's head. The lightning dragon opened its mouth and roared, as though it was unwilling to leave Fu Qi's body, but under Yang Kai's dragon language, it had no choice but to be pulled out inch by inch. The dragon's eyes were filled with pain and fear, and in a short moment, the entire dragon's head was pulled out. This was clearly Fu Qi's dragon race origin. Once it left his body, he would lose the qualifications to be a dragon race member, and this was worse than death. Dragon's punishment. Many members of the dragon race were shocked, and their bodies turned cold, as though their blood had frozen. After the death of a dragon race member, their origin would not disappear, but would return to the dragon's tomb and turn into a chaotic origin power. When a female dragon was pregnant, the dragon race would hold a ceremony to communicate with the dragon's tomb, allowing the origin power in the dragon's tomb to be transferred to the new baby. In other words, although the death of a dragon race member was a loss, it did not destroy their foundation. However, if their origin was destroyed, everything would turn to dust. This was also the reason why the dragon race had always been rare, but not extinct. Every dragon race member that died would leave behind their origin, contributing their last bit of strength to the continuation of the dragon race. Losing a part of their origin might mean that there would be one less dragon race in the future. Chapter 3059. Dragon punishment was the most powerful method to destroy the dragon race's source. It was a taboo technique of the entire dragon race. If Yang Kai's threat to perish together with Fu Qi was still acceptable to the second elder due to her anger, then the current situation was something she didn't want to see at all. The dragon clan could die, but their source couldn't be destroyed. Stop! Zhu Yan roared, his face as dark as water. Yang Kai stopped as expected, and the words that had been jumping out of his mouth stopped. The lightning dragon that had been peeled off from Fu Qi's head was also no longer in pain. Great Elder, do you have any other advice? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, but he was secretly afraid. Although he acted like a hooligan, who would be willing to die if they were not forced into a corner. Fortunately, the Great Elder gave him face and jumped out at the crucial moment, otherwise he would not know how to continue. Since things had developed to this point, he had no way out. He could either negotiate with the dragon race and pay a certain price to take Xu Qing away, or shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. The latter was not what he wanted to see, but if it was the former, he was mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Seeing Yang Kai stop the dragon punishment, Zhu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had obtained the dragon race's inheritance and the ancestral dragon source, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary human. It was useless to put on the arrogance of the dragon race. He pondered for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. A loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and the whole world seemed to tremble. Then, a beam of light burst out from a distant place, and the spiritual energy of the world surged and shook. It was bleak and restless. The three elders of the dragon race suddenly turned around and looked towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, the three dragons' expressions changed. The second elder, Fu Tianyi, shouted in a low voice, "Not good." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and flew in that direction like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't even care about what was happening here. This turn of events left the hundreds of mortals dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai had a look of surprise on his face as his eyes darted around in all directions. No one knew what the second elder was doing in such a hurry. Logically speaking, what happened here was related to the honor and dignity of the dragon race. After all, kidnapping the bride on the wedding day of the dragon race was really bad. The second elder had also shown an absolutely strong stance before, and even said that the dragon race and Yang Kai would not rest until one of them was dead. This could be said to be an irreconcilable enmity. What was it that could make such an expert like Fu Tianyi lose his composure? He couldn't even be bothered to deal with Yang Kai's kidnapping of the bride and wanted to deal with it directly? Something happened on Dragon Island, and it was a big deal. This kind of incredulous thought appeared in everyone's mind. Sure enough, they saw that the great elder, Zhu Yan, and the fourth elder, Zhu Kong, both had serious expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Qi's arms earlier, they did not reveal such an expression. Looking at the other dragon race members, they also had bewildered expressions, as if they had some guesses. "Qing, what is that place? What happened?" Yang Kai secretly transmitted to Zhu Qing. He was secretly excited, as he keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity. Among the three great elders of the dragon race, the second elder, Fu Tianyi, was the most difficult to deal with. If she had not been so unreasonable, Yang Kai would not have gone so far before. Now that she had actually left, Yang Kai was naturally happy to see this. Without the second elder as a huge obstacle, only the great elder, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Kong were left. If they tried hard enough, they might be able to sit down and talk peacefully. After all, these two elders were from the Zhu faction of the dragon race, so they were more or less biased towards Zhu Qing. This could be seen from the attitude of the two elders before. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhu Qing replied, "Dragon's tomb, that is the dragon's tomb. Something seems to have happened to the dragon's tomb." Dragon's tomb? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew what the dragon's tomb was. It was a place where the dragon race members would definitely enter before they died. It was the forbidden area of the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth to search for the lost source of the dragon race. Her main purpose was to bring it back to the dragon's tomb. Since the dragon's tomb was the graveyard of the dragon race, what could have happened there? For the second elder to run away without even saying a word, this matter was really strange. Zhu Qing could not say why, but she knew that something must have happened to the dragon's tomb. While Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were communicating, the great elder and the fourth elder were also quietly communicating. It was unknown what the great elder said to the fourth elder, but Zhu Kong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. Yang Kai's eyes turned, then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Great elder, fourth elder, this junior was in the wrong today, but there was no other choice. This junior was also thinking of Qing-er's happiness, which was why I acted so ruthlessly. I hope the two elders can forgive me." His conflict with the dragon race was basically concentrated on the second elder, Fu Tin. Now that Fu Tin had left, If he could take this opportunity to persuade the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder, he might be able to leave safely. It was just that he did not know if the dragon race would be willing to let him go. He was worried about his gains and losses and was also a little apprehensive. Hearing this, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong both looked at Yang Kai in amusement and anger. Previously, when he was facing the Second Elder, this brat had a firm and unyielding attitude, as if he could not wait to fight to the death with Fu Tin on the spot to prove his feelings for Zhu Qing. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had softened his tone. It seemed that he was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan said, "Injuring my clansmen and humiliating my dragon race's reputation is not something that can be explained by saying that you had no other choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then what does the Great Elder want?" You have also seen Qing Er's attitude. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why should the dragon race deceive themselves like this? Fu Qi is a dragon race, so is Zhu Qing not a dragon race? You should also think more about Zhu Qing. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "That may be so, but today's matter is destined to not end peacefully." Yang Kai's expression sank. "Since the Great Elder has said so, this brat can only accept. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for the Great Elder's forgiveness." His attitude towards the Great Elder was completely different from his attitude towards the Second Elder. He had already offended Fu Tin, so if there was still a chance, he was not willing to offend the Great Elder. Today's matter should be repaid with blood. Zhu Yan said in a low voice, then suddenly changed the topic, "But this old man does not want to bully the weak and ruin the reputation of my dragon race." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What does the Great Elder mean?" "If you let Fu Qi go, this old man will not make a move on you." "Really?" Yang Kai was happy after hearing that. In the entire Dragon Island, the people he feared the most were the Great Elder and the Second Elder. These two were existences comparable to the Great Emperors. Now that the Second Elder had left early for no reason, if the Great Elder also did not make a move on him, then this Dragon Island was so big that he could come and go as he pleased. It would be difficult for the Fourth Elder to make him stay. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that this Great Elder had become kind and amiable. Even his stern face had become much warmer. As expected of the dragon race, he was still biased towards Zhu Qing and wanted to make things easier for her in a roundabout way. Dragon race Great Elder's words carry enormous weight. This brat naturally trusts him. Yang Kai kept nodding with a happy expression, causing the few hundred mortals to roll their eyes. Just a moment ago, he was still doubting the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising the other party. "Then let him go." Zhu Yan looked at him indifferently and said. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly threw Fu Qi, who had been in his hand, out. Fu Qi had lost both of his arms and was in so much pain that his face had already turned pale. He originally thought that he was going to die here today, but who would have thought that he would be able to survive in such a hopeless situation? After being thrown out by Yang Kai, he immediately grabbed the two severed arms that Yang Kai threw away and quickly ran in a certain direction. He did not dare to stay here and only wanted to find a place to recuperate. Although his arms were torn off by Yang Kai, the vitality of the dragon race was tenacious. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would definitely be able to recover. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai, looking like he was going to come back for revenge. He was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. If not for Yang Kai's surprise attack just now, it would have been impossible for him to be directly subdued by Zhu Qing. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? In front of so many people, he was injured and Zhu Qing was snatched away. If he could still swallow this anger, then he wouldn't be Fu Qi among the crowd. Li Jiao looked at the escaping Fu Qi with a gloomy face and a struggling expression. Previously, when Yang Kai taught Fu Qi a lesson and tore off his arms, Li Jiao was elated. If not for this bastard, how would San Yang have to suffer 200 to 300 years of pain? He wished that Yang Kai could kill Fu Qi directly. But now that Yang Kai and the Great Elder of the Dragon Race had reached an agreement and released Fu Qi, Li Jiao felt a little disappointed and a little relieved. He was disappointed that Fu Qi managed to escape, but he was relieved that Fu Qi did not die in the hands of Yang Kai. Enmity naturally had to be taken with his own hands to vent his anger. Thus, Fu Qi's narrow escape gave Li Jiao a chance to take revenge. But Fu Qi was a rank 8 lightning dragon. Even if he was heavily injured, Li Jiao knew that he was not his opponent. He only had a lower rank 3 bloodline. How could he win against a rank 8 dragon race dragon? Unless he could also raise his bloodline. Thus, he was hesitating and struggling. What should he do to kill Fu Qi? He was very clear about the consequences of killing a dragon race dragon, but as a man, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. He had a scale that belonged to him. Just as he was hesitating, Fu Qi had already disappeared. Among the crowd, other than Li Jiao staring at Fu Qi, there was another pair of eyes that greedily stared in the direction that Fu Qi left. I have already released him. Great Elder must keep his word. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded and said, "This old man will naturally not go back on his word." After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Kong, then turned around and left. Looking in the direction that he left, he was also going to the dragon's tomb. Furthermore, his speed was not slower than the second elder's. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. This discovery caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 3060. The second elder mysteriously heading to the dragon's tomb was already shocking enough, but now even the first elder had rushed over. What exactly had happened at the dragon's tomb that 2 powerhouses comparable to great emperors had to go over to handle it? Kai Yang also had a thoughtful expression on his face as he scratched his chin. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hatefully said, "We've been tricked." What? Zhu Qing looked up at him suspiciously. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "He really is a sly old fox." Inferring from what had just happened, something huge had indeed happened at the dragon's tomb, and the second elder could not handle it alone, so the first elder had to rush over to help no matter what. In other words, regardless of whether Yang Kai released Fu Qi or not, the first elder could not stay here for long. Perhaps if he had just delayed for a while, he would not have needed to discuss any conditions with the first elder. At that time, with Fu Qi in hand, would it not be easy for him and Zhu Qing to leave Dragon Island safely? He believed that without the first elder and second elder, just the fourth elder alone would not be able to stop them. Now, however, he had accidentally fallen into the first elder's trap. With the hostage in hand gone, he had lost the initiative. But thinking about it, this might have been the best outcome. If he had not agreed to the first elder's suggestion earlier, it might have forced the first elder to personally take action and end things quickly. At that time, Fu Qi would not have a good ending, and he would not have a good ending either. Thinking like this, Yang Kai calmed down. Although he had been tricked by the first elder, this outcome was still acceptable. With the 2 elders leaving, only the 4th elder Zhu Kong and the many members of the dragon race remained in the temporary imperial residence. Yang Kai smiled and looked toward Zhu Kong. "What does 4th elder want to say? Will you let us leave? Or will we fight it out and see who's better?" Today's situation had been unexpected, but everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Facing the dragon race that had lost the first and second elder, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. "Today is an eventful day for Dragon Island. If possible, could you stay on Dragon Island for a few days and wait for everyone to make a decision?" Yang Kai chuckled. "4th elder, are you bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? If I don't take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Island today, what chance will I have in the future? Therefore, I cannot agree with 4th elder's suggestion." "That's also true." Zhu Kong gently nodded. "It was this elder who made things difficult for you." Zhu Qing took a step forward and sincerely looked at Zhu Kong, saying, "4th elder, Yang Kai and I do not wish to become enemies with the dragon race. We just want to leave this place. Would 4th elder please allow us to do so?" Zhu Kong shook her head with a solemn expression. "You have also heard what the great elder said earlier. Today's matter is destined to not end peacefully unless you surrender yourselves. Then let's fight." Yang Kai took a step forward, his huge body as towering as an iron tower. Monstrous dragon power rolled around him. The 4th elder squinted his eyes and said, "There are only 2 of you. I fear that you do not have much of a chance of winning." I advise you not to resist." Just as he said this, a person suddenly appeared and stood next to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing turned to look at him and furrowed her brow. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Zhu Lai cupped his fists and said, "Fourth Elder, excuse me." The one who had stepped forward was surprisingly Zhu Lai. All of the dragon's expressions changed. Although Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing were siblings, Zhu Lai's actions still made him an enemy of the Dragon Island and the dragon race. To be able to make such a decision, it was not just due to familial ties. It also required a great deal of courage. Zhu Kong's expression did not change, as though she had expected this. Nodding, she said, "It's nothing much. Any choice will require a corresponding price. I just hope that you will not regret your decision today." Zhu Lai solemnly said, "I will not regret it." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Brothers in battle, father and son in battle. Good job, brother-in-law." The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. Every time he heard Yang Kai call him brother-in-law, he would have the urge to beat him up. At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd and stood firmly by Zhu Lai's side. However, his performance was far inferior to Zhu Lai's. His expression was bitter and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid of something. "You also came?" Zhu Lai looked at Li Jiao in surprise. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. "Young Master Zhu, it's been a long time." Zhu Lai did not say anything and only reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Jiao immediately had a flattered expression on his face. Although he had come into contact with Zhu Lai before and had even gone through life and death together in the reincarnation world for a period of time, Zhu Lai had never once looked him in the eye. Li Jiao could clearly sense Zhu Lai's disdain for him. He knew himself well and knew that as a descendant of the dragon race, it was impossible for him to be treated seriously by the dragon race. Until today. Although it was just a simple action, it represented recognition and intimacy. Li Jiao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Although he had received Zhu Lai's recognition by standing up, and if he was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely gain many benefits in the future. However, in today's situation he feared that he would most likely die. He did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Fire Dragon Palace. Descendant of the dragon race? The fourth elder frowned as he looked at Li Jiao, seeing through his identity at a glance. Descendants of the dragon race were too easy to recognize. The dragon blood in their bodies was not pure, and all members of the dragon race hated descendants of the dragon race because they did not like the aura they emitted. Any descendant of the dragon race would not be able to raise their heads in front of a true dragon race member. They would have a clear sense of inferiority and would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone make an enemy out of them. However, this descendant of the dragon race's performance today was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Kong looked meaningfully at Yang Kai and knew that the reason this descendant of the dragon race had stood up was definitely because of Yang Kai. Did this brat have that much charm? He actually had a descendant of the dragon race work so hard for him, but this was of no use. Although this descendant of the dragon race's cultivation was not weak, his bloodline was too low. Against a true dragon race member, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Fourth elder, there are 4 of us. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward Zhu Kong. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the dragon race, it was at least double the original number of people. Zhu Kong faintly smiled, "For is not a lot." For is indeed not a lot, but what if we were added in? A clear and bright voice suddenly rang out, directly ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone became bewildered because when they looked around, there was no one around. Yet this voice strangely rang out. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward a certain spot in the air with great surprise. Zhu Kong had clearly also noticed something, as her eyes suddenly focused. This voice. In that empty space, a vortex had strangely appeared. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic void. It was like the mouth of a fierce beast that could swallow everything. A void corridor. Someone cried out in surprise and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was impossible for a void corridor to appear out of thin air. In addition to that person's voice, everyone immediately realized that a strong person had broken through the void and arrived. But who exactly was it that was so daring as to provoke the dragon race before they had even appeared? This was truly reckless. Who could easily endure the anger of the dragon race? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small figure suddenly walked out of the void corridor. Everyone could not help but be stunned, because this person was truly too small. It was clearly a child, and it was a little girl. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a dress that was slightly oversized with long sleeves that almost reached her feet. Her hair was simply tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her small face was like carved jade, and she looked extremely cute. Not to mention the hundreds of mortals, even the many members of the dragon race could not help but take a few more looks at her. Once the little girl appeared, her round eyes began to look around, sweeping across everyone as though she was looking for something. There was a clear look of excitement and anticipation on her face. Yang Kai let out a cry of surprise before breaking into a smile. The little girl's gaze finally landed on him. She was only stunned for a moment before flying over like lightning, stopping in front of Yang Kai. Everyone couldn't help but worry for her. Yang Kai's incomparably large body and the little girl's petite body gave off too much of a visual impact. Even if the little girl stood up straight, she was only the size of Yang Kai's nose. Especially now that Yang Kai was grinning with his mouth wide open, it was as though he could swallow the little girl at any moment. Just as everyone was on edge, the little girl's clear voice rang out. "Master, how did you become so big?" Master? Everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing that they had heard wrongly. Zhu Kong's expression also became extremely strange. He could feel that this seemingly harmless little girl was hiding a huge power within her body. Moreover, that power seemed to be the power of the Holy Spirit. It could even be said that it was not weaker than the Holy Spirit of the dragon race. He had never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse before. What made him even more puzzled was that this little girl actually called Yang Kai master. The two had a master-servant relationship? But how was that possible? For the first time today, Zhu Kong felt a sense of uneasiness. It seemed that there would be a great change in Dragon Island today. This kind of uneasiness made his heart heavy. Moreover, the voice that inexplicably rang out just now was definitely not this little girl's voice. That voice sounded like, "Damn, you touched this old lady's butt." Just as everyone was in a daze, a delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire rushed out from the void tunnel. That woman turned her head and glared in the direction of the void tunnel with a face full of anger. Under such a tense atmosphere, such a sentence suddenly popped out, causing everyone's expression to become strange. And with this interruption, that tense and austere atmosphere suddenly disappeared. "What are you blocking here for?" "I did not do it on purpose." A third person's voice rang out. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the man who had spoken at the beginning. The void tunnel disappeared, revealing the figure of a handsome and elegant man. That man had a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was also a little awkward. And after he appeared, the void tunnel suddenly disappeared. Chapter 3061. When Yang Kai showed up to snatch the bride, all the dragons looked at him with disdain. When Yang Kai transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon, all the dragon race members exclaimed in amazement. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Chi's arms, all the dragons were enraged. Their clansmen were being tortured and humiliated, so they naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. But when this man and woman appeared, all the dragon race members' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the fourth elder was the same, gritting his teeth with a solemn expression as he shouted, "Jiao Feng, Li Wui." The two masters who suddenly appeared through the void corridor were Spirit Beast Island's Jiao Feng and Li Wui. Putting Jiao Feng aside, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of space and was known as the #1 master in the star boundary below the great emperors. For him, bringing a few people to the void corridor was not a difficult task. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the other dragon race members, it seemed that there was some kind of grudge between them and these two. All of them were gnashing their teeth, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on these two and gnaw on their flesh. Yang Kai also asked in surprise, "Seniors, why are you here?" Li Wui glanced at him with a smile, You didn't forget the well digger even when drinking water. Have you forgotten this king's kindness so quickly? Yang Kai was a little confused, not knowing what he meant, but soon his eyes lit up as if remembering something and he asked in surprise, was that divine sense left behind by Senior? Li Wui smiled slightly, yes. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and cupped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Previously, when he and Li Jiao broke into Dragon Island, they were trapped in the Void Labyrinth and couldn't find a way out for a while. In the end, they encountered a divine sense phantom in the Void Labyrinth. If it weren't for that phantom, he and Li Jiao would probably still be confused in the Void Labyrinth. He couldn't figure out who left that divine sense phantom, but now that he heard Li Wui's words, he realized it was Li Wui's divine sense. No wonder he felt that divine sense was a little familiar at that time. Li Wui waved his hand slightly. It's nothing, this king should be thanking you. Thank me? Yang Kai was confused. Li Wui, however, did not explain anything. He just looked at Zhu Kong and said, it's been over 10 years since we last met, but Fourth Elder's style is still the same. Zhu Kong coldly snorted. Faced with Yang Kai stealing the bride and injuring the dragon race, there was not much of a change in his expression, but when facing Li Wui, there was a clear trace of dread and vigilance in his expression. Without answering the question, he asked, with the two of you here, doesn't that mean that person has also come? Li Wui chuckled. Why else do you think the First Elder and Second Elder would go together? Even though Fourth Elder had guessed this, his expression still changed when he confirmed this matter. That person? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The conversation between Li Wui and Zhu Kong sounded simple, but it contained a great deal of information. Thinking back to the hurried attitudes of the Head Elder and Second Elder, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. He glared at the little girl in front of him. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he secretly transmitted, the martial beast has come. Yang Kai's body trembled as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He finally understood why the First Elder, Zhu Yan, and Second Elder, Fu Xiu, could not even attend to his own matters. It turned out that the martial beast had personally come to Dragon Island. Faced with the great emperors who had been famous for a long time, neither the First Elder nor the Second Elder dared to say that they could easily win in a one-on-one fight. Only by working together would they be able to suppress him. Yang Kai was puzzled, saying, why did the martial beast master come to Dragon Island? And why did he run over to the dragon tomb? Lu Yan replied, I don't know either. I just know that this matter is very important to him. Although Lu Yan had been living on Spirit Beast Island for the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time fusing with the Phoenix True Fire. After breaking out of his shell and being reborn, he had been cultivating the Phoenix clan's secret techniques. As such, he did not know much about the matters on Spirit Beast Island. This time, he suddenly received the news and rushed to Dragon Island with several masters. The martial beast, the dragon tomb, more than a decade ago. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind one by one, and he felt that things were getting more and more complicated. But in any case, the current situation had changed, and he was no longer at a disadvantage. Originally, there were only 4 people on his side. Facing the entire dragon race, it was still a little difficult, but with the addition of the strong reinforcements from Spirit Beast Island, the balance had been slightly tilted towards his side. The attitude of Li Wui and the others had already made it clear that they were on the opposite side of Dragon Island. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. Jiao Feng had not spoken since she appeared. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned, looking around with a smile. When she met Yang Kai's eyes, she even winked at him. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact she was sighing in her heart. She still remembered the scene when she first saw Yang Kai. At that time, this boy was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and she had stopped him on the way to Azure Sun Temple. At that time, he was just a junior with some opportunities in her eyes. Like Li Wui, he cultivated the Space Divine technique, and she could kill him with a snap of her fingers. But how many years had it been? Facing him now, Jiao Feng could no longer look down on him. His huge body contained unimaginable power, and it was a power that made her treat him as an equal. The speed of his growth was too fast. For the first time, Jiao Feng saw the shadow of the great emperors in a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Fourth Elder, there is no need to worry. You and I can't intervene in the matters over there. Why don't we take this opportunity to continue the battle we started more than a decade ago? What do you think, Fourth Elder? Unlike the solemn expression on the Fourth Elder's face, Li Wuyi was always smiling with a calm expression on his face. Zhu Kong obviously understood this truth. Without reaching the 10th order, one was not as good as the great emperors. Although he was also an elder on Dragon Island, his true strength was far inferior to the great elder and second elder. He really couldn't intervene in the battle over there, and neither could Li Wuyi, Jiao Feng, and the others. If not, they wouldn't have come here. It was better to stay there and help. It was precisely because Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng were self-aware that they wouldn't stay there for long. While they were talking, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the dragon tomb, and a violent energy fluctuation pushed towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Above the sea, the waves rolled, and the entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. They were already fighting over there. Yang Kai looked in that direction with some excitement, his heart itching as if it had been scratched by a cat. A battle between great emperors. This was a battle between great emperors. It couldn't be compared to the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong that he had seen in the Shattered Star Sea. Back then, although Duan Hongchen and Wukong had the titles of great emperors, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was definitely not as earth-shattering as today's battle. If he could observe such a battle with his own eyes, it would definitely be worth hiding away for a year. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to take a look. Although it was extremely dangerous, who would want to miss such a battle? Master really is impatient. Li Wuyi glanced in that direction and slowly shook his head. When he turned back, he urged, "If Fourth Elder feels that it's fine for everyone to sit down and chat, this Li has no objections. It just so happens that this Li has brought a few jars of good wine and would like Fourth Elder to taste." Zhu Kong gave him a deep look. "You've always had so much nonsense to say." Jiao Feng also curled her lips. "I told you to talk less and watch more, but you just wouldn't listen. It's not like you haven't suffered losses before. You really can't change your ways." Li Wuyi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, "It's best not to fight if you can. Fourth Elder isn't that easy to bully." Zhu Kong snorted lightly. "You want to bully me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, without any warning, they attacked together. Li Wuyi raised his hand and swatted toward Zhu Kong. The space principles instantly surged, turning into a void vortex that enveloped Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder remained unmoved. His expression was solemn as the phantom of a giant dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. In the void, a transparent barrier seemed to appear, blocking the giant dragon, but Li Wuyi's hand was also suspended in midair, unable to descend. The space principles around him were in turmoil. The expressions of the two were extremely serious, and most people couldn't see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sensed Li Wuyi's space principles and compared them with his own. For a while, he actually gained a lot. Ancient and obscure syllables rang out, and Zhu Kong quickly formed a seal with her hands. Facing Li Wuyi's attack, the syllables that came out of her mouth became faster and faster, eventually forming a line. Protection technique. Yang Kai frowned, instantly understanding what kind of secret technique Fourth Elder was using. Not daring to hesitate, he also chanted the dragon language and formed a seal with both hands. Zhu Kong took a deep look at him, a look of surprise flashing through the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai could use the dragon race's secret techniques. This was something that she already knew. Since he could use the dragon race's secret techniques, it meant that he had already received the acknowledgement and inheritance of the ancestral dragon. However, Zhu Kong never thought that Yang Kai would be able to communicate with the Dragon Hall. On Dragon Island, there were two forbidden areas. The first was the Dragon's Tomb, and the second was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon's Tomb was the burial ground of the dragon race, while the Dragon Hall was the place where the heroic spirits of the dragon race were protected. Both were the foundation of the dragon race, and neither could be missing. In order to communicate with the Dragon Hall, not only did one need an extremely pure bloodline, one also needed to pray for many years and perform an important ceremony. On the entire Dragon Island, only a few elders could communicate with the Dragon Hall. And the greatest benefit of communicating with the Dragon Hall was that one could quickly use the dragon race's secret techniques, eliminating some of the tedious methods. Aside from this, the greatest use of the Dragon Hall was to provide a kind of protection. This protection was the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline. Zhu Lai had previously told Yang Kai that the protection of the Dragon Hall could offset the suppression of the bloodline to a large extent. Thus, on Dragon Island, if the dragon race was prepared, Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin would not have such an obvious effect on the dragon race. The reason why Fu Qi had been so easily captured by Zhu Qing was because it had caught her off guard. Fu Qi never thought that Zhu Qing would recover her strength and attack him. The second reason was that Fu Qi had not received the protection of the Dragon Hall. However, the secret technique that the fourth elder had unleashed was clearly a protection technique. He understood better than anyone that the advantage of the dragon race was their numbers, while their disadvantage was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the bloodline of the dragon race, making it impossible for them to use their full strength. Chapter 3062. If Yang Kai really was allowed to unleash his might, the entire dragon race on Dragon Island might not be his opponent. Thus, before the battle began, the fourth elder needed to resolve the suppression of his bloodline. The protection technique was his only means. As the two dragon voices rang out, a series of dragon roars could be heard from the faraway and hidden dragon palace. Then, more than 10 beams of light shot up into the sky like a group of dragons emerging from the sea. They flew across the sky and arrived above the spiritual island in the blink of an eye and plunged downwards. Seeing this, the many members of the dragon race were naturally overjoyed and went forward to welcome them. Chi 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 chi, the rays of light from the dragon palace entered the bodies of the many members of the dragon race, but they did not increase their strength. Instead, they became more confident. It was as though they had been reborn, and the fear from Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Guide! Yang Kai gave a low shout, and one of the rays of light suddenly changed direction. Circling around a dragon race member, it landed next to Yang Kai and entered Li Jiao's body. Li Jiao's body trembled. He still did not understand what had happened, but after this ray of light entered his body, Li Jiao clearly felt a change in his body. The most obvious change was that the dragon's might from the dragon race did not seem to have much of an effect on him. The bloodline that had been suppressed had also regained its freedom, and the emperor's qi flowed happily through his body without any more hindrances. This is... Li Jiao was dazed. Opening his hand to take a look, he was in disbelief. The protection of the dragon palace, Yang Kai casually replied. Shaking his head, he had a dissatisfied look on his face. According to his original plan, he wanted to intercept all of the protection from the dragon palace. If he could really do this, he would be able to win today's battle without even fighting. Just the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin was enough to cause the members of the dragon race present to be restrained. It was likely that they would not even be able to use half of their strength. But in the end, he had still underestimated Zhu Kong's abilities. In the fight for the protection of the dragon palace, he was weaker than Zhu Kong. After all, Zhu Kong was truly the fourth elder of the dragon race. She was naturally very familiar with communicating with the Dragon Hall. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, Li Jiao's eyes flashed. Since the appearance of the dragon race, he had been in a state of suppression. Previously, he was able to stand out from the crowd and walk firmly to Yang Kai's side because of Lu Sanyang. If he wanted to avenge Lu Sanyang, he could only rely on Yang Kai. He didn't think that he would be of much help to Yang Kai by himself. Against a pure-blooded dragon race, he had no hope of winning. But now, this kind of suppression had been greatly weakened. Everyone seemed to be standing on the same starting line in terms of bloodline, and no one could suppress the other. Li Jiao's expression became stern as he stared in the direction that Fu Qi had left in. His eyes shone with a frightening light as he said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, this Li wants to go." Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do and agreed without waiting for him to finish. "I will return as quickly as possible," After Li Jiao said this, his figure flickered and he retreated. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he disappeared from their field of vision. And in the short time that Yang Kai and Li Jiao were communicating, the space around the fourth elder suddenly became extremely distorted. That space looked grotesque and variegated, as though it could collapse at any moment. He tried his best to resist for a while but was still unable to break through this spatial divine technique. He could only sigh and shout, "Since you want to insist, then as you wish." Li Wuyi laughed and said, "Excuse me, fourth elder." Saying so, the big hand that had been suspended in midair suddenly slammed down. Without a sound, the fourth elder disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Li Wuyi's figure also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a layer of spatial fluctuations that spread out in all directions. Yang Kai raised his brow, keenly aware that this was a spatial divine technique. It seemed that Li Wuyi had dragged the fourth elder into an inexplicable space. As expected of the strongest master under the great emperors. Yang Kai had never experienced how strong the fourth elder was, but he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary third-order emperor realm master. Even so, he was unable to break through Li Wuyi's divine technique. Li Wuyi obviously wanted to fight the fourth elder alone, and this was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Without the fourth elder as a strong enemy, he did not fear any of the dragon race present. What's more, he was not fighting alone. The loss I suffered at the hands of you reptiles more than 10 years ago, this old lady will pay you back today. Jiao Feng's beautiful eyes swept across the dragons as a sneer appeared on her lips. This sentence completely enraged the dragon race. The dragon race was the leader of all divine spirits, the leader of all living beings, so when had they ever been called reptiles? Even Zhu Lai frowned. Jiao Feng's words had undoubtedly scolded him and Zhu Qing as well, but then again, the two of them had indeed fought with Jiao Feng more than 10 years ago, so they knew how difficult this woman was to deal with. The faces of all the dragons sank, and although no one spoke, their expressions said everything. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the dragons and said in a deep voice, "Let me and Qing leave and I won't make things difficult for you today." He did not want to completely fall out with the dragon race, so it would be best if these dragon race members could turn a blind eye and let him and Zhu Qing leave. "Hey kid, aren't you being too immoral?" Jiao Feng glared at him. She did not expect Yang Kai to make such a proposal at this time. If Yang Kai left, wouldn't she have to fight alone? Even if she was strong, how could she have a good end if she was besieged by more than 10 dragon race members? "Senior, you can leave with us." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. Jiao Feng said, "My spirit beast island came to Dragon Island today for an important matter. If I leave, what will happen to the others?" Yang Kai said, "The great emperors are omnipotent, so you don't have to worry about them. Senior Li's mastery of the law of space is above mine. If he really wants to leave, how can Dragon Island stop him?" Jiao Feng sneered, "What you said makes some sense, but these guys don't seem willing to let you leave." Yang Kai turned his head and saw many dragon race members with gloomy and silent expressions. Needless to say, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible to resolve today's matter peacefully. He nodded slightly. "Swords have no eyes. If you're hurt or die, don't blame others." As soon as he finished speaking, the 80-meter-tall figure suddenly became absent-minded and instantly disappeared on the spot. The law of space surged, and he had already pounced into the group of dragons. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, domineering and unhindered. He directly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed one of the dragon race members with a cold expression. Facing such a sudden change, the dragon's reaction was not panicked. Obviously, they were already vigilant. When they saw him rushing over, they instantly scattered. However, the dragon race member that was targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the surrounding space was extremely sticky like a swamp, and he could not help but stop. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai had already grabbed him in the palm of his hand. It was unknown whether this dragon race member was of the Zhu or Fu series, but judging from the purity of the dragon breath, it should be at the 8th level. There were not many 8th level dragon race members on Dragon Island. At most, there were only a dozen of them, and among them, there were only 5 8th level bloodlines. Other than Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, there were only 3 8th level bloodlines. This dragon was one of them. Being grabbed by Yang Kai, this dragon turned pale with fright. The scene of Yang Kai tearing off Fu Qi's arms with a snap of his fingers was still fresh in his mind. He knew that if he really fell into Yang Kai's hands, his ending would not be much better than Fu Qi's. In a flash, a dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the sky. His over 20 feet long body suddenly revealed his original form, and an unparalleled dragon's aura filled the air, giving people a strong pressure. When he revealed his true dragon form, it meant that he was going all out. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to crush him with one hand. After all, his size was obvious. Sure enough, after the true dragon form appeared, Yang Kai's hand was immediately pushed away, and his violent strength was also somewhat unable to continue. The dragon race's body swayed and was about to break free from Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai roared and reached out with both hands, grabbing the dragon's tail. His muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have swelled up. He used all his strength, grabbed the dragon's tail, and smashed it down. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant dragon that was about to soar into the sky actually stopped and fell heavily to the ground like a dead snake. With a loud bang, the ground in front of the palace cracked, and a crisscrossing ravine appeared. A sorrowful dragon's roar sounded. After transforming into an 80-feet-long dragon, Yang Kai's strength was so great that even the dragon couldn't bear it after being pulled and smashed by him. As it raised its head and roared, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the dragon's body and stepped up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned the dragon's scales. In just an instant he determined his target. It was a dragon scale about the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it didn't look any different from other dragon scales, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon scale flashed with light from time to time. The Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that the Dragon Hall's protection technique was usually on a certain dragon scale. As long as this dragon scale was removed, the protection from the Dragon Hall would lose its effect. He reached out and stuck his hand under this special dragon scale. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to lift it up. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, turned its head, and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards Yang Kai, turning into a boundless chill, as if wanting to freeze Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this, his huge body suddenly covered in frost, and even his hair became a shocking white. With a chi, dragon blood splashed out as Yang Kai pulled out the shining dragon scale. Without the protection of the Dragon Hall, the 8th Order dragon's aura instantly weakened. The suppression from Yang Kai's bloodline made it difficult for him to circulate his strength, and his over 20 feet long body actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant he had shrunk to only a few dozen feet, and it seemed that he would soon be unable to maintain his dragon's true form. Yang Kai stepped down from the dragon's body and sent it flying with a kick. The dragon fell into the sea, causing huge waves to splash. His body trembled, and the frost on his body immediately melted away. Holding the blood-stained dragon scale in his hand, he swept his gaze over the other dragon race members, his voice chilling to the bone, causing the other dragons to tremble in fear. The first one. Chapter 3063. In the blink of an eye, an 8th Order giant dragon was crippled. Saying that he had been crippled wasn't accurate though. All Yang Kai had done was remove one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was almost nothing. If it had been anywhere else, the 8th Order dragon would still be able to fight at full strength and would hardly be affected. But without the protection of the Dragon Palace Hall, under the shroud of Yang Kai's dragon power, he could not even maintain his dragon true form. How could he fight again? Although he was not seriously injured, he had lost the qualification to participate in the battle. This lightning-fast speed and that direct and fierce style made the eyelids of all the dragon race members twitch. While Yang Kai was attacking the 8th Order giant dragon, the hundreds of mortals and Fu Qi's women finally reacted and screamed in horror as they fled in all directions. There was going to be a big battle here. How could they dare to continue to stay? In the blink of an eye, there were no more idlers in front of the palace. Those who stayed were all related to today's matter. Zhu Qing and her brother, Jiao Feng, Lu Yan, and Yang Kai, these 5 people were all the combat power on Yang Kai's side. On the other hand, there were still more than a dozen people on the dragon race's side. The difference in numbers was extremely large. But in terms of momentum, Yang Kai stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Taking the lead, he suppressed many of the dragon race members until they were out of breath. Haha. Jiao Feng laughed. Kid, you did well. You should teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Because of what happened more than a decade ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island did not treat each other well. Seeing the dragon race being defeated, Jiao Feng was naturally happy. He also found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. No wonder young Miss could not forget this kid. He was really not a pushover. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not bring young Miss here today. Otherwise, if that little girl saw Yang Kai's brave and unparalleled scene just now, her heart would be swayed. Young Miss was at the age when young girls were in love. She was most easily confused by a man's heroic spirit. Yang Kai looked around and shouted, I'll ask you one last time. Are you all going to give way or not? The dragon race members were speechless. Only pairs of angry and hostile eyes were looking at him. Then let's fight. Yang Kai shouted, his nostrils exhaling a hot breath as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a loud boom, the entire spiritual island seemed to shake. His huge body shot up to the sky like a cannonball and pounced towards one of the dragon race. So, when they saw Yang Kai rushing over, they immediately let out dragon roars and revealed their dragon true forms. In an instant, red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons filled the sky. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. The largest one was more than 20 feet long. The giant dragons hovered in the void. Dragon power filled the air, causing the surroundings to tremble and the universe to be turned upside down. Before Yang Kai could reach them, the dozens of giant dragons opened their mouths and spat pure dragon breaths from above. Scorching dragon flames, icy dragon breaths, emerald green venom, pure origin water that was as heavy as a mountain, and wind blades that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth. They attacked Yang Kai from all directions. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Yang Kai roared. His mouth was filled with complicated dragon language. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light above his head, which turned into a shield. After a series of rumbles, all the attacks hit the golden shield. In just a moment, the golden shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining power did not diminish and landed on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai left quickly and returned quickly. His huge body fell on the island, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. The dragons were overjoyed to see this. Just as they were about to take advantage of his illness to kill him, they were horrified to find that Yang Kai was shaking his head as he climbed up from the deep hole. His already terrifying eyes were exuding a red light as if he wanted to eat people. He looked up like an enraged beast and his body swayed, instantly disappearing on the spot. The dragons' expressions became chaotic and their hearts were filled with alarm. Their vision blurred and Yang Kai appeared not far away. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at a giant dragon that was more than 100 feet long. The giant dragon was already prepared. As soon as it saw Yang Kai appear, it immediately tried to escape. The surrounding dragon race also spread out vigilantly. Condense! Yang Kai shouted. Space principles surged and turned into an invisible cage, enveloping the giant dragon. The space around it turned into a swamp, containing an extremely strong binding force. The giant dragon was unable to break free for a moment. Recalling Yang Kai's previous vicious methods, it suddenly let out a terrified roar and turned to bite Yang Kai. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as a guillotine, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yang Kai's grabbing motion did not change. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it directly into the giant dragon's head. The strength of this punch was so great that it actually smashed the giant dragon's head to the side. Some of the dragon scales on its head fell off, causing it to become dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grabbed the dragon's tail. Before Yang Kai could do the same, another giant dragon had already wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Its huge body coiled up along Yang Kai's feet, like a python hunting its prey. In an instant, Yang Kai was tied to the spot, tightly strangling his body. Seeing this, the surrounding dragon race members immediately rushed to the rescue. It was one thing for Yang Kai to unexpectedly cripple one of their clansmen, but if this happened again, then the dragon race's reputation would really be ruined today. The entire dragon race on Dragon Island could be said to have turned out in full force. How could they allow a human to strut around here? Zhu Qing and the others also finally rushed over. However, the dragon race was clearly prepared. No one knew who secretly gave the order, but more than a dozen giant dragons clearly divided the work and rushed to meet Zhu Qing and the others, blocking them. Elder Sister Qing, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be your enemy, but I have no other choice. A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing, its dragon mouth opened and closed, its eyes full of embarrassment. This purple dragon was undoubtedly Fu Ling. She was only a rank 6 dragon vein. Facing Zhu Qing, who had a rank 9 dragon vein, she really didn't have the confidence. If not for the Dragon Temple's protection, she wouldn't be able to stop them. The suppression of her bloodline was enough to make her feel helpless. Beside Fu Ling, there was a blue dragon slightly longer than her. Hearing this, she agreed, "Elder Sister Qing, please stop." This blue dragon was the dragon girl who carried the flower basket with Fu Ling and scattered falling flowers along the way. Her bloodline was slightly higher than Fu Ling's, but she was only a rank 7 dragon vein. However, with the Dragon Temple's protection, if she joined forces with Fu Ling, they might be able to fight Zhu Qing and maybe even gain the upper hand. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she shouted, "Scram!" The rank 7 blue dragon shook her head and said, "Please forgive me, but I can't agree." Zhu Qing didn't speak any more nonsense. When a dragon roar sounded, she had already transformed into a red dragon of 30 meters long. Her body was emitting a monstrous heat wave, as if there were flames burning on her body. Her huge body was twice the size of Fu Ling, causing Fu Ling and the blue dragon to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although they had long heard that Zhu Qing had advanced to the rank 9 dragon vein, that was only hearsay after all. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that the rumors were true. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 rank 9 dragons on the entire Dragon Island, and they were the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. The 3rd elder was banished to the dragon tomb more than 10 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The 4th elder was more amiable, and many dragon race members didn't feel too much pressure in front of him. But only at this moment did the 2 dragon girls understand that the gap between them and a rank 9 dragon was too big. Even with the protection of the Dragon Palace, the 2 dragon girls still felt a little scared when facing Zhu Qing's true body. When the dragon true body appeared, Zhu Qing had already transformed into a red light and rushed toward Fu Ling and the blue dragon. Like a burning flame, she caused the space around her to distort. Fu Ling and the blue dragon hurriedly intercepted her. Zhu Qing was blocked, and Zhu Lai was also not spared. He had already transformed into his dragon true body and was entangled with another rank 8 dragon. Clawing, biting, swinging, and occasionally, the secret techniques of the dragon race would burst forth. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them that couldn't be resolved. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting in the sky, and the battle was incomparably fierce. On the other side, Jiao Feng was fighting 2 dragon race members by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Her figure was very graceful, moving back and forth leisurely, causing the 2 dragon race members who were chasing after her to be enraged. This was a very bad feeling. Jiao Feng had a lot of skills, but she didn't want to fight them head-on. It was as if she was toying with them, and the more they fought, the more furious she became. "Little girl, if you don't want to die, then scram." Fu Qi faced Lu Yan alone. His body, which was more than 10 zhang long, was very distinct compared to the little girl. His head, which was the size of a house, was close to Lu Yan, and a buzzing sound came from his mouth. It wasn't that Fu Qi was pitiful, but that the dragon race members had their own pride. What kind of ability was it to deal with a 7- or 8-year-old girl? But he soon realized that he was wrong, very wrong. This little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, actually had a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to his within her body. When a clear and loud phoenix cry sounded, 2 bright flames suddenly spread out behind Lu Yan's back. The flowing flames turned into a pair of wings behind her back, making a whistling sound. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite body rapidly grew. After a series of distortions, a firebird that wasn't inferior to Fu Qi's in size appeared. The firebird's form was beautiful, but its eyes were filled with pride that was even more intense than the dragon race. It had the majesty of a king. Phoenix race. Fu Qi shouted, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he knew that this little girl definitely wasn't as harmless as she looked, he didn't expect her to be a member of the Phoenix race. Dragons were more powerful than phoenixes, but the Phoenix race wasn't weak either. Among the holy spirits, it was hard to say which race was stronger, but if one really wanted to compare, the Phoenix race was even rarer than the dragon race. The dragon race at least had a dragon island with its own inheritance, but there seemed to be no news of the Phoenix race for countless years. The Luan Feng in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. She was just a branch of the Phoenix race. Even the Jiao Feng that came this time wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. But the one in front of him was definitely the most orthodox member of the Phoenix race. Fu Qi focused and didn't dare to let his guard down. Chapter 3064. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light, the laws of nature were everywhere, the spiritual energy was in chaos, the void collapsed, and the sea rolled up huge waves. The small world where the Dragon Island was located seemed to have become unstable. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The dragon race turned out in full force. Yang Kai and the others fought on their own. Although there were others to share the pressure, Yang Kai still faced the 7 dragons alone. Everything today started because of him, so the dragon race naturally hated him to the core and took care of him in all aspects. Looking at the whole scene, the most promising battle to determine the winner was between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. Jiao Feng was also 1 versus 2, but she mainly fought in a wandering battle. She couldn't do anything to the 2 dragon race members, but the other party couldn't do anything to her. Like Zhu Qing, it was impossible to determine the winner in the battle between the 2 in a short time. Zhu Lai was fighting 1-on-1 with his opponent. Both of them were rank 8 dragons, so they were evenly matched. How could it be easy to determine who was better? Although the bloodline of Fu Qi that Lu Yan was facing was not high, the foundation of the dragon race was there after all. Lu Yan had inherited the Phoenix clan, but her growth period was too short, and she had not reached her peak yet. As soon as she fought with Fu Qi, she was at a disadvantage. The dragons and phoenixes were entangled, and the dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded one after another. She could only protect herself. She did not seek to defeat the enemy, but she only wanted to help Yang Kai share some of the pressure. She was worried about Yang Kai's safety, and when she was distracted, she was even more overwhelmed. Several battles were basically balanced, and only Yang Kai's side was at a clear disadvantage. The sneak attack failed, and the 7 dragons immediately surrounded him, not giving him the slightest space to perform. They formed a clear layer and used the dragon race's secret techniques one after another. Yang Kai was beaten black and blue, and his huge body rolled in the air from time to time. In less than half an incense stick's time, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. Those wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his dragon scales were stained with blood. It was as if a layer of golden powder was smeared all over his body. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique had significantly improved after dragonizing, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He would have died many times over. Thanks to his space divine art, he was always able to reverse the void at the critical moment, turning danger into safety. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down, and countless sea beasts in the sea rushed over, swallowing the blood-stained seawater to refine their own draconic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and it was impossible for the dragon race to bleed during normal times. Therefore, even after living on the Dragon Island for so many years, these sea beasts had never had the opportunity to consume dragon blood. But today, the drops of dragon blood were dripping down as if they were free, and naturally attracted countless sea beasts to fight over them. In the sky, Yang Kai and the 7 dragons were entangled in a fierce battle. Below the sea, countless sea beasts were biting and killing each other. The entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The battlefield kept moving, and after a while, Fu Chi's spiritual island could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Kai was panting heavily, and his 8 zhang long dragon body stood tall in the sky. His eyes were arrogant, and the 7 dragons were glaring at him covetously, surrounding him. Insulting the dragon race, "You deserve to die." One of the dragons roared. "You deserve to die." The other 6 dragons responded. Their roars were obviously mixed with the traces of the dragon race's secret technique. When the roars were heard, they turned into formless divine soul attacks and blasted towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. After fighting for such a long time, they were not as careful as before. Previously, Yang Kai's violence of crippling one of their clansmen in the blink of an eye had indeed frightened them. But now, it seemed like this person did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and the reason he could do that was because he was relying on the suspicion of a sneak attack. The battle of 7 dragons had already given him a great honor. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Yang Kai did not move, and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. He grinned. "It's still not certain who will be the one to die. Don't be so sure of your words, it won't end well if you bite your tongue." "Stubborn." The dragon race leader roared impatiently, "Since you are so eager to die, we will fulfill your wish." As soon as these words fell, dragon roars shook the heavens as the 7 dragons rushed over from all directions, rolling dragon pressure filling the void. Even an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would lose the ability to resist if they were hit by this dragon pressure. Although Yang Kai was not so weak, the frivolous smile on his face suddenly disappeared and his expression became extremely solemn. Although he was unwilling to admit it, facing 7 dragons alone was indeed not a match for them. The dragon race was not easy to provoke. "I have to quickly call for help." Thinking so, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 7 dragons while secretly circulating his divine sense. On the other side, Fu Ling and the blue dragon joined forces to attack Zhu Qin, but they were also evenly matched. The 3 dragons were entangled in midair, fighting back and forth, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Fu Ling's movements paused for a moment before she sent a message to the blue dragon with her divine sense. The blue dragon understood, and with a twist of its body, it pounced straight at Zhu Qin. But at this moment, the purple dragon transformed by Fu Ling suddenly flew to the blue dragon's abdomen and clawed out fiercely. With a swish, the blue dragon's body trembled and almost instinctively avoided the attack, but immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from her waist and abdomen. At the same time, the dragon pressure of a 9th-order great dragon enveloped her, and the dragon yuan in her body became blocked, making it difficult to circulate. With a painful groan, the nearly 200-meter-long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon's eyes were filled with panic and confusion, not knowing why such a situation had occurred. When she turned her head to look, a look of disbelief flashed across her eyes as she roared, "Fu Ling!" At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale on Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that dragon scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon scale, it would be fine, but this dragon scale was the existence of the Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the dragon scale removed, the protection technique lost its effect, and the bloodline suppression was immediately displayed. She couldn't understand why Fu Ling would suddenly attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't on guard against her, she wouldn't have been hit by Fu Ling's attack and broken the protection technique of the Dragon Hall. Zhu Qin obviously didn't expect that at the same time Fu Ling launched a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she had already appeared in front of Fu Ling. Her huge dragon body wrapped around Fu Ling, tightly restraining her. Her sharp dragon claws were stuck on Fu Ling's body, and dark red dragon blood seeped out from the tip of her claws. Sister Qingdo? Fu Ling shouted in horror. Compared to Zhu Qing's dragon body, the gap between her dragon body and Zhu Qing's was simply 2 times. Previously, when she joined forces with the blue dragon to fight against Zhu Qing, it wasn't so obvious, but now that she was facing Zhu Qing, she was terrified. It was as if Zhu Qing could take her life at any time. This feeling of her life and death being controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing was surprised and didn't continue to attack. She turned her head to look at the blue dragon, then looked down at Fu Ling and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She also didn't understand the scene of Fu Ling launching a sneak attack on the blue dragon. Her relationship with Fu Ling wasn't very harmonious. "I am brother-in-law's subordinate," Fu Ling quickly explained. "Brother-in-law? It's big brother Yang Kai." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Fu Ling was startled and suddenly realized where the problem was, so she immediately declared, "Brother-in-law planted a brand in my knowledge sea before, so I will listen to his orders now." She also understood why Zhu Qing suddenly wanted to kill her. She said that she was Yang Kai's subordinate, so Zhu Qing would definitely think that she had an affair with Yang Kai. It would be strange if Zhu Qing didn't get angry. "He actually planted a brand in your soul," Zhu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, and only now did she understand why Fu Ling suddenly helped her. Fu Ling quickly nodded. "Yes, he just sent an order to attack." "Understood." Zhu Qing withdrew her dragon claws and glanced at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had already reverted to her human form. Under the suppression of a 9th-order dragon vein, it was meaningless for her to maintain her dragon form, so she might as well save her energy. There was a foot-long wound on her abdomen, and blood was flowing out. She was covering the wound with her hand and glaring at Fu Ling with an angry expression. No one would be in a good mood after being sneak attacked like this. However, after listening to Fu Ling's explanation, she also understood that Fu Ling probably had no choice, but a dragon race member being planted a soul brand by a human was simply a disgrace. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Big Sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked at Zhu Qing anxiously. "Don't call him brother-in-law, Zhu Lai will not marry you." After Zhu Qing said this, she swung her dragon tail and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. She obviously knew what kind of person Fu Ling was, so she naturally didn't want Zhu Lai to marry her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon awkwardly and apologized. "You can tell this to the second elder when the time comes, see if she will forgive you." The blue dragon sneered. Fear flashed in Fu Ling's eyes, but she couldn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly chased after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so her speed was extremely fast. Her huge body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a burning flame. Wherever her dragon body passed, even the void would be burned. Although Fu Ling set off later, she couldn't catch up to her, so she was a little annoyed. The order she received from Yang Kai wasn't just to help, but more importantly, to defeat them one by one. This was the key to today's victory. Their biggest disadvantage was the number of people. However, if they could first deal with Zhu Lai, Jiu Feng, and Lu Yan's opponents, they would have 6 people on their side. Against 7 giant dragons, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength would definitely be much stronger. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing had already flown away. This made Fu Ling a little uneasy. She didn't know if Yang Kai would blame her later. The distance between Yang Kai's battlefield and Zhu Qing's battlefield wasn't far, so they arrived in just a few breaths' time. Zhu Qing's eyes instantly turned red when she saw them. The 7 giant dragons were almost gangsterly and inhumanely beating up Yang Kai. There was almost no place on Yang Kai's huge body that was intact. Some parts of his flesh were torn off, revealing his white bones. Chapter 3065. Even though Yang Kai was constantly resisting and dodging, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He looked extremely miserable, as if he could be killed by the 7 dragons at any time. Zhu Qing roared angrily, and monstrous flames shot out toward the 7 dragons. The dragons were shocked, and they turned to look with Yang Kai. Everyone had the same depressing thought at the same time. Why is Zhu Qing here? A mouthful of flames alleviated Yang Kai's crisis, and Zhu Qing immediately flew toward him. Clearly, she wanted to fight side by side with him and share his burden. However, the 7 dragons only looked at each other, and they already had a plan to deal with her. 2 of the dragons flew out from the crowd and blocked in front of Zhu Qing. The 3 dragons instantly confronted each other, and their dragon might clashed forward, causing the void to tremble and the universe to shatter. Get lost! Zhu Qing roared. The 2 dragons confronting her naturally couldn't back down. One of the dragons said in a low voice, Zhu Qing, don't make a mistake. You are now a level 9 dragon bloodline, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5th elder of our dragon race. Please consider the big picture and the dragon race. Zhu Qing said coldly, I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the big picture. I only know that you are bullying my man. The dragon race was furious. Watch your words, she is just a despicable human. Don't embarrass our dragon race. The other dragon also said in a low voice, Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened more than 10 years ago? That person was no worse than you, and you know what happened to her. Do you want to follow in her footsteps? Zhu Qing said leisurely, more than 10 years ago, I didn't understand why she was so stubborn, but I understand now. If I had another chance to choose, I would have chosen to help her more than 10 years ago instead of standing against her. Unreasonable. You will be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing, stop. You are the ones who should stop. While the few of them were talking, Fu Ling had finally arrived. The purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long had a beautiful form and a powerful aura. However, as soon as it appeared, it was reprimanded, trash. This voice naturally came from the dragon race. The 7 dragons couldn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing even after joining forces. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the blue dragon had been crippled. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't be the only one chasing after them. Logically speaking, if Fu Ling and the blue dragon work together, with the blessing of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to hold back Zhu Qing. However, in reality, Fu Ling and the blue dragon only managed to hold back Zhu Qing for a few dozen breaths of time, forcing them to send out 2 dragons to deal with Zhu Qing. The other reprimand naturally came from Yang Kai. He didn't expect that Fu Ling couldn't even complete such a simple task. If Fu Ling could accurately convey his plan and let Zhu Qing help the others to defeat their opponents one by one, then his side would have the upper hand in today's situation. However, Zhu Qing rushed over directly. It was obvious that Fu Ling's task wasn't completed. This made him quite dissatisfied with Fu Ling. Fu Ling's expression was also a little awkward. She paused in midair and felt a little helpless. Why aren't you going to help? One of the dragons that was confronting Zhu Qing shouted at her in a low voice. Hearing this, Fu Ling could only rush over to Yang Kai's side. Seeing her arrive, the remaining 5 dragons snorted. Originally, they were 7 against 1 and had the upper hand. Although Zhu Qing's sudden appearance forced them to send out 2 people, at least they had one more Fu Ling. Their overall strength wasn't too different. Now that they had basically figured out Yang Kai's background, they knew that Yang Kai didn't have any hope of winning today's battle. Now, they only needed to slowly fight and wear down his spirit and strength, so that he couldn't use that mysterious space divine technique again. Then they could capture and kill him. Thinking of this, all the dragons looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. They didn't know what was wrong with this person. He actually dared to come to Dragon Island to cause trouble. What kind of place was Dragon Island? What good would come of daring to cause trouble here? Choose one. Just as the dragons were looking down on him, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ling and said something inexplicable. All the dragons were bewildered. Choose one? Choose what? A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Yang Kai immediately snorted and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't dare to take your life." The several hundred feet long purple dragon's body trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple light towards one of the dragon race. The dragon race's body was about the same size as Fu Ling's dragon true body. In terms of strength and bloodline level, it should be about the same as Fu Ling. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy. Originally, he was focused on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Fu Ling would suddenly attack him? He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple light. He immediately rolled on the ground and roared in anger. "Fu Ling, are you crazy?" One of the dragon race roared. This scene was too sudden. As a member of the dragon race, she actually helped Yang Kai attack another dragon race. It was simply unreasonable. It was fine if it was Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, but why did Fu Ling also go crazy? Fu Ling knew that she was in the wrong, but she couldn't defend herself. Her huge body turned into a purple light and pounced towards the target she had set her eyes on. Her opponent finally recovered from his anger and turned to face Fu Ling. In an instant, the two dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Dragon language shook the heavens as they unleashed their secret techniques. Their bodies rolled into the sea and huge waves surged. "What did you do to Fu Ling?" Not everyone was an idiot. One of the dragon race's eyes flickered a few times as if he had seen through something. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "Take a guess." The dragon's expression darkened as he felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Originally, with 7 dragons against 1 Yang Kai, no matter what Yang Kai did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, Zhu Qing came and took away 2 of their clansmen. Fu Ling turned against them and took away another dragon. Now that the 7 dragons had been reduced to 4, their numbers had been halved in an instant. This caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yang Kai's unpredictable space divine ability was something they had all experienced before. Previously, they had relied on their huge advantage in numbers to surround and intercept Yang Kai without making too many mistakes, but now that there were only 4 dragons left, the situation would definitely not be as perfect as it had been before. If Yang Kai really found an opportunity to break through the dragon race's protection technique, then today's battle would be a complete loss for them. No one in the dragon race would be able to accept this kind of humiliation. While being cautious, the 4 dragons didn't dare to attack rashly. They looked at each other and were obviously communicating something. However, Yang Kai didn't give them the chance to do so. His 8 zhang long dragon body was wrapped in a domineering aura as he charged forward under the fearful gazes of the 4 dragons. The battle started again. On an uninhabited island, Fu Qi's face was pale and bloodless. He sat cross-legged in a place filled with spiritual energy as he silently circulated his Xian Qi. His arms that were torn off by Yang Kai had been reattached. However, even with the strong vitality and recovery of the dragon race, it wasn't easy to recover from such injuries. It would take at least a year and a half to return to his peak state. His face was distorted. No one knew if it was because of the pain or something else. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Although the dragon race was humiliated today, the humiliation that Fu Qi suffered was thousands of times worse than the entire dragon race. He had been kidnapped on the day of his wedding, and his bride had even subdued him. That despicable human had even torn off both of his arms. If it wasn't for the great elder stepping forward to vouch for him at the last moment, he would have died today. With that man's decisiveness and viciousness, he would definitely do such a thing. Such humiliation was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that after today, his reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't have the face to see his other race members in the future. Thinking about the expressions they would have when facing him, Fu Qi felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. As his blood surged, he opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The figures of a man and a woman kept flashing in his mind. Fu Qi hated Yang Kai and Zhu Qing to the bone. He swore to himself that he would definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Especially Zhu Qing. Fu Qi hated her even more than Yang Kai. Just as he was thinking about this, Fu Qi suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze immediately turned ruthless. In the void not far ahead, There was a person standing there quietly. No, it wasn't a human. It was a dragon descendant. Fu Qi felt the chaotic aura of dragon blood from him. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. All the bastards in Half-Dragon City had this disgusting aura. Every member of the dragon race hated this aura. It was almost an instinctive repulsion. Fu Qi was naturally no exception. Scram! Fu Qi shouted with a cold expression. He had already suffered great humiliation and escaped to this island to heal his wounds alone. He didn't expect that a dragon descendant would follow him and look at him from not far away. A despicable human had humiliated him, and now this bastard wanted to humiliate him too? If it was any other time, Fu Qi would have already dealt with him. However, he was currently healing and wasn't in the mood to talk to this bastard. He originally thought that if he roared, wouldn't this bastard be scared witless and run away pathetically? In fact, any bastard from Half-Dragon City wouldn't have the heart to resist when facing a pure-blooded dragon race. This had nothing to do with strength. It was a sense of inferiority that came from the depths of their hearts. The division of dragon bloodlines was very strict. The difference between a pure-blooded dragon bloodline and a half-dragon bloodline was like heaven and earth. But to Fu Qi's surprise, the bastard opposite him didn't react to his roar at all. He continued to look at him quietly with a calm expression. Fu Qi was completely enraged. He finally found a target to vent the anger in his chest. He said coldly, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his dragon might spread and enveloped Li Jiao. Chapter 3066. In the next moment, Fu Qi's expression was filled with shock. This was because the scene in front of him was somewhat beyond his understanding. Under the suppression of his dragon's might, that bastard did not have much of a reaction. He merely frowned, and the scene of him being completely suppressed and kneeling down in fear did not appear as he had imagined. How is this possible? This person is just a bastard with an impure bloodline, while I'm an 8th order thunder dragon. The difference in bloodline is like heaven and earth, so why is he still safe and sound? What went wrong? Unlike Fu Qi's bewilderment, Li Jiao was extremely excited. Blocked, he really blocked it? Although he still felt a little uncomfortable and was suppressed a little, after all, the difference between a 3rd order and a 8th order was too big, he finally saw hope for revenge. The Dragon Temple's blessing technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. As long as he had this technique, the difference in bloodline between him and Fu Qi wouldn't be so obvious, and he would have the qualifications to fight with his life on the line. As for him, this was the only qualification he sought. If Yang Kai hadn't intercepted a blessing technique from the Dragon Temple and used it on him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge for Lu Sanyang. All of this was brought about by Yang Kai, so he was very grateful to Yang Kai. "You have the Dragon Temple's blessing?" Fu Qi finally understood and roared, "How could you have the Dragon Temple's blessing?" After he left, the 4th elder communicated with the Dragon Temple and brought about the blessing technique, so he naturally didn't know. What he couldn't understand was why this dragon descendant had the Dragon Temple's blessing. Also, he seemed to have a deep grudge against him, otherwise he wouldn't have followed him here and looked at him with such hatred. "What do you want?" Fu Qi's face darkened, and he sneered in his heart. "Does this guy think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured?" "I'm indeed injured, but I'm still an 8th order thunder dragon." Li Jiao didn't answer and only said indifferently, "I'm Li Jiao." As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a halberd appeared. Emperor Artifact, Golden Lion Halberd. This halberd was forged by Li Jiao using the bones of the 12th grade monster beast, the Royal Golden Lion. The Royal Golden Lion was also an ancient species that had gone extinct a long time ago. During the ancient times, it could summon the wind and summon the rain. It could even contend with some holy spirits. Li Jiao had obtained the skeleton of the Royal Golden Lion by chance. Later on, he had found a weapon refining grandmaster to refine it into a halberd, which had accompanied him for nearly 500 years. It could be said that this halberd was Li Jiao's most powerful weapon. With the halberd in hand, Li Jiao's aura rose steadily. In just 3 breaths, it reached the peak. Facing a Class 8 Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Even if his opponent was injured, he didn't think he could win. So he put on a desperate stance. Fu Qi obviously noticed this. He frowned and was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of deep hatred Li Jiao had for him to actually not hesitate to go to such an extent. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flashed. The halberd was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Li Jiao had already pounced in front of Fu Qi. His halberd was like a dragon as it transformed into a sky full of halberd shadows that enveloped Fu Qi, impudent. Fu Qi flew into a rage. Yang Kai humiliated him, Zhu Qing humiliated him, and now even a bastard wanted to humiliate him. How could the pride of the dragon race be trampled on by others? As he angrily shouted, there was a series of crackling sounds and lightning filled the sky. The lightning turned into lightning and shot toward Li Jiao. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a huge ball of lightning smashed toward the golden lion halberd. A blood-red light appeared on Li Jiao's body. His pores opened, and his blood essence spread out. The blood-red light was clearly the result of his blood essence. He knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only with the courage of his anger could he have a chance to determine victory or defeat with Fu Qi. The longer the battle, the slimmer his hope of revenge would be. So, he didn't hesitate to stimulate his blood essence, hoping to fight to the death with Fu Qi in a few moves. Bolts of lightning struck down and bombarded Li Jiao's body. The blood-red light flickered as if it could collapse at any time. The lightning ball that Fu Qi spat out also collided with the golden lion halberd. With a loud bang, Li Jiao was sent flying. Fu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also lost his balance and retreated more than 100 feet. "You're courting death!" Fu Qi roared. All the humiliation he suffered today erupted like a volcano at this moment. When he looked forward, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his golden lion halberd. He formed a few complicated seals and pointed at Fu Qi. Roar! The roar of a beast shook the sky. The golden lion halberd suddenly twisted and turned into a huge lion. The aura of a beast king filled the air and turned into a golden light that smashed towards Fu Qi. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Fu Qi didn't dare to be careless. When the dragon roar sounded, he had already revealed his giant dragon true body and clawed at the golden light that was flying over. The lion collapsed, and the golden lion halberd reappeared. Its light was dim, and it was clearly heavily injured. Even its spirituality was damaged. The most direct reaction was that Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura decreased greatly. "How dare you provoke the dragon race? You will die today." Fu Qi's dragon body was coiled up, and his dragon head was high up in the air. He was like a god that mercilessly announced Li Jiao's end. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. When he looked over, he saw a pearl the size of a longan shoot out from the mouthful of blood that Li Jiao spat out. That pearl looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning. Fu Qi clearly felt a threat from this pearl that made him feel uneasy. "Dragon pearl, you actually cultivated a dragon pearl!" Fu Qi exclaimed. It was unbelievable that a mixed-blood dragon descendant could cultivate a dragon pearl. Although the dragon pearl's quality was low, it was undoubtedly a dragon pearl. Every dragon race had their own dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was the foundation of the dragon race, and it was extremely precious. It was equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast could spit out its inner core to attack before dying. The dragon race could naturally do the same. However, until now, not many dragon race members had done such a thing because there weren't many existences that could threaten the life of the dragon race. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily offend the dragon race, let alone kill the dragon race. Spitting out the dragon pearl required even more courage. Although the dragon pearl was extremely powerful, once it was spat out, it would lose the protection of the physical body and could be easily damaged. If the dragon pearl was damaged, the foundation of the dragon race would be destroyed. If it was light, their strength would drop, and if it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the monster beast wouldn't spit out its inner core, and the dragon race wouldn't spit out dragon pearls either. It was something that would only be done when they were desperate. However, at this very moment, a mixed-blood dragon descendant spat out his dragon pearl in front of Fu Qi, looking like he would either succeed or die trying. What was wrong with this guy? What kind of enmity did he have with him? He actually spat out a dragon pearl to attack. Compared to this guy being able to cultivate a dragon pearl, Fu Qi was more shocked by his decisiveness. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why Li Jiao was so fierce. From start to finish, he only said his name and didn't say anything else. Then, within 3 moves, it was a life-and-death battle. These 3 quick attacks caught Fu Qi off guard. This was Li Jiao's strongest attack, a veteran 3rd Order Emperor Realm Venerable. Even if Fu Qi was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. His expression suddenly became solemn. When the dragon language was heard, a dragon's breath was spat out in front of him, which turned into a seemingly impregnable defense. Li Jiao's dragon pearl fiercely collided with it. Fu Qi's huge body suddenly trembled, while Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes in front of his chest. The light on the dragon pearl flickered, but under his efforts to maintain it, the flickering light quickly stabilized. Kacha, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Fu Qi's expression changed again. He had underestimated Li Jiao's determination. He originally thought that he would retreat after a setback, but he didn't expect that this interception would only provoke Li Jiao's fierceness. That mixed blood didn't care about his dragon pearl at all and just desperately urged its power. This was simply insane. Fu Qi's defense was instantly broken, and the dragon pearl arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Qi was hesitating whether to spit out his dragon pearl to intercept it, the opportunity was already gone. The small dragon pearl was like the sharpest weapon in the world. It broke through Fu Qi's dragon scales and blasted a hole in his chest. It came out from his back, bringing with it a rain of dragon blood. Fu Qi cried out in grief. His dragon body twisted and smashed the rocks on the island into pieces, causing dust to fly everywhere. Although the wound caused by this attack wasn't big for his body, it was enough to seriously injure him. His internal organs were all displaced, and the dragon yuan in his body became chaotic and uncontrollable. In his anger, he swung his dragon tail and hit the dragon pearl on his back. Kach! A crack appeared on the dragon pearl, and the light instantly dimmed. Wah! Li Jiao opened his mouth and coughed out blood. His face was as white as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt on the ground and took deep breaths, but no breath came out. It was as if he could die at any time. He forced himself to raise his head and saw the scene of Fu Qi returning to his human form. That desperate attack just now wasn't useless. Although he wasn't in a good state, Fu Qi was also heavily injured. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was also pale. He covered his chest and looked at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. His chest was badly mutilated. If they were to fight head-on, he believed that even if this bastard had the Dragon Hall's protection, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this bastard's decisiveness and bravery were completely different from ordinary people. Fu Qi was also caught off guard. If not, how could he have suffered such heavy injuries? This was simply a great humiliation. He stared coldly at Li Jiao and said word by word, "You are dead meat." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fu Qi calmly. Failed. Even if he risked his life, it was impossible for him to kill a member of the dragon race. This was already his limit. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Why were there so many things in the world? Why did the dragon race have to stand above all things? Chapter 3067. Fu Qi walked toward Li Jiao step by step. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Although his body was swaying, his condition was much better than Li Jiao's. He could see that Li Jiao was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could do anything with just a thought, and there was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached its peak after being severely injured by a dragon descendant. He decided to use the cruelest method to torture Li Jiao and let him know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would fight with his life on the line. He disdained to understand the thoughts of a bastard. Fu Qi took half a cup of tea's time to walk the short distance. He was staggering, which showed that his condition wasn't good either. He stood in front of Li Jiao with the posture of a victor. He looked down at Li Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, with a cold smile on his face. Li Jiao sighed. He closed his eyes slightly and stretched his neck to stab. If he still had the slightest strength to resist, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. But first, his golden lion halberd lost its spirituality. Then his dragon pearl cracked. Li Jiao's foundation was already injured. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Did he accept his fate? Fu Qi looked on coldly and sneered in his heart. So what if he accepted his fate? He had to pay a corresponding price for offending him. Just as Li Jiao's eyelids were about to close, they suddenly opened again. He looked behind Fu Qi with a face full of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were wide open. Fu Qi saw this and snorted. "You're about to die, and you still want to play tricks?" He thought Li Jiao was trying to distract him. But the moment he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, there really seemed to be the aura of a living being. Who is it? The hair on Fu Qi's body stood on end as he turned his head to look. He happened to see a scoundrel with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him with a smile. That smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's you!" Fu Qi frowned as he recognized the newcomer. He remembered that this guy was the person in charge of the construction of the temporary imperial residence. A few days ago, when he and Zhu Lai went to the temporary imperial residence to investigate, this guy was accompanying them. Fu Qi naturally would not forget this guy's ugly face. His servile attitude made him despise him fiercely. In front of the dragon race, the inferior humans would always be like ants. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi frowned at him. Everything that happened today was strange. First, a bastard followed him here and fought with him. Then, a human appeared. Once bitten, twice shy. Fu Qi was naturally wary of this person. If it was any other time, this kind of guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him, but today he had suffered heavy injuries one after another, so he was naturally more careful than usual. He always felt that this guy's smile had a thought-provoking flavor, which inevitably made him angry. Wu Chen didn't answer Fu Qi's question. He just smiled and looked at Li Jiao before sizing up Fu Qi. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good." After saying "good" 3 times, his smile became even weirder. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, like a wolf that had come out to hunt in the winter and found delicious food. "Are you also here to make an enemy out of the dragon race?" Fu Qi looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He was not a fool and could naturally see that this guy with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin was up to no good, but this human was only a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. Even if Fu Qi's condition was not good and he was seriously injured, this person could not possibly be his opponent. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression shook as he looked at Wu Chen expectantly. He was already disheartened because he had tried his best but still failed to do anything to Fu Qi now. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, but if this Wu Chen was also here to deal with the dragon race, perhaps he could use him to take revenge. Make an enemy out of the dragon race? Wu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no. I'm not here to make an enemy out of the dragon race." Fu Qi said disdainfully, "I don't think you have the guts." Wu Chen nodded. "I'm just here to eat dragons." "Eat dragons?" Fu Qi was startled, obviously not understanding what he meant, but he didn't have the chance to think too much about it because after Wu Chen finished speaking, a bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes and turned into a vortex. When their eyes met, Fu Qi's expression couldn't help but shake as he felt an extremely strange devouring force coming from those eyes, as if it wanted to swallow his soul. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to look away, but it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his eyes. The strange force coming from the other party's eyes was getting stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, making him involuntarily look at the other party. In just a few breaths, Fu Qi felt his soul shake. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and then his vision turned black as he lost consciousness, standing there stupidly motionless. Wu Chen took a step forward, and under Li Jiao's dumbstruck gaze, his entire person underwent an earth-shattering change. His thin and small body suddenly swelled up, and his sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks, deer head, and rat eyes distorted. In the blink of an eye, Wuchen suddenly turned into a dignified, arrogant, and imposing man. This man looked to be middle-aged, and from head to toe, he didn't look like Wuchen at all. What kind of secret technique was this? Li Jiao was shocked, and his eyes were filled with panic. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws before. He believed that Yang Kai also couldn't see through it, and the hundreds of people who built the palace with Wuchen probably couldn't see through it. This secret technique to change one's appearance was actually so miraculous? Being inadvertently swept by this man's eyes, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't resist. If this man who had transformed into Wuchen wanted to take his life, it would only take a snap of his fingers. This discovery made Li Jiao tremble with fear, and the blood in his body almost froze. One had to know that when he faced Fu Qi, a rank 8 lightning dragon, he had the courage and determination to risk his life, but when faced with this man's casual gaze, his mind was shaken. One could well imagine how terrifying this man was. Ha! The man walked around Fu Qi and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Fu Qi. Sir? Who exactly are you? Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and asked. At this point, he could see that this guy who had transformed into Wuchen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The reason he had transformed into Wuchen to sneak into Dragon Island should be because he had a motive. Inferring from the current situation, his motive was probably not simple, and it was very likely that it would shake the entire Dragon Island. However, Wuchen turned a deaf ear to his words. He still looked at Fu Qi and said, "This king has to thank you for this matter. If you hadn't severely injured him, this king would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Tisk, it's also troublesome if your strength is low." Low strength? Li Jiao's expression was aghast. The strength that Wuchen displayed now was definitely not low. With a thought, he could freeze and rank 8 lightning dragon in place. If this kind of strength was considered low, then what was his strength? Stay here obediently. This king will give you a quick death after dealing with this little dragon. Wuchen stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Li Jiao's entire body turned cold. When he heard the other party thanking him before, he was hoping that the other party would let him go. However, after hearing this, how could he not know that he would definitely die this time? Forget it. Anyway, Fu Qi didn't have a good ending, so he might as well take revenge for Lu Sanyang. He didn't waste his life as a man and could die without regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in front of this person, he knew that there was no chance for him to escape. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would die even faster. He gently closed his eyes, and his face was calm. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A strange aura actually fluctuated from the man's body. When this aura appeared, the man's face changed and he shouted, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" He took a few steps back, and his expression became extremely solemn. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. At the same time, the two auras on his body began to conflict and entangle, making him look extremely strange. Li Jiao looked at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Don't be presumptuous. If you dare spoil my plans, then I'll absolutely not let you have an easy time. Don't think that I can't eat you." The man roared furiously once more, and the conflict between the auras on his body became even more intense. The wanton force actually caused Li Jiao's skin to hurt. Li Jiao was even more bewildered. As far as he was concerned, this man was clearly talking to himself as if he had a split personality. He'd lived for so many years and had seen many strange things, yet it was the first time he'd seen something like this. As the man spoke, his hands suddenly moved. Moreover, the extremely strange thing was that these two hands formed different seals, and they were extremely swift, causing Li Jiao to be dazzled and unable to take it all in. Moreover, the profundity of those seals caused even Li Jiao to be shocked. He'd simply never heard of or seen anything like it. After a short moment, the man suddenly turned around, and his face was extremely warped as he glared fiercely at Li Jiao, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly fuck off. Do you want to die?" Li Jiao was shocked and faintly realized something, and he pointed at the man and said, "You?" The man roared once more. "Quickly go look for Yang Kai and tell him." As he spoke up to hear, the man suddenly shut his mouth and shouted explosively, "It's useless no matter who I look for. No one can stop me today. 2 souls in one body. This person actually has 2 souls in one body." Li Jiao finally understood why the man in front of him was behaving so strangely. There were actually 2 souls in his body. That was why he was talking to himself and contradicting himself. One moment he said he wanted to kill him, and the next moment he wanted him to escape. Chapter 3068. Li Jiao didn't want to die. He had stretched his neck out earlier because he couldn't see any hope of survival, but now that there was hope, he naturally didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Reaching into his space ring, Li Jiao took out a handful of pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, a cracked bead flew out from the sea and was swallowed by Li Jiao in one gulp. That bead was his inferior dragon bead. With the dragon bead in his stomach and the help of pills, Li Jiao finally recovered some strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiao recalled his golden lion halberd, which had lost most of its spirituality, then struggled to catch his breath and quickly fled into the distance. He didn't know the identity of the person behind him, but he knew that the soul that let him escape definitely knew Yang Kai, so he had to rush over and report to Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the soul didn't explain it clearly at that time, or rather, he didn't have the opportunity to explain it clearly. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have been able to figure out the true identity of that person. Dragon roars shook the sky. Above the void, Yang Kai was entangled with the 4 dragons. Even with Zhu Qing and Fu Ling coming over to share the pressure, he was still at a disadvantage. Dragon race were divine spirits, and the 4 dragons present were all adult dragon race. Although there was a difference in their bloodlines, each dragon race member had the ability to easily crush an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon and was incomparably powerful, he was still no match for them. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling came over to share the pressure, otherwise, he would have already been defeated. Although the current situation was not good, there was still a chance. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to severely injure the 4 dragons in one fell swoop. He still had a trump card he had yet to use. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was because it could bring about a huge effect when used unexpectedly. Blood dripped from his body, and there was almost no place on his body that was undamaged. His aura was also not at its peak, as if he could collapse at any time. Seeing this, the 4 dragons no longer hesitated and rushed at him from all directions. Yang Kai's body swayed, dodging a dragon's claw, dodging a dragon's breath, and taking another dragon's dragon race secret skill head-on. His body shook violently, but he was caught off guard by the 4th dragon. That giant dragon was the strongest of the 4 dragons present. It had a rank 7 bloodline and was nearly 20 meters long. The dragon bound Yang Kai's body, making it impossible for him to use the Space Divine technique to escape. Cracking sounds came from all over his body. The other 3 dragons were overjoyed when they saw this. They turned around and rushed over again. Each of the dragons had a cold light in their eyes. If Yang Kai couldn't break free before they pounced on him, he would most likely die today. Kai Yang roared, his eyes flashing a sharp light. At this point, he was unable to conceal anything any longer, and he could only utilize his final ability to fight desperately. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. With a flip of his wrist, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. He then threw the object in his hand at one of the dragon race dragons and roared, "Kill him!" His actions were seen by the other 3 dragons, and they were all shocked. Before they knew what Yang Kai had thrown out, they didn't dare to rashly take action. They had all witnessed Yang Kai's ferocity and tenacity. At this time, Yang Kai's method was definitely not bad. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a round stone flew out. This stone was about the height of a person and was round and smooth, looking very ordinary. "What is this?" Seeing this, the several dragon race dragons were a little puzzled. The dragon race dragon flying towards this stone impatiently swung its tail, trying to sweep away the round stone blocking its way. But when the dragon tail swept the round stone, a sudden change occurred. With a loud explosion, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire round rock suddenly split into pieces. Such an unforeseen event startled all of the dragons. They focused their gazes and saw a stone golem that was as tall as a human emerging from the rubble. The stone golem's entire body was angular, and its facial features were complete. Its limbs were extraordinarily long. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the stone golem's entire body was burning with red flames. Furthermore, there was an aura unique to the Holy Spirit within its body. Stone fire. One of the dragons shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As fellow divine spirits, the dragon race was naturally no stranger to stone fire. Although stone fire's ranking among the divine spirits wasn't too high, it wasn't bad either. The only thing the dragon clan couldn't figure out was how this stone fire had jumped out of a boulder, and it had been thrown out by Yang Kai. Above the vast sea, how did Yang Kai do it? As soon as Shi Huoyou appeared, he let out a furious roar. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were almost visible to the naked eye. Like a shockwave, it caused ripples to appear in the void. The dragon clan, who bore the brunt of it, could not help but stop in their tracks. He instinctively felt that this stone fire was not simple. Get lost! The dragon claw suddenly reached out and grabbed at stone fire. So what if he was stone fire? In front of the dragon race, no divine spirit could raise their heads, and this stone fire seemed to have just been born, so he shouldn't have any skills. In the next moment, the dragon race knew that he was wrong. After roaring, stone fire, who was as tall as a person, rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. In almost a breath's time, stone fire, who was like an ant in the eyes of the dragon race, actually expanded to a size almost the same as his own. The flames that emerged from his body were fierce and surging, as if they could burn all things in the world. With a bang, the dragon claw scratched at stone fire's chest, causing dazzling sparks to sputter out and an ear-piercing friction sound to be heard. Stone fire's body staggered slightly, and he took a few steps back, several scratches appearing on his chest. The dragon race was stunned, obviously not expecting such an unforeseen event. Was this still stone fire? When did stone fire have such a divine technique? Shi Huo was hit by the claw and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then he raised his head. His 2 red eyes were flickering like flames, and a strange laughter came from his throat. Then he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the lower half of the dragon race's body, and fiercely dragged it towards him. With a dragon's roar, the dragon race was caught off guard, and the 2 bodies slammed together, making a loud noise. Then, the smell of barbecued meat spread, causing the dragon race to roar in pain, entangled with each other, and fell into the sea, splashing huge waves and rising steam. 4 dragons had joined forces, but because of stone fire's appearance, one of them had been distracted, so now there were only 3 dragon race left to deal with Yang Kai. Haha! Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his laughter rolling like thunder. You dare to be so arrogant in the face of death? The dragon race that bound Yang Kai shouted, not understanding what was so funny. Although today's events were constantly changing, Yang Kai was still at a clear disadvantage. 3 dragons against him, victory was assured. It's time! Yang Kai's face turned serious, and his voice became low. When the words came out, the 3 dragon race all had an extremely bad feeling, and no longer hesitated, they all released their killing moves. The giant dragon that had been using its own body to bind Yang Kai even used all its strength to bind him, not giving Yang Kai any room to struggle. The other 2 dragons also pounced from the left and right, their dragon claws flashing with a sharp cold light, cutting through the barrier of space, directly attacking Yang Kai's vital points. Dragon transformation. When the low voice sounded, the 3 dragons were stunned. Dragon transformation? With his current appearance, wasn't he still in dragon transformation? It was already an incredible achievement for a human to be able to transform into a dragon's body of 8 feet, But he still wanted to dragon transformation? Could it be that he wanted to transform into a true dragon? The three dragons couldn't help but snort at this thought. In their opinion, no matter how hard Yang Kai worked, he would never transform into a true dragon in this life. This was the limit of their race, and it was not something that could be broken through by human strength. But then, their disdain turned into amazement. Because after Yang Kai said the two words dragon transformation, the dragon pressure that was already extraordinary rose to a level that made the three dragons feel terrified. At the same time, a burst of crackling sounds came out, and Yang Kai, who was already 8 feet tall, began to grow again. This is... The dragon race that had been binding Yang Kai widened his eyes, only to feel an incomparably huge force pushing from all directions, causing his coiled-up body to involuntarily expand. 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. With the blue sky above his head and the void under his feet, Yang Kai was like a towering giant, and a terrifying pressure wantonly spread out, causing the world to tremble and thousands of waves to roll up on the sea. The eyes of the three dragons trembled violently. The dragon race that was fighting Zhu Qing and Fu Ling were all stunned, and they all looked over. Zhu Qing was also stunned, but soon, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She also did not expect that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for a chance to counterattack. And now, that chance had come. The difference between an 8-meter dragon body and a 15-meter dragon body was like the difference between heaven and earth. The dragon race determined the strength of their bloodline by their size, and Yang Kai had naturally inherited this characteristic after cultivating the dragon transformation art. The larger one's body, the purer their bloodline. More than a month ago, he only had a dragon body of 15 meters. However, a month later he was already 15 meters tall. The 3 times difference in size did not bring about a 3-fold increase in strength. In fact, the increase in strength was not that much. However, it brought about a 3-fold increase in dragon vein pressure and bloodline suppression. To be able to grow to this extent in the dragon transformation art, it was naturally thanks to the dragon blood flowers. Especially the dragon blood pills refined from the 2 top-grade dragon blood flowers. Most of the results in this month's growth were due to them, and the rest was due to the high-grade dragon blood flowers. If he was given a little more time, this 15-feet dragon body would be even taller. The change was not just in size. The dragon scales that covered Yang Kai's body were originally nothing special, but at this moment, the dragon scales on his body were actually glowing with a faint golden light, as if a layer of golden water had been poured over his body, shining brightly under the sunlight. Chapter 3069. Originally, there were only small bulges on both sides of their heads, but at this moment, they were like strong saplings bursting out of the ground. Their 2 dragon horns stood erect, and their appearance was not much different from that of a real dragon vein. The dragon pressure enveloped the void, making it difficult for the 3 dragons to breathe. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests, making them feel incomparably vexed. The dragon yuan in their bodies also slowed down for no reason. The 3 dragons were shocked. Especially when they discovered that one of their dragon scales was actually flashing with a strong light, the shock and fear in their hearts became even more intense. The flashing dragon scales were the foundation of the Dragon Temple's protection technique. The reason for such an abnormality was clearly because the protection technique had become unstable. When Yang Kai was 8 zhang tall, they were not affected by the bloodline suppression, but when Yang Kai transformed into a 15 zhang tall dragon, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, the terrifying pressure made them feel a trace of fear from their bloodline. Zhu Lai had said before that the Dragon Temple's protection technique could offset the bloodline suppression to a large extent, but it was only a large part and not completely offset it. When this kind of suppression exceeded a certain limit, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, it was impossible to ignore the difference in bloodline. Just like when Li Jiao faced Fu Qi, the 3 dragons felt a deep chill and fear when facing Yang Kai. They had to end this quickly, otherwise, they would not be able to survive today. The 3 dragons instantly made a decision. After Yang Kai transformed into a 15 zhang tall dragon, the look in the dragon's eyes became more and more resolute, and they pressed forward. Yang Kai suddenly punched, and his fist, the size of a house, smashed into the head of the giant dragon coming from the left at an incredible angle. A loud bang was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the giant dragon's head was smashed to the side by this punch. Several scales on its head fell off, and its huge body kept spinning as it flew into the distant sea. However, with this delay, the giant dragon coming from the right was already very close. The dragon's claws were like unstoppable sharp blades as they ruthlessly clawed at Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai could not dodge, his body was bound, and even the space divine technique could not be used. If he was scratched by this claw, he would definitely not have a good ending. In this moment of crisis, he felt movement behind him, almost out of instinct. A dragon's tail swept over like a divine whip descending from the heavens, viciously lashing down with peerlessly terrifying power. With a bang, the dragon tail slapped the spine of the giant dragon. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the giant dragon that attacked from the right fell down like a meteor. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face as he swept the area behind him with his divine sense and couldn't help raising his brow. At some point, a dragon tail had appeared behind his butt. This discovery surprised him. Although he knew that he had made great progress in the dragon form secret technique after more than a month of hard work, he did not know what he would look like after using the dragon form. Until now. A dragon's body of 150 feet, a dragon's horns on its head, a dragon's tail behind its back, and a dragon's scales that glowed with a golden light. This transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. It was completely different from when it was 15 feet tall. With a towering body, Yang Kai looked around disdainfully, feeling as if the whole world was crawling under his feet. For a moment, his heart was filled with pride. The giant dragon that had been restraining Yang Kai could not help but widen its eyes at this moment. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. 2 of its clansmen had been easily sent flying by Yang Kai's punch and tail, leaving it alone to face the second dragon form Yang Kai, causing its heart to tighten. Its eyes flashed and its head moved, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai crossed his arm in front of him and the sharp teeth sank into his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. However, Yang Kai simply sneered, and under the terrified gaze of the giant dragon he stretched out his other hand, grabbed the dragon's horn on its head, and viciously twisted it. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the dragon's horn was broken and blood spurted out from the side of its head. Yang Kai put away the dragon's horn and stretched out a dragon claw towards a certain part of the giant dragon's abdomen. Chi. In just an instant, the dragon's abdomen was torn open with a bloody wound that was several meters long. From the wound, the squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. More than a dozen dragon scales fell, one of which was the foundation of the Dragon Hall's blessing technique. After the light flashed, the giant dragon could no longer maintain its true dragon form and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into its human form and quickly fled from Yang Kai, clutching its abdomen as blood flowed through the gaps between its fingers, its face extremely pale. Yang Kai's 2 dark red dragon eyes glanced at it contemptuously, but he had no intention of pursuing it. Without the protection of the Dragon Temple, this dragon race could no longer cause any trouble in front of him. With a low shout, his huge body fell straight into the sea, but strangely, there was not the slightest splash. A moment later, a violent energy fluctuation came from under the sea, followed by a pillar of water rising. Yang Kai broke out of the sea, each hand holding a dragon. Water splashed everywhere, and a rainbow immediately hung in the sky. These 2 giant dragons were the 2 that had been sent flying by Yang Kai just now. His huge palms firmly grasped the necks of the 2 dragons, dragging them into the air. Yang Kai's hair and beard went wild as he laughed heartily. Exerting force in his hands, the 2 dragons slammed into each other, and with a loud bang, they were both dizzy. Hong 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 hong. Yang Kai seemed to be addicted to playing with them, constantly making them collide with each other. For a time, dragon blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. After slamming into each other dozens of times in a row, Yang Kai vented his anger and threw them back. Using the same method, the Dragon Temple's protection technique on the 2 dragons was broken. thousands of feet in the air, the two dragon race were forced to transform into their human forms. They swayed as if they were drunk, and even standing was extremely difficult for them. They fled hundreds of feet away as they looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes focused on a certain spot, and in the next moment, spatial laws surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already broken into Zhu Qing's battlefield. The two dragon race cultivators intercepting Zhu Qing were shocked when they saw him appear. They were entangled with Zhu Qing and were not far from Yang Kai, so they naturally saw the previous scene clearly. The three dragon race cultivators had joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely powerless to fight back. Now, how could the two of them have the courage to face Yang Kai's ferocity? The dragons might rushed over, and their bloodlines were instantly suppressed to a certain extent. They looked at each other, and suddenly turned into rays of light, wanting to escape. Today's matter was no longer something they could solve. In other words, it was not something they could solve by relying on their advantage in numbers. If they wanted to save Dragon Island's face, only the Great Elder and the Second Elder could do it. They needed to hurry over and report to the two elders. But how could they have this opportunity? Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding space became incomparably sticky, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Spatial laws. The two dragon race cultivators were shocked and angry. They desperately urged their might to break through the influence of the spatial laws on their bodies. Yang Kai had already pounced on them. He grabbed the tail of one of the dragon race cultivators, and after fiercely spinning it a few times, he smashed it towards the other dragon race cultivator. With a bang, the two dragon race cultivators were sent flying with miserable cries. Yang Kai took the opportunity to pounce on them and took off two of their dragon scales, forcing them to reveal their human forms. What happened next was simple. Yang Kai, who was 150 feet tall, was simply invincible in front of this group of dragon race cultivators below the 8th rank. No one could stop him. After dealing with Fu Ling's opponent, the scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Kai cast his gaze towards the depths of the sea. There, the embodiment was fighting fiercely with another dragon race cultivator. They seemed to be evenly matched. The embodiment that suddenly woke up gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. After all, the embodiment had been in a comatose state ever since he fused with the source of the stone fire in the desolate ancient land. This time, he suddenly woke up, which was really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He had been paying close attention to the embodiment's situation recently. According to his calculations, the embodiment should still need some time to wake up. He didn't know if the embodiment had sensed the situation on his side, so it woke up earlier. But although it woke up earlier, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai could feel that the embodiment had completely fused with the source of the stone fire. It was now the holy stone fire. After exhorting Zhu Qing, Yang Kai was about to give the embodiment a hand. But suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the Dragon Island. This dragon's roar was completely different from the dragon's roar Yang Kai had heard before. It was a sorrowful cry. It gave people the feeling that a bird was about to die, and its cry was also sorrowful. When the dragon's roar resounded, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling's expression changed. They turned their heads to look at the source of the roar. Not only them, all the dragon race cultivators on the Dragon Island were the same. That dragon's roar lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. Because a few drops of something suddenly fell on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, "It's raining on a sunny day. The weather on the Dragon Island is really strange." In the sky, a round sun hung high in the sky. There was not a single cloud in sight. But unexpectedly, raindrops fell from the sky. Moreover, it was a heavy downpour. It was extremely fierce. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was that this rain seemed to be full of spirituality. "It's not raining." Fu Ling's face was pale. She had been staring at the source of the roar. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she subconsciously replied. Her delicate body started to tremble. Zhu Qing's expression was also incomparably pale. She said in a deep voice, Falling dragon rain. What? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something big had happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing's expression wouldn't be so solemn. A dragon race cultivator died. Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with shock. Yang Kai was startled. His pupils couldn't help but contract. How did you know? That dragons were just now? Even if that dragon's roar was extremely sorrowful, it didn't necessarily mean that a dragon race cultivator died, right? Maybe it was just a serious injury. Chapter 3070. On the Dragon Island, it was raining. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have quietened down at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. Fu Ling swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "If a dragon race dies, it will turn into spiritual rain. This rain is the rain of dragon death." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling with a serious expression. Fu Ling said, "There's no mistake." Zhu Qing also nodded and said, "There is indeed a dragon race that died." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "It can't be, right? Who did it? Senior 9 Phoenix? Or Li Wui? Could it be that brat Zhu Lai?" Hearing Zhu Qing's conclusion that a dragon race died, he was also shocked. Although he had a falling out with the dragon race today and even injured a few dragon race members, Yang Kai never thought of killing a single dragon race member. It was nothing to fall out with the dragon race. At most, he would just cut off all contact with them. He was already not used to the high and mighty attitude of the dragon race, so he naturally didn't want to have anything to do with them. But if a dragon race member died in his hands, then the situation would be different. At that time, not only would it make things difficult for Zhu Qing, he would also become the enemy of the entire Dragon Island. With the strength of the Dragon Island, he was still unable to contend with them. Once the Dragon Island made a move, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Therefore, even though Yang Kai attacked in rage today, he didn't really kill a single dragon race member. All the dragon race members that were injured by him didn't suffer any damage to their foundation. He only broke their Dragon Palace protection technique and ignored them. He wanted to bring Zhu Qing away, so he had to show his strength and strength. But he had always been keeping a distance that was acceptable to the Dragon Island at the same time. But now, this distance was broken. A dragon race member was killed. Who was so daring to actually kill a dragon race member on the Dragon Island? Did they not want to live anymore? Yang Kai's expression instantly became serious. Thoughts surged in his mind as he speculated on the candidate to slay the dragon. It was impossible for Zhu Lai to do so. He was also a member of the dragon race, so it was impossible for him to kill his own kind. Furthermore, he probably did not have the ability to do so. Jiufeng probably couldn't do it either. Yang Kai remembered that she was fighting against 2 people at once. It was good enough that she could hold her ground. How could she possibly kill the dragon race? Li Wui? In any case, the 4th elder was a tier 9 colossal dragon. How could he be killed so easily? Could it be Lu Yen? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it was Lu Yen, then today's matter would be really bad. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, the battlefield where Zhu Lai and the others were fighting also quieted down. Everyone who was fighting left the battlefield and formed their own formations. Their expressions were constantly changing. Jiufeng reached out and caught a few drops of spiritual rain. She had a gloating expression on her face. "Which one of your people died?" She obviously knew about the dragon race's meteor rain. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at the 2 members of the dragon race who were fighting with her just now. She teased, "Could it be that one of Zhu Yen or Fu Dun died?" Although she said that, she also knew that it was impossible. The great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yen, and the 2nd elder, Fu Dun, were both existences comparable to the great emperors. Even a martial beast could not possibly have the ability to kill them. Who was it? They actually slayed a dragon. She and Yang Kai had the same thoughts. They were both secretly shocked. Possible candidates flashed through their minds, but they were all rejected. The battlefield here calmed down, and so did the other place. In front of the dragon tomb of the dragon race, 4 figures stood quietly. One of them was a burly man with broad shoulders and a round waist. He wore a dark red cloak, and his expression was dignified. The aura emitted from his body was enough to make the world tremble and space distort. In his arms was a woman who looked extremely weak. The woman's face was pale as she quietly nestled against his chest. Her breath was like orchids, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her expression was calm, as if to her, as long as she could nestle in this man's arms, it would be fine even if the sky fell down. But if one looked carefully, they could still see that under this calm face, there was a deep sense of guilt. On the other side, Grand Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si were in a pincer position, standing not far away from the man and woman. Green light spread out from the Great Elder's body, and the Second Elder's Law of Ice was also pushed to the extreme. They were both facing a great enemy. The man had a rough appearance, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was panting slightly, looking like he had consumed a lot of energy. After the spirit rain fell, he suddenly grinned. "You too, you don't need this king to remind you what the falling dragon rain means, right? If the two of you continue to entangle with me, I'm afraid all the dragon descendants on the dragon island will fall. At that time, the two of you will become the eternal sinners of the dragon race. I don't think the two of you can bear this responsibility." The Great Elder and Second Elder's expressions did not change. At their level of cultivation, it was very difficult to be disturbed by external things. Although the fall of the dragon race was a huge matter, the two of them did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. There was no other reason. The man in front of them was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, Mo Huang. In terms of ability and strength, he was not inferior to either of them. Any bit of distraction or carelessness could give him an opportunity to take advantage of. The fall of the dragon race was indeed a huge matter, but Mo Huang breaking into the dragon tomb and bringing out the exiled dragon girl was also a huge matter. Tisk. Mo Huang saw that the two elders of the dragon race were indifferent and couldn't help but curl his lips. He said somewhat angrily, "How do you want to settle today's matter? Why don't the two of you draw a line? This king will accept it." The second elder said indifferently, "Let Fu Xian go and never step into Dragon Island again. I will let your people of Spirit Beast Island leave safely." Mo Huang snorted coldly, "Little Xian and I are husband and wife. We have feelings for each other and are in love with each other. Why does the second elder say that this king is holding her hostage? Your dragon race is unreasonable and abides by the rules of the sect. You exiled little Xian into the dragon tomb. This king will not settle this account with you. Let me take little Xian away. The two of you can go and settle the matters of Dragon Island. This king will not stop you." Fu Shi shook his head and said, "Fu Xian is the 4th elder of my dragon race. She was born on Dragon Island and died in the dragon tomb. You can't take her away today." Mo Huang sneered, "This king is really going to take her away today. You can try to stop me." Fu Shi said, "Then we can only end this quickly." While speaking, the aura on her body suddenly became extremely dangerous. Mo Huang didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and said, "What does the Great Elder say? If you really want to fight, this king is willing to exchange pointers with the two of you. I'm just afraid that your dragon race is facing a great disaster today and is in danger of being exterminated." Zhu Yan's expression was grave and he sighed in his heart. Troubled times, it really was troubled times. The changes of Dragon Island today were simply dazzling. Even he had never encountered such a situation in his many years of life. First, it was Yang Kai who possessed the ancestral dragon's origin that went to kidnap the bride. Then, the martial beast brought the people of Spirit Beast Island and barged into Dragon Island. They even went deeper into the dragon tomb and brought Fu Xian out. Before the matters here were settled, another member of the dragon race was killed. Even if the Great Elder's cultivation was exceedingly high, he also felt that today's matter was incomparably tricky. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed that the most troublesome matters in tens of thousands of years had gathered together. The dragon race being killed couldn't be ignored. The number of clansmen had always been very small. It had been many years since such a thing happened. The most important thing was that Zhu Yan didn't know if the murderer would or even had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race. If the Dragon Slayer still had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race, then he must rush over to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the matters here couldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Yan was really in a dilemma. Great Elder also insists on making things difficult for this king? Mo Huang asked in a deep voice. He was already a little impatient. Zhu Yan raised his eyes and said, Mo Huang, this old man has a proposal. Let's hear it. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Let's put aside the grudges between you and Dragon Island for the time being. Fu Shi frowned when she heard that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Mo Huang laughed heartily. Great Elder is wise. Zhu Yan continued, the premise is that you have to come with us. Mo Huang restrained his laughter and stared at Zhu Yan seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was joking or not. After a while, he sneered, Great Elder, are you muddle-headed? Dragon Island has changed. This king naturally should take the opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, when the two of you are free, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Great Elder, please don't humiliate my intelligence. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, if you don't agree, then this old man can only join hands with the second elder to take you down first. Mo Huang bellowed, Great Elder's confidence is truly breathtaking. Zhu Yan sighed and said, if you are alone, even if this old man and the second elder join hands, we still won't be able to stop you. But you still have Fu Xian with you, how can you go all out? You don't want her to get hurt because of this, right? Mo Huang's face sank. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and his ruthless expressions softened a little. Zhu Yan continued, correspondingly, this old man is willing to give you a chance. If you agree to this old man's proposal, this old man can communicate with the Dragon Palace Hall and beg for the forgiveness of the ancestor on behalf of Fu Xian to see if there is a chance to leave the Dragon Tomb. Mo Huang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you serious? Zhu Yan said, this old man can only promise to give it a try. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will also depend on the ancestor's attitude. Mo Huang nodded and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement? Zhu Yan looked at him inquiringly. Mo Huang turned his head to look at Fu Xian and said, that will depend on the second elder's attitude. Fu Xian didn't say a word. She suddenly turned into a white light and flew away. Her actions had already expressed her attitude. She didn't agree or disagree. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. After all, it was the Great Elder's proposal. Even if she had an opinion, it wasn't good for her to disagree with the Great Elder. Furthermore, this proposal was the best way to solve the problem at hand. Seeing this, Zhu Yan nodded at Mo Huang and also turned into a stream of light and flew in that direction. The two elders of the dragon race actually left just like that. Because they knew that since Mo Huang had agreed to the proposal, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. After all, Mo Huang's identity was there. Furthermore, even if he went back on his words, so what? He could take Fu Xian and escape this time. But even if he could escape, could Spirit Beast Island escape? If they really went back on their word, the dragon race on Dragon Island might visit Spirit Beast Island in a few days. That was why the two elders left without worries. Chapter 3071. Is it worth it? A soft question sounded. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at Mo Huang. The thick stubble on his chin poked her forehead, making her feel itchy and numb. However, she missed this feeling very much. She moved her head slightly and gently rubbed it, as if she wanted to imprint this feeling into the depths of her soul. Mo Huang's rough face was filled with tenderness and sweetness. He reached out and stroked her cheek, smiling slightly. How can a picturesque landscape compare to the cinnabar between your eyebrows? Fu Xian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. Mo Huang grinned again. That bratly Wui said so before. I'm just using it. Fu Xian giggled. So it's Wui's words. Mo Huang sighed. You've suffered all these years. Fu Xian shook her head. I already expected this. There's nothing to suffer. Aren't we meeting again today? Mo Huang said solemnly, this time, I won't let you leave my side again. That will make me an enemy of the entire Dragon Island. Fu Xian rested her head on Mo Huang's broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was as if she heard the most beautiful celestial music in the world. Her face was full of happiness. Mo Huang snorted. Since the day you and I met, I've already made plans to become enemies with Dragon Island. When they met back then, he was in his prime. He recognized at a glance that the arrogant person was a martial beast of the dragon race. She could control all the beasts in the world, but he had never had the experience of controlling a dragon. His heart immediately became restless, and thoughts surged uncontrollably. He tried to get close to her several times and even used force to finally subdue her. However, he didn't expect that he would step into the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself from it. He also formed a grudge with the dragon race. Thinking back, a warm smile appeared on Mo Huang's face. That was the wisest decision he had ever made. "How's little Seven?" Fu Xian suddenly asked. "She's grown up. She's just a little spoiled. You should follow me back to Spirit Beast Island to discipline her." Fu Xian said, "She doesn't know her identity, right?" Mo Huang shook his head. "I haven't told her yet." Speaking of this girl, she's been quite annoying recently." "What happened?" Fu Xian was shocked. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Although she had never seen her again after giving birth to her, how could she not care about her? "There's a brat that the girl can't forget," Mo Huang said with a dark face. Fu Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Fu Xian stopped laughing and said, "Counting her age, little Seven should be at that age. It's not strange for 1 or 2 men to enter her sight." Mo Huang shook his head like a rattledrum. No, she's still too young. It's not the time to think about this." Fu Xian leisurely said, "Although I gave birth to her, I never had the opportunity to take care of her. You should worry about her matters, but you must not let her hate you." Mo Huang was shocked. "She hates me because of that brat?" Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. "That's hard to say. Daughters tend to be more outgoing when they grow up." When Mo Huang heard this, his face turned even darker, and he suddenly felt a little worried. "All right, let's go take a look." Mo Huang frowned and said, "Let's not go. Let's talk here and wait for those 2 old guys to finish dealing with the dragon race." Fu Xian raised her head and looked at him. "Take me there. They are my clansmen after all." Mo Huang couldn't stand her cute and obedient look. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right. Since you said so, let's go take a look." After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "If we're lucky, we might be able to see that brat." When he finished, he had already flown out with Fu Xian. Fu Xian was startled for a moment, then said, "You're saying that the man little Seven is interested in is also on Dragon Island?" "This time, I was able to come in without anyone noticing. It's all thanks to him." Mo Huang nodded. If it wasn't for Yang Kai causing a ruckus on Dragon Island and attracting Zhu Yan and Fu Tin's attention, he wouldn't have been able to sneak in. Normally, if he set foot on Dragon Island, he would definitely be discovered by Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. "He's from the dragon race?" Fu Xian frowned. She herself was from the dragon race, so she naturally knew how promiscuous the private lives of those male dragon race members were. If her daughter was interested in someone from the dragon race, then this matter would really be troublesome. "He's not from the dragon race, he's just a human." Mo Huang shook his head and replied, "Human?" Fu Xian was even more confused. How can a human enter Dragon Island? Furthermore, why did he come to Dragon Island? The corner of Mo Huang's mouth twitched, and he spat out 2 words, "bride snatching." Fu Xian was astonished. Under her continuous questioning, only then did she know that Yang Kai did such a shocking thing on Dragon Island. She was immediately shocked and felt that this guy was a bit too daring. But then again, wasn't the situation of this guy called Yang Kai and Mo Huang very similar? Both of them were from the human race, and both of them married a dragon girl. Both of them were strongly opposed by Dragon Island and were forced to become enemies with Dragon Island. Fu Xian suddenly felt some sympathy for that Yang Kai. Mo Huang was one of the 10 great emperors, and even he couldn't take her away from Dragon Island back then. That Yang Kai definitely couldn't do it this time either. This love between a human and a dragon was destined to end in tragedy. The stubbornness of the dragon race had been proven. A figure suddenly rushed out from the sea, attracting the attention of Yang Kai and the others. When they turned their heads to look, they saw that the avatar had already returned to the height of a human. Steam was rising from its body, and it flew out from the sea. Zhu Qing and Fu Ling sized it up in surprise. They didn't know where this guy came from, but the aura of the Holy Spirit on this stone man was extremely obvious, so they recognized Zhihu's identity with a single glance. What made them even more surprised was that this stone man actually had the aura of Yang Kai on his body. If one didn't look at it with their eyes and instead used their divine sense to investigate, they might have mistaken it for Yang Kai. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai said softly, "We're on the same side." The avatar was formed by the combination of his avatar and the stone mongoose. Even if it merged with the origin of the stone fire and became the Holy Spirit stone fire, its foundation wouldn't change. It had a great battle with a dragon race before, and now that it came back alone, it was obvious that its opponent had run away. They didn't know what the result of the battle was. Yang Kai was about to ask, but the avatar's words stunned him. "Wukong is here." Yang Kai was shocked. "How do you know?" Zhu Qing also frowned. "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Fu Ling smiled. "Why does this name sound the same as the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors?" The heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, was a legend of a generation, an existence that no one could surpass in hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, even the proud dragon race had a deep impression of this name and was very afraid of it. The avatar said, "I shouldn't have woken up today. I was awakened by a kind of power." "What kind of power?" "The power of the martial arts I practice." When it said this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this matter was not far from the truth. The avatar practiced the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique, and the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique was a divine martial art created by Wukong. Back then, the heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this martial art to become invincible in the world. During the War of Great Emperors, several great emperors died at his hands. If there was anyone in this world who could sense Wukong's existence, it would be the avatar. No wonder the avatar woke up early. It was not that his previous deduction was wrong, but that a special situation had occurred. Why is he on Dragon Island? If he's on Dragon Island, doesn't that mean that Senior Duan is also on Dragon Island? After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong and Duan Hongchen's souls merged into one. After that, in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple, Wukong seized control of the avatar and escaped from Azure Sun Temple, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai never expected that Wukong would be on Dragon Island. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's heart jumped. The reason why the avatar could sense Wukong's existence was because Wukong used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Wukong would not use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for no reason. Thinking back to the scene of the falling dragon rain earlier, Yang Kai was horrified. Not good. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, shouting in a low voice, "Follow me." As soon as he said this, he flew out. As he flew, crackling sounds came from all over his body and he returned to his original appearance. After they left, the defeated dragon race cultivators looked at each other and also chased after them. Wukong appeared on Dragon Island and used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Now that a dragon race had fallen, it was very likely that he had already devoured a dragon race. With the foundation of the Great Emperors and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, no one knew how much damage Wukong could cause if he was not stopped. He did not care about the safety of Dragon Island, but Lu Yen and Jiufeng were there. If they encountered Wukong, they might not be able to stop him. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the original battlefield. Looking up, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Yen and Jiufeng were intact. The dragon race cultivators who were fighting with them had already stopped fighting and gathered together with ugly expressions. The fall of the dragon race had obviously caused an unimaginable impact on them. At this time, who still had the mood to continue fighting? Moreover, there were still many dragon race cultivators here. Obviously, Wukong did not attack here. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Lu Yen quickly flew over. Yang Kai reached out and touched her head, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lu Yen shook her head. Today's battle had benefited her a lot. After all, the experience of fighting against a dragon race was really rare. She believed that after this battle, her strength would improve again. "Yang Kai, did you do it?" Jiao Feng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If that dragon race cultivator was really killed by Yang Kai, then he must be in trouble, so Jiao Feng could not help but ask. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't me." Jiao Feng suddenly wondered, then who was it? Could it be that one of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun really died? Forget I said it. She turned her head and looked in one direction. There, two rays of light, one green and one white, rushed over like lightning and landed in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun. Chapter 3072. The expressions of the two great elders of the dragon race did not look good. As soon as Fu Zhenyo appeared, she glanced at Yang Kai, Jiao Feng, and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Replying to the second elder, "We are fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fist. Fu Ling also hurriedly said, "We are fine too." Fu Zhenyo frowned. Zhu Yan glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "The fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only so many people in the dragon race, so it was easy to find out who was missing. The reason why Zhu Kong was not here was because Li Wui had used the divine technique to pull her into a void. With Zhu Kong's ability, she should not be at a disadvantage against Li Wui. Then the only possibility left was that something had happened to Fu Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan's expression also sank. Fu Qi was a rank 8 thunder dragon, ranked in the upper middle of the dragon race. If something really happened to him, then Dragon Island's loss today would be too great. Previously, Fu Qi was heavily injured by Yang Kai, so his strength must have dropped. But on Dragon Island, other than these people, who else could kill a rank 8 thunder dragon? This was what Zhu Yan could not understand the most. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then cupped his fist and said, "Great Elder, I have something to tell you." Zhu Yan did not have a good impression of him. Today's matter was all caused by Yang Kai. Although Emo Huang's appearance was not related to him, he was the one who stirred up the muddy waters of Dragon Island. If not for Yang Kai drawing attention here, they would not have failed to notice Emo Huang sneaking into Dragon Island, leading to him trespassing into the dragon tomb and breaking the rules of the dragon race. But the great elder was still a gentle person. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "What is it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wukong might be on Dragon Island." Huh? Zhu Yan frowned. "Which Wukong?" Yang Kai said, "Is there anyone else named Wukong in this world?" Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. "You mean the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they wanted to see if he had gone crazy. Not many people knew the name Wukong, but the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor was too well known. Even Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Ti even scolded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong has already fallen for many years. How could he appear on my Dragon Island? Kid, don't lie through your teeth." She already had a lot of opinions about Yang Kai, and now that the dragon race had fallen, her mood was even worse. How could she be happy? Yang Kai said with a calm expression, "Wukong is not dead." Zhu Yan and Fu Ti were startled when they heard this. The former shook his head continuously, while the latter snorted disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was also a little annoyed by their attitude. He just provided the information he knew. He didn't have any ulterior motive. He didn't ask for the gratitude of the dragon race, but at least they didn't show a look of disdain. The attitude of the two elders of the dragon race made him dissatisfied. Yang Kai no longer argued. In any case, it was the dragon race that died. It had nothing to do with him. The only thing he had to consider now was how to take Zhu Qing and the others away under the eyes of Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. He's not spouting nonsense. When a loud shout came, a burly figure suddenly landed on the side, holding a pale woman in his arms. "Third elder." Zhu Qing looked at the woman and called out in surprise. Many members of the dragon race also looked at Fu Xian with complicated expressions, greeting her one after another. Fu Xian turned her head and glanced at Zhu Qing, nodded weakly, and then fixed her eyes on Yang Kai, looking him up and down. Yang Kai also happened to look at her, and when their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned. Emo Xiaoqi? Why is she here? But in the next moment, Yang Kai knew that he had mistaken her for someone else. Because although this woman looked quite similar to Emo Xiaoqi, the temperaments of the two were completely different. This woman looked much more mature than Emo Xiaoqi. If Emo Xiaoqi was a budding flower, then this woman was a blooming flower, with a charm that Emo Xiaoqi didn't have. Most importantly, this woman didn't have the butterfly-shaped mark on her face. The butterfly mark on Emo Xiaoqi's face was actually a seal, not a birthmark as Yang Kai initially thought. It was a life-saving measure the martial beast Great Emperor had planted on her. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, when the seal was broken, Emo Xiaoqi almost went berserk. It was only thanks to Zhang Ruoxi that she was able to suppress her. So this woman was not Emo Xiaoqi, but more like Emo Xiaoqi's elder sister. However, the way Zhu Qing and the others addressed this woman made him a little confused, and he couldn't figure out the relationship between Emo Xiaoqi and her. What made Yang Kai feel the most strange was the way this woman looked at him, as if she was examining him. Is this the third elder of your dragon race? Yang Kai didn't have the nerve to look at her, so he looked away and sent a divine sense message to Zhu Qing. Yes. Then the one next to her, martial beast Emo Huang. Yang Kai was shocked. When this person came over just now, he felt that he wasn't simple, but he didn't think it was martial beast. He had never seen martial beast before, so he didn't know what he looked like. He only imagined martial beast's appearance based on Emo Xiaoqi's appearance, but the difference was too big. So, this is martial beast. One of the great emperors who could control all beasts in the world and obey his orders. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something, and his expression became strange. He continued to send a divine sense message. Martial Beast Master came to Dragon Island for your third elder? Zhu Qing replied, yes, their situation is somewhat similar to ours. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, is it because of this that third elder was banished to the dragon tomb? Zhu Qing gently nodded and immediately said, but the most important thing is because third elder and the martial beast master already had a child. If they didn't have a child, the second elder wouldn't have banished her to the dragon tomb. After all, she has a ninth order dragon vein. The second elder thought that there was still room to maneuver, so he kept persuading her to separate from the martial beast master, but after the child was born, everything changed. Yang Kai said absent-mindedly, so Xiaoqi's mother is actually from the dragon race. He didn't need to ask to know who the child of the dragon race's third elder and Emo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, and Emo Xiaoqi was the only child of the martial beast Great Emperor. It was no wonder that their appearances were 70 to 80% similar. The mother and daughter naturally had some similarities. What did you say? Zhu Qing turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, don't worry, even if we have a child, I won't let you be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she no longer discussed this issue with him. How difficult was it to have a child when the human race and the dragon race married? Martial Beast and Fu Xian had been in love for 1,000 years, but they only gave birth to Emo Xiaoqi a little more than 10 years ago. One could imagine how difficult it was. In the past 1,000 years, Dragon Island had always been against this. But because Martial Beast was involved, the dragon race couldn't suppress them. It wasn't until Emo Xiaoqi was born that the dragon race was decided. That time, the dragon clan mobilized all their forces and attacked the Spirit Beast Island. Although Emo Huang had the intention to resist, Fu Xian still took the initiative to follow the dragon clan back to the dragon island. Emo Huang naturally followed as well, but in the end he was still outnumbered and was chased out of the dragon island. This wait lasted for more than 10 years. While the two were quietly communicating, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both looked at Emo Huang in shock, almost thinking that they had misheard. Emo Huang sneered, you dragon race people are conservative and self-righteous. You don't hear about the outside world, So you naturally think that everyone is lying to you. What do you mean? Fu Su looked at him coldly. Zhu Yan also frowned. Are you trying to say that Wukong really didn't die? Mo Huang said in a deep voice. Wukong came back to life. What? At this time, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both paled. Many dragon race people were also shocked. Is this news accurate? Zhu Yan looked at Mo Huang with a solemn expression. If this was the case, then this world would change greatly. The dragon race also participated in the War of Emperors back then, and Zhu Yan was one of them. Only those who had faced Wukong directly knew how terrifying this heaven-devouring great emperors was. Mo Huang said, a year ago, this king communicated with him. Do you think this news is accurate? Communicated? Zhu Yan frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. The heaven-devouring great emperors were not easy to communicate with. Martial Beast also had grievances with him. If they met, they would definitely fight, so how could they sit down and communicate? Mo Huang said impatiently, Wukong's situation is a bit special. He has been hiding in the Shattered Star Sea's origin sea. He wanted to gather blood essence to form a body and was almost successful. But at the critical moment, Duan Hongchen broke in and fought with him. In the end, both sides suffered. Wukong failed to form a body and was reborn, but occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body. This matter also involves Duan Hongchen? Mo Huang said, after the Shattered Star Sea, old Duan tried to find a way to seal Wukong's soul. He went to the Serene Soul Palace, but the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. He came to my Spirit Beast Island and stayed for a while. That's how I know about his situation. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory. From Serene Soul Palace to Spirit Beast Island was just on the way. Even the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything? Zhu Yan was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who had the deepest understanding of the soul, it would be the person from the Serene Soul Palace. But now, even he couldn't deal with Duan Hongchen's situation. Perhaps no one else in the world could. So, Wukong is indeed not dead. Mo Huang looked at the two elders of the dragon race disdainfully. You people from the dragon race should go out more often and learn more about the world's affairs. But then again, only a few people in the world knew about the matter between Wukong and Duan Hongchen. Even if the dragon race really went out, they might not be able to get any information. Chapter 3073. The news of Wukong's revival was a shock to all the members of the dragon race. They were speechless for a long time. Suddenly, a figure staggered over from afar. That person looked extremely weak, like a drunken bee. While flying, he was bobbing up and down as if he could fall into the sea at any time. Everyone turned to look at him with suspicion in their eyes. After seeing that person's appearance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Zhu Qing also said curiously, "It's Li Jiao." Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. From afar, it was as if he had seen a family member. He anxiously shouted, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai hurriedly went forward and supported him. After examining him and confirming that his life was not in danger, he asked, "Is Fu Qi dead?" Yang Kai's expression changed again. "You killed him?" Li Jiao shook his head. He did want to kill Fu Qi, but unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponent's. If it wasn't for an uninvited guest at the last moment, he would have most likely died today. Although he knew the consequences of killing a member of the dragon race, the situation at that time did not allow him to think too much. Thinking about what Lu Sanyang had been through all these years, only Fu Qi's blood could wash away their shame. "It's Wu Chen. Wu Chen killed Fu Qi," Li Jiao said solemnly. Yang Kai had a strange expression. How could it be him? After knowing that Fu Qi did not die in Li Jiao's hands, Yang Kai was slightly relieved. However, Li Jiao's words made him feel a little incredulous. After confirming that Fu Qi was dead, he thought of two possibilities. The first was that Li Jiao's strength erupted and he bravely slaughtered the dragon race. If that was the case, then Li Jiao could forget about leaving Dragon Island today. Maybe even his Fire Dragon Palace would suffer. However, this possibility was not high. He let Li Jiao find Fu Qi because he knew that with Li Jiao's cultivation, he would not be able to do anything to Fu Qi at most. He would fight with Fu Qi to vent his anger. With Li Jiao's strength, it was definitely not realistic for him to kill Fu Qi. The second possibility was that Wukong killed Fu Qi. This was the most likely and the only possibility. However, the answer Li Jiao gave was beyond imagination. Wu Chen actually killed Fu Qi? Regarding Wu Chen, Kai Yang had always had an extremely strange feeling about him and had always been on guard against him. But this past month, Wu Chen hadn't shown any signs of hostility towards him. On the contrary, he had even helped him a little at the beginning. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that Wu Chen's cultivation seemed a little strange. When Yang Kai first met him, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but a month later, he was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although it was only a small improvement, it was still as difficult as ascending to the heavens for any cultivator. He did not know what kind of lucky chance Wu Chen obtained, but he just felt that this guy was somewhat not simple. Who is Wu Chen? Fu Shi suddenly asked. Li Jiao's last sentence wasn't said through a spiritual force transmission, but directly out loud. Everyone present had high cultivation levels, so they naturally heard it clearly. After confirming that the one who died was Fu Qi and the name of the Dragon Slayer, the dragon race naturally wanted to know the background of this Wu Chen. With her pressure, Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood and looked like he was about to die. Yang Kai flashed in front of him and replied, "It's a human from Half-Dragon City." Fu Shi said angrily, "A trivial human can slaughter my dragon race?" She glared at Li Jiao and said, "You have the smell of Fu Qi's blood on you. You're lying. Did you kill Fu Qi?" Li Jiao quickly shook his head. "It's not me. It's really Wu Chen. Although I fought with Fu Qi, I couldn't do anything to him. I almost died in his hands, but that Wu Chen suddenly appeared. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly subdued Fu Qi. That Wu Chen has such ability." Zhu Yan was also shocked. It was not easy to subdue an 8th-order Thunder Dragon in an instant. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me everything in detail. If there is even half a lie, you will die without a burial place." Li Jiao looked miserable, but his expression was calm and didn't look like he was lying. Li Jiao nodded lightly and chose his words carefully. Yang Kai placed his hand on Li Jiao's wrist and sent his Emperor Qi over. Li Jiao's expression became much better and he cast a grateful look. In the next moment, Li Jiao spoke tirelessly. He didn't hide anything and told Yang Kai about how he followed Fu Qi to the spiritual island, how he fought with his life on the line, and how Wu Chen mysteriously appeared. He told Yang Kai everything, including how Wu Chen's appearance and personality changed drastically. After I escaped from there, I heard Fu Qi's miserable cries. Then it started raining. Although I am a descendant of the dragon, I know about the falling dragon rain. Therefore, in my opinion, Fu Qi is probably dead and the one who killed him is Wu Chen. He was naturally happy that Fu Qi was killed. Even if he didn't kill him, the 3 moves he used to fight with Fu Qi had caused him irreparable damage, and it could be said that he had vented his anger. Li Jiao even thought that if it weren't for his 3 moves, Wu Chen would have to spend more effort to kill Fu Qi. From this point of view, he also contributed to Fu Qi's death, and it could be said that he had taken revenge with his own hands. Wu Chen gave him a dangerous feeling, but he was grateful to Wu Chen. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Yang Kai murmured with a solemn expression, "Appearance change, personality change. Wu Chen with Duan Hong Chen." Wu Chen was just an alias, a homophone of Wukong's surname and a combination of Duan Hong Chen's surname, which was very fitting. After all, the 2 great emperors had 2 souls in the same body, and it was very appropriate to put their names together to make an alias. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was impossible for him to link Wu Chen with the 2 great emperors. After all, Wu Chen's previous performance didn't have any of the spirit of the great emperors, and there was no need to talk about his appearance. He had the head of a snake, the eyes of a rat, the mouth of a monkey, and the cheeks of a monkey. He was completely unrelated to the great emperors. Now, it seemed that the one controlling the body was still Wukong. and Duan Hongchen should have been suppressed. He didn't know how Wukong did it. As he thought about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the 500 people who built the palace had been reduced to less than 200 to 300 after a month, and most of them had disappeared from the emperor realm. Before this, Yang Kai didn't think about what happened to these people because their life and death didn't have much to do with him. But now that he knew Wu Chen's true identity, it was obvious what happened to these people. Wukong had devoured them. There was a reasonable explanation for Wu Chen's explosive increase in strength in a short month. He was the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, a legend who created the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. From the situation of the Dharmakayas cultivating the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, those cultivators had probably become Wukong's capital to become stronger. Yang Kai could confirm Wu Chen's true identity. Mo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could naturally do the same. Mo Huang had said before that Wukong and Duan Hongchen were now two souls in one body. Didn't this confirm what Li Jiao had said about Wu Chen's change in personality? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Fu Tianqi reached out and grabbed Li Jiao. "Come with me." Wukong had killed a dragon, and the dragon race had shaken up. Now, the most important thing was to confirm Wukong's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to lower his status and endure humiliation. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just killing a dragon race. And if they wanted to track down Wukong's whereabouts, Li Jiao was indispensable. Only he knew where Fu Qi had died, and only he knew where Wukong had attacked. When Fu Tianqi's jade hand reached out, Li Jiao's entire body froze in place. The Emperor Qi in his body froze for a moment, and even his breathing was involuntarily held. He was like a rabbit that had no experience in dodging. Facing the claws of a falcon that was swooping down from the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between the three-layer Emperor realm mirror he was so proud of and a great emperor. His already pale face turned even paler. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Yang Kai's hand turned into a dragon's claw, ignoring the obstruction of space, and grabbed towards Fu Tianqi's jade hand. As soon as he moved, the embodiment moved as well, smashing a fist towards Fu Tianqi's side. The moment he made a move, his might was extraordinary, like a thunderbolt. A phantom flashed past, and Yang Kai only felt a fierce blow to his chest. He couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The embodiment also seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body stiffened, and it fell straight down, smashing into the sea and disappearing. Zhu Qing was shocked and quickly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand. When he looked up, he saw Li Jiao being lifted up like a little chick by Fu Tianqi and flying in a certain direction. Seeing this, the other dragon race members followed. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he was no match for the great emperors, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Tianqi attack Li Jiao. No matter how big the gap was, he had to show an unyielding attitude. Fortunately, Fu Tianqi wasn't in the mood to waste time with him, so he was able to repel him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. "You've got guts." Mo Huang glanced at Yang Kai, not knowing whether it was praise or ridicule. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at Yang Kai once, until now. Inexplicably, he didn't like Yang Kai. He knew the reason, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If Mo Shaoqi hadn't been thinking about him, this young man in front of him would have been a dragon among men in Mo Huang's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, who would dare to trespass on Dragon Island with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation? Not to mention, this place had been turned upside down. Zhu Yan stayed behind. His gaze swept across the void 1,000 meters away, and he looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing who were standing side by side, and said, "You two go with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay here, because if something went wrong, Yang Kai might take the opportunity to escape from Dragon Island. The dragon race couldn't accept such an outcome. Too many things had happened on Dragon Island today. If Yang Kai abducted a dragon girl, and a dragon girl who could become an elder, where would Dragon Island's face go? Chapter 3074. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He looked at Zhu Yan and said, What if I don't agree? Now, there were only two paths in front of him. One was to agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and go with him, which was equivalent to being monitored. The other was to fight with Zhu Yan now and solve the problem with violence. However, he estimated that his end would not be good. He was not even a match for Fu Tan, not to mention Zhu Yan, who was ranked above Fu Tan. This was the great elder of the dragon race. Even if Yang Kai used all his abilities, he would not be qualified to compete with him. Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. I advise you to agree. This old man does not want to bully the weak. Yang Kai was depressed, his mouth full of bitterness. However, speaking of which, Li Jiao was now under the control of others. He could not just leave Li Jiao alone. It was reasonable for him to go with them and see what the result was. Young man, let's go together. Mo Huang will take care of you. Fu Xian suddenly spoke, causing the corner of Mo Huang's eyes to twitch. Since he had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally made a decision and gently nodded. Many thanks, third elder. Then let's go and have a look together. Fu Xian smiled. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang. Shouldn't we ask them to stop? Mo Huang did not say anything. He just casually threw a punch. Silently, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, spreading forward like a ripple. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Two figures suddenly appeared. It was Li Wui and Zhu Kong. The two looked fine. It was unknown what kind of battle they had. At the very least, it was impossible to tell who was stronger from the surface. After the space divine technique was broken, Li Wui and Zhu Kong pulled away. They looked at Mo Huang and Zhu Yan suspiciously. They did not know what was going on outside. Let's talk on the way. Zhu Yan turned and flew out. Zhu Kong frowned and quickly followed. Let's go. Mo Huang also called out. The group of people flew towards the spiritual island in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhu Kong and Li Wui had clearly heard about what had happened. Zhu Kong's expression couldn't help but become ugly. She had never thought that in less than an hour, there would actually be people who died on Dragon Island, and this matter even involved the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Li Wui also had a look of shock on his face as he whispered to Jiufeng. Spiritual energy was abundant on the spiritual island. There were some traces left behind by the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi when the group of people arrived. Many of the dragon race were already investigating the situation here. Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he was surrounded by several dragon race members with a bitter expression. How is it? Zhu Yan flew over and landed beside Fu Tin. Fu Qi did die here. Where's Wuxia? There's no trace of him. Zhu Yan nodded. After killing the dragon race, Wukong couldn't possibly continue to stay here. He definitely ran off to God knows where. Find out where he is? Zhu Yan coldly snorted and was completely enraged. Previously, Yang Kai snatched the bride and Mo Huang barged into the dragon tomb to bring Fu Xian out. He wasn't actually that angry, but Wukong's actions had clearly touched the reverse scale of the entire dragon race. The crime of slaying a dragon must be repaid with blood. Fu Tin nodded. As his red lips opened and closed, profound dragon language sounded. At the same time, his hands quickly changed seals. It was clear that he was using some secret technique to trace Wukong's whereabouts based on the traces here. Fu Qi had just died not long ago. Even if Wukong had the divine technique, he couldn't have escaped from Dragon Island. In other words, he was definitely still here, just hidden. While Fu Tin was using the secret technique to search for Wukong's whereabouts, Mo Huang wasn't idle either. Although he had a lot of grudges with Dragon Island and couldn't wait for all the dragon race members to die, since this matter was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he couldn't just stand by and watch. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor escaped, the entire star domain would be in turmoil. Even if his spirit beast island was content to stay in a corner, he couldn't just stay out of it. No one knew how terrifying Wukong was more than these great emperors. His existence was simply a tumor to the entire world. A snow-white little beast scuttled out from Mo Huang's sleeve. That little beast looked like a mink or a fox. It was unknown what species it was, but it was about a foot long. Its fur was snow-white and shiny, and its two eyes were rolling around like a human. After it landed on the ground, it kept sniffing lightly. When Zhu Yan saw this, he didn't have any intention to stop it. Instead, he started to chat with Mo Huang. Brother Mo, why do you think Wukong infiltrated Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter our dragon race members? Previously, the two of them were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were like old friends. It wasn't strange at all. Instead, it was natural. Mo Huang said indifferently, I'm not Wukong. How would I know what he's planning? Great Elder is asking the wrong person. He really couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Wukong was notorious and was hated by everyone in the star domain. After escaping with great difficulty and gaining control of Duan Hongchen's body, it was natural for him to hide. With his heaven-devouring Great Emperor's mystical battle method, it wouldn't take him more than a few hundred years to recover to his former peak. After a few hundred years, he would come out again. At that time, he would be the strongest person in the star domain again. Unless there was another war of emperors, no one in the world could stop him. Zhu Yan nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Yang Kai and the others also arrived. When the group of dragon race members saw them, they all looked at him angrily. Especially the dragon race members who had fought with Yang Kai before. The battle between 7 dragons should have been a sure-win situation, suppressing Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't even lift his head, but in the end, Yang Kai had broken through the Dragon Temple's protection technique and caused all of them to lose face. Now that they were seeing each other again, how could they be happy? Yang Kai glared at them. How could a defeated general dare to be brave? After their eyes met for a while, many of the dragon race members looked away embarrassedly. Yang Kai suddenly became complacent and looked around majestically. He just happened to catch a glimpse of Fu Xian looking at him with a smile. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. I feel that Wukong seems to be very eager to restore his strength. He also heard a few words of the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yan just now, so his words weren't too abrupt. Naturally, he wants to improve his strength. Zhu Yan nodded. He had once stood at the peak of the star boundary and looked down upon all living beings. Even many great emperors were suppressed by him to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Now that his cultivation had plummeted, how could he be willing to endure in silence? It was natural for him to want to improve his strength. Yang Kai said, when Wukong and Senior Duan came out of the Shattered Star Sea, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. When I saw him a few days ago, he was already a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Then, a month later, he was already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The speed of his cultivation improvement is simply incredible. He didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter the dragon race. Perhaps there is something on Dragon Island that can help him improve his strength quickly, such as Fu Chi's dragon race source. The essence of the dragon race was an extremely powerful force, and it was very attractive to Wukong. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed as a horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, "The Dragon Tomb!" Mo Huang's face also sank, luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Wukong's goal was really the Dragon Tomb, then it made sense. The Dragon Tomb contained the source of many dead dragon race members. If he could devour all the source in the Dragon Tomb, then Wukong's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He had the heritage of the great emperors and occupied Duan Hongchen's body, so there was no such thing as a bottleneck. With the magic of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method, as long as he had enough resources, he could easily improve his strength to a terrifying level. Even if he wasn't as good as the great emperors, he was definitely not an ordinary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The source of the dragon race was extremely rare, and the energy it contained was beyond imagination. If Wukong's real goal was the Dragon Tomb, then it would be very troublesome. The reason why he exposed his identity and killed Fu Chi was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, attracting Zhu Yan, Mo Huang, and the others. After all, these top powerhouses were at the Dragon Tomb at that time. No matter how stupid Wukong was, he wouldn't walk right into the trap. Everything made sense now. At this moment, Fu Chi's casting stopped and he raised his head to look in the direction of the Dragon Tomb. The strange little beast that was released by Mo Huang also growled in that direction. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards the dragon tomb. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura and extremely shocking aura. If others saw such a lineup, they would be horrified. The dragon tomb was very far from here. Even if everyone flew at full speed, they still wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. Yang Kai looked calm, but in fact he was secretly worried, not for anything else, but for Duan Hongchen. He was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and the relationship between Duan Hongchen and Azure Sun Temple was also inextricably linked, so he was somewhat related to Duan Hongchen. What's more, he had also received kindness from Duan Hongchen. He admired this person's determination to sacrifice himself and enter the Shattered Star Sea. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't want anything to happen to Duan Hongchen. But now, it seemed that Duan Hongchen had been completely suppressed by Wukong, and he couldn't even easily control his body. Such an encounter was really bad. Wukong's strength hadn't recovered yet, but he could do this to this extent. If he was stronger, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have any way to survive. He was afraid that, as he said, the great emperors of the secular world would be swallowed up. At that time, the fall of the great emperors would be a loss to the entire star boundary. After a while, the dragon's tomb came into view. It was a dusky world, as if it was isolated from this world. It made people feel extremely depressed just by looking at it. Zhu Yan and others suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the void in front of the dragon tomb in a daze. Wukong. A figure stood in the void over there, tall and sturdy, wearing a robe that fluttered without wind, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked over with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Wukong? All the people of the dragon race widened their eyes and looked over there, wanting to see if this overlord of the universe, who had disappeared for countless years, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 3075. Wukong didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they didn't already know his identity, no one would associate him with the name of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor. Not only was there nothing special about him, even the figure standing in front of the dragon's tomb at this moment was somewhat unreal. It was neither real nor illusory, it was like an illusion. Zhu Yan stopped and his expression became unsightly. Oh no, void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang also shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. The figure in front was indeed Wukong, but it wasn't Wukong's real body. It was Wukong's secret technique phantom image that almost perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. We've been tricked. She clenched her teeth. Whether it was the secret technique she used to track Wukong or Mo Huang's little beast's guidance, they all pointed to the location of the dragon's tomb. Coupled with Yang Kai's seemingly reasonable urging, everyone thought that Wukong's destination was the dragon's tomb and the many sources of the dragon race in the dragon's tomb. But when they really arrived at this place, everyone discovered that everything was wrong. Wukong only used a void soul wandering shadow to successfully draw everyone's attention to this place, while his real body was carrying out some kind of conspiracy. This was the real lure of the tiger away from the mountain. In this world, only the existence of the great emperors could deceive the great emperors. Although Wukong's strength had not recovered, he hid in the dark and played everyone in the palm of his hand. He was bold, but also extremely confident. Just when everyone was lost in thought, Wukong's void soul wandering shadow smiled faintly. Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met. No one paid attention to him. This was just a void soul wandering shadow secret technique. It was useless to communicate with him. They might even accidentally fall into Wukong's trap. Since the dragon's tomb wasn't Wukong's goal, what did he want to do? Yang Kai and Li Wuyi turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction, then glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What rich space force fluctuations! Of everyone present, only the 2 of them were proficient in space principles, so when this fluctuation spread out, the 2 of them were the first to sense it. Immediately, Zhu Yan, Fu Shi, and even Mo Huang also sensed it. Fu Shi, and Li Wuyi. Zhu Yan's void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang's face was ashen as he shouted, "It's the Dragon Palace!" As soon as this was said, Everyone's Zesisus Wu Kuang's real target was actually the Dragon Palace. He had used his phantom shadow to attract everyone's attention while his real body had already sneaked into the Dragon Palace. No one knew what he was up to. Teehee, his heat want to escape. Mo Huang shouted in a low voice, as if he had guessed something, and hurriedly rushed towards the Dragon Palace. For the first time, an anxious look appeared on his face. Obviously, this was a matter of great importance. While everyone was running, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the distance, followed by a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the firmament, as if it had poked a hole in the sky. And the fluctuations of space force were becoming more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai pulled Zhu Qing's hand and flew side by side with her, his expression extremely solemn. He, who was proficient in space principles, knew very well what such fluctuations meant, but he couldn't figure out how Wukong did it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperors, he had never heard of him having any attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. This time, all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wukong. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. Wukong had put in so much effort to play such a trick on Dragon Island, so he must have made thorough preparations and plans. If Wukong fled, then he and Mo Huang would have to face the monstrous wrath of the dragon race. Mo Huang was a martial beast, so he probably wasn't afraid of Dragon Island, but he couldn't. In front of such a behemoth like Dragon Island, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai gathered Li Jiao and Lu Yan's embodiments and took them all into the small sealed world while they were unprepared. He had to make plans to escape as soon as possible. The pillar of light from the Dragon Palace grew brighter and brighter, almost illuminating the entire Dragon Island. After a while, the light showed signs of weakening, and then it slowly disappeared. When the group hurried to the Dragon Palace, the light had already faded, leaving only a clear fluctuation of space force coming from the depths of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was majestic, and its aura was ancient. It had experienced hundreds of thousands of years of wind and frost, and was one of the most important foundations of the entire dragon race. Only the existence of the dragon race's bloodline was qualified to set foot in the Dragon Palace, and this bloodline must be extremely pure. A dragon descendant like Li Jiao didn't even have the qualifications to get close to the Dragon Palace. If he insisted on trespassing, he would immediately be crushed into powder by the dragon pressure in the Dragon Palace. Yang Kai was the last to arrive. Li Wuyi and Jiufeng were waiting outside the Dragon Palace. Except for them, everyone else was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had entered the Dragon Palace. After seeing Yang Kai, Li Wuyi smiled at him, but Jiufeng was surprised. Because she found that Lu Yan was gone, and several people related to Yang Kai were also gone. She immediately glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, but didn't say anything. "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai said, and stepped inside with Zhu Qing. He wasn't here to join in the fun, he just wanted to know the current situation of Duan Hongqin. The Dragon Palace was deep, and there were huge dragon pillars around it. The whole palace didn't look extraordinary from the outside, but there was a different world inside. In the palace, a powerful dragon pressure surged, giving people a very chaotic feeling. Zhu Qing frowned as soon as she stepped in. She had also entered the Dragon Palace before, but the Dragon Palace was definitely not like today. From this chaotic dragon pressure, she could tell that something was wrong with the Dragon Palace. After walking for a long time, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After a while, a light came into sight. Walking along the light, they soon saw many powerhouses on Dragon Island today. There was no battle as expected. Everyone was gathered around the light, motionless. Yang Kai observed their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When he got closer to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. Because the source of the light was actually a void corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there were specks of twinkling stars. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the star field at night, shrunk it, and placed it here. Zhu Yan's face was ashen, and Fu Sui's expression wasn't any better. His pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Mo Huang kept shaking his head and sighed, "It's too late." If they let the Wukong escape from Dragon Island today, who knows how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering in the future. The great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor had done this before. Now that the celestial realm was vast and boundless, no one knew where the Wukong had escaped to. Even if they wanted to track him down, it would be impossible. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. He moved closer to Mo Huang and whispered, "Master, did the Wukong escape?" Mo Huang gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "But how did he shatter the space? And the feeling this void corridor gives me, it's not a small matter." Even the spatial array he had set up across territory didn't have such rich spatial fluctuations when it was activated. He faintly felt that this void corridor seemed to lead to an extremely distant place. Mo Huang didn't answer, and Fu Xian said, "He borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace? He actually has such ability?" The Dragon Palace was the foundation of the dragon race. How could it be casually borrowed by an outsider? Furthermore, Yang Kai had already felt that there were some extremely powerful auras hidden in this Dragon Palace. Many of these auras weren't inferior to the three great emperors present. Yang Kai guessed that these auras were the auras of the dragon race's ancestor spirits. Fu Xian patiently explained, "He killed Fu Qi and stole the dragon race's origin so that he could smoothly enter the Dragon Palace. As for how he borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space after entering the Dragon Palace, I'm not too sure." She turned to look at Mo Huang and asked softly, "Do you know why?" She was basically asking on behalf of Yang Kai. Of course, she was also a little curious. Mo Huang said, "Wukong is older than any of us here. It's just said that when Wukong first became one of the great emperors, he had a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If this came from someone else, it wouldn't be very credible. It could basically be said to be groundless accusations. However, since it came from Mo Huang, it meant that it wasn't just a rumor. It was very likely that Wukong really did have a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to know some of the dragon race's secret techniques or profound secret techniques. Borrowing Fu Qi's dragon race's origin to communicate with the Dragon Palace, then borrowing the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space. This was probably his entire plan. Moreover, he didn't make any mistakes as he walked step by step. Everything went smoothly and there was no danger. Even though Yang Kai had a bad impression of Wukong, he couldn't help but praise him for devising strategies. The wisdom and methods of the great emperors were indeed extraordinary. The void corridor still exists. Why didn't you chase after it? Yang Kai asked again. Chase after it? Mo Huang glanced at him and sneered. Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's wrong with that? Then do you know where this void corridor leads to? Please enlighten me, master." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Although he could guess that this void corridor led to an extremely distant place, he really couldn't guess the specific location. The Lower Plain Star Territory. Mo Huang's words were earth-shattering. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and exclaimed, "The Lower Plain Star Territory?" These words were a bit loud and attracted everyone's attention. Fu Qi's eyes were especially cold. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly became anxious. Why would it be the Lower Plain Star Territory? Isn't there a force called the Star Court guarding the entrance between the Star Boundary and the Lower Plain Star Territory? Why would the entrance open here? Wukong actually escaped to the Lower Plain Star Territory. How could he not be anxious? Although there were many Lower Plain Star Territory, who knew if Wukong would run to the Hung Luo Star Field? If Wukong entered the Hung Luo Star Field, then the entire Star Territory would be finished. Yang Kai's roots were there. Chapter 3076. There wasn't just one Lower Plain Star Territory, there were countless of them. Some were completely sealed off and existed alone, while some were connected to the astral world. The cultivator in these star territory was undoubtedly blessed, because as long as their cultivation reached a certain level, they could go to the astral world to climb higher mountains and experience more wonderful things. Many years ago, the astral world and many lower planes star territory were connected to each other. Not only could the people below reach a certain level of cultivation, but the powerhouses in the astral world could also go down through some means. But after the heaven-devouring great emperors, the entrance to the lower plane star territory from the astral world was sealed, because for the cultivator in the lower plane star territory, the powerhouses from the astral world were really irresistible. Just the astral territory destroyed by the heaven-devouring great emperors were innumerable, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be another heaven-devouring great emperors in the future. The existence of many star territory was extremely important to the astral world, so this kind of seal was also a kind of protection. The Star Court was born. This force was extremely mysterious, and ordinary people didn't know about it. It was established by the great emperors at that time, and was responsible for guarding the entrance to the lower plane star territory, not allowing the people in the astral world to go down at will. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, this Star Court was presided over by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He always thought that if he wanted to go to the lower plane star territory, he must go through the Star Court. He also planned to wait until he was free to find a way to go back to the Hengluo star field and bring his relatives and friends over. He even guessed that Yang Inflammation, who had been without any news, might be in the Star Court. But he didn't expect that before he had time to implement all his ideas, he would actually see a void corridor leading to the lower plane star territory in the Dragon Palace on Dragon Island, and it was opened by the infamous heaven-devouring great emperors. Although the probability of Wukong going to Hengluo star field was less than 1%, how could Yang Kai not worry? Sometimes, it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, when he heard Mo Huang say that Wukong had gone to the lower plane star territory, he immediately panicked. After pondering for a moment, he said in a clear voice, "Master, Wukong is still young. If we don't take this opportunity to track and kill them, they will become a disaster in the future. Why are you still hesitating?" Zhu Yan raised his head and glanced at him. His already displeased face darkened slightly. "If I could accurately pinpoint Wukong's position, I would have followed him even without you telling me. But now, who knows which star's territory he fled into? Just because of this, you're going to let it go?" Yang Kai looked at him without backing down. Mo Huang frowned and said, "Things are not as simple as you think." Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "Even if we don't know which star's territory Wukong fled into, with so many people here, if we all follow him, there will always be a glimmer of hope to find him. But if we don't try, we will only let him roam freely. When Wukong returns from his peak, who in the star boundary can stop him? I'm afraid that you all don't want another battle of the great emperors, right? Big guts, big temper." Mo Huang sneered. Yang Kai said, "We're just discussing the matter as it is." Fu Xian said, "This matter involves a lot of things. Don't be impatient." Compared to the others, Fu Xian's attitude towards him was quite good. She couldn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly became so agitated, as if he urgently wanted to track down Wukong. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just can't figure it out." "Shut up, how do you still have the face to speak?" Fu Xian suddenly raised her head and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her and also lost his temper. He said indifferently, "What does Second Elder want to say?" Fu Xian gritted her teeth. "If not for you today, why would my dragon race have so many unforeseen events? If Fu Qi wasn't injured by you, why would he die so easily? If not for Fu Qi's dragon race origin, how would Wukong be able to enter the Dragon Hall?" Her accusation was overbearing. Yang Kai sneered. "Why does Second Elder sound like I'm the culprit? My cultivation is still shallow. I can't take up this responsibility. Second Elder is thinking too highly of me." He didn't have a good impression of Fu Xian at all. She wanted to ruin Mo Huang and Fu Xian's good thing. She also wanted to interfere in his matter with Zhu Qing. It was as if she was born to like to break up Mandarin ducks and couldn't bear to see others in a good situation. Even if she was born with a heavenly fragrance and was cold and elegant, to dare to betroth Zhu Qing to someone else, she is still detestable in my eyes. I can't beat you now, so I'll bear with you for now. When I can take care of you, I'll let you know how it feels to be forced." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said to Zhu Yan, "Great Elder, this happened on Dragon Island, Wukong also escaped from Dragon Island. No matter what, the dragon race has an unshirkable responsibility. The most important thing now is to track down Wukong's whereabouts and nip this danger in the bud. Otherwise, it will become a huge disaster in the future. Brat, don't push your luck. Fu Xian shouted solemnly. Great Elder. Yang Kai still ignored her and looked at Zhu Yan stubbornly. Zhu Yan frowned and said, This has nothing to do with you, step aside. He was also a little annoyed with Yang Kai. Although Fu Xian's accusation was a little extreme, Yang Kai still took a large part of the responsibility for what happened on Dragon Island today. He was the one who injured Fu Qi, and he was also the one who restrained the dragon race. If it wasn't because of him, Wukong's scheme wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He knew this, and so did Yang Kai, but he wasn't willing to hear Fu Xian's one-sided accusation. Yang Kai's face sank, but he didn't step aside. He said calmly, It seems like Dragon Island doesn't want to care about this matter. Fine, since you guys don't care, I will. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him with a weird expression. Fu Xian even secretly transmitted her voice to him, Don't talk nonsense, listen to me and step aside. Maybe there is still room for negotiation with Qing. Yang Kai looked at her gratefully, but slowly shook his head and said, I only ask one thing, don't stop me, just let me leave this place. If I can catch up to Wukong, I will take care of him. If I can't, it won't be a loss to you. As he spoke, he pointed at the void corridor. While everyone was talking, the void corridor was slowly closing. After all, the laws of heaven and earth had the power to repair themselves. This void corridor was forcibly opened by Wukong with the help of the Dragon Palace. It could be considered as a kind of damage to the heaven and earth. Under the power of the laws, this kind of damage would quickly disappear. If Yang Kai wanted to leave through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the void corridor closed, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Wishful thinking. Fu Xian shouted. Zhu Yan also shook his head and said, I can't promise you this. Having a Wukong go to the territory of the lower plains from Dragon Island was already a dereliction of duty on Dragon Island. Although they didn't need to explain it to anyone, it was still a shameful matter. If they also asked Yang Kai to go, wouldn't that be slapping their own face? The two elders of the dragon race didn't agree. There was no room for negotiation. If Yang Kai was tactful, he would naturally avoid the dragon race. Otherwise, if he angered them, it wouldn't end well for him. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back, he even took a step forward and said with a firm expression, If you can't promise, then that boy can only force his way in. You want to do this the hard way. Fu Xian snorted, Take him down. She was obviously talking to the dragon race. Even though she didn't like Yang Kai very much, with her identity and cultivation, it wasn't good for her to bully the weak. As soon as she said that, more than 10 people of the dragon race heard it and moved. Although many of their clansmen had suffered a great loss at Yang Kai's hands before and their protection technique was broken, they didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, there were several elders overseeing this place. How could they be afraid of a Yang Kai? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were tightly surrounded. Let's see who dares. Yang Kai suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground with one foot. The entire dragon palace suddenly shook. When a resounding dragon roar sounded, a huge golden divine dragon suddenly appeared behind his head. It was shining with golden light and had a threatening aura. The dragon's head was held high and looked disdainfully. As soon as the aura of the golden divine dragon came out, all the dragon race members were dazed. Even the several elders of the dragon race were the same. Ancestral Dragon's Origin. This was the real Ancestral Dragon's origin. Although they already knew that the Ancestral Dragon's origin was in Yang Kai's body, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. That pure dragon aura was something that even the Great Elder and Second Elder couldn't compare to. To all the dragon race members, this Ancestral Dragon's origin seemed to be the source of everything. It was like a mother's embrace. They couldn't help but feel incomparably close to it. The overflowing hostility disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the several elders of the dragon race became serious. They suppressed their minds and didn't allow themselves to be affected by the ancestral dragon's origin. Second elder, are you afraid that you've forgotten where this place is and what kind of power I have? As soon as the ancestral dragon's origin appeared, Yang Kai seemed to suddenly become taller. He clearly didn't have any traces of dragon transformation, but the gaze he looked at Fu Si was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on him. His hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Two completely different voices came from his mouth. It was as if two people were speaking with his mouth at the same time. One of the voices was extremely strange dragon language, profound and complicated. The other voice was a normal voice. Water can't live without a source, wood can't grow without a root, the ancestral dragon's origin is here, why haven't you all come and see me yet? The two voices rose and fell together, but they were perfectly coordinated. Not only did it not sound abrupt, but it also gave off a different kind of feeling. Many of the ordinary dragon race members didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this, but the expressions of the several dragon race elders changed. Fu Xian's eyes also revealed a strange splendor as she let out a low cry. The dragon roar sounded again. This time, it came from all directions of the Dragon Palace Hall. It was continuous, rising and falling one after another. The sleeping dragons seemed to have heard the call and woke up together. The dark Dragon Palace Hall flashed with light. It was like a prairie fire that quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Dragon Palace Hall was as bright as day. The dragons swam over. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The Dragon Palace Hall instantly became colorful. The first dragon circled above Yang Kai's head a few times before settling down. It faced the golden divine dragon and lowered its noble head. The second one, the third one, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3077. In the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of more than a dozen dragons had gathered around Yang Kai. These dragons did not have physical bodies, but were extremely pure source strength. What was even more frightening was the size of these dragons. Even the smallest one had a body of 400 feet long. The largest one was around 300 m in size, and its enormous body filled the hall as it circled around, giving everyone an indescribably terrifying pressure. These dragons seemed to have jumped out of an ancient painting and inexplicably descended here. Gulp. Gulping sounds could be heard, and the faces of many members of the dragon race finally changed. Under the terrifying dragon pressure, it was extremely difficult for them to even stand, and all of them were trembling, their faces pale. The dragon tomb was the resting place of the dragon race after death, but not all members of the dragon race. Some of the dragon race members would be enshrined in the dragon temple after death, leaving behind a legacy and protection for their descendants. And these dragon race members who could enter the dragon temple after death were all outstanding members of the dragon race of each generation and were the leaders of the dragon race. In other words, only the great elder of each generation was qualified to be enshrined in the dragon temple after death. And in this generation of the dragon race, only Zhu Yan had such qualifications, not even Fu Ti. The silhouettes of dragons that suddenly appeared from all directions in the dragon temple were the leaders of the dragon race who had been enshrined here for generations. Zhu Yan even saw a familiar figure among them, a yellow dragon about 400 to 500 meters long. His thoughts drifted back to tens of thousands of years ago, and he recalled the past when he was still young. At that time, he had grown up under the guidance of this master, and after his death, he had taken over the position of the great elder of the dragon race. He stared blankly at Huang Long's figure, and his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. In his heart, he longed for this master who had fallen a few tens of thousands of years ago to raise his head to look at him and praise him for doing well. But to his disappointment, this master lowered his head that he'd never lowered in his entire life and silently floated behind Yang Kai. First-generation elder. Fu Tianyi's eyes lost focus as he looked at the only giant dragon that had reached 100 zhang in length. Although there was a huge difference between the era they lived in and the flowing time Great Emperor, Fu Tianyi still recognized the origin of this giant dragon at a glance. Only the dragon race of that era could be so majestic. With the passage of time, the dragon race declined further and further. By the time they reached this generation, the true dragon forms they transformed into were only 400 to 500 feet long, which was more than twice as long as the first generation. Those that were slightly smaller than the first generation elder were probably the second generation elders, and those that were slightly smaller should be the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. More than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders seemed to have heard the call from ancient times and gathered together. This scene shocked everyone. How dare you do this? Fu Tianyi stared blankly for a long time before she suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted. Her clean cheeks suddenly became a little distorted, and her eyes stared at Yang Kai with hatred as if she wanted to poke him full of holes. How dare you disturb my dragon race's ancestor spirit? Although her tone was fierce, under the suppression of the entire dragon palace and the dragon pressure of more than a dozen generations of the dragon race's great elders, Fu Tianyi was no longer as overbearing as before. Now, she was like an irritated kitten waving her claws, which looked extremely funny. She couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The Dragon Palace was the place where all the great elders of the dragon race were worshipped. It was the foundation that protected the continuous survival of the dragon race. These ancestors had already died long ago and didn't have their own wills and thoughts. Normally, even if she and the great elder used a secret technique, it was impossible to summon them. But at this moment, after Yang Kai gave the order, more than a dozen generations of elders appeared from their slumber. All the dragon race felt deeply insulted. Mo Huang also looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He didn't expect him to be able to do this. His gaze swept over the golden divine dragon source, and he knew that the reason for all of this should be this strange source of the dragon race. This brat was also forced to do this. Yang Kai looked at Fu Tianyi with an arrogant expression, but he didn't show off too much, nor did he take the opportunity to do anything to her. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to make such a big fuss. In the instant that he stepped into this dragon palace, he suddenly sensed that the golden holy dragon essence within his body had come to life, as if it were intimately connected to something around him. Summoning the ancestral spirits of the past great elders of the dragon race was nothing more than an involuntary action. Forced to do this? Fu Tianyi sneered. What do you plan to do now? Are you going to slaughter all of us dragon race? That's a good suggestion. Since we've sowed enmity with each other, killing all of you first will eliminate any future worries. As Yang Kai spoke, his eyes swept across the surroundings, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this plan. Every dragon race member that was targeted by him had a change in expression. The blood in their body seemed to be frozen, and the aura of death shrouded them. Fu Tianyi pursed her red lips, her face filled with stubbornness. Zhu Yan's expression also became solemn. At this time, if Yang Kai borrowed the power of the entire dragon palace to deal with them, even if he and Fu Tianyi joined forces, they could only flee at the sight of the wind. Unless they killed Yang Kai in one blow, they would only have a chance of winning. But under the watchful eyes of more than a dozen dragon race's great elders, even he didn't have a chance to attack Yang Kai. Only they knew how powerful the dragon palace was. A special place, a special power, created an existence that could be called invincible. Mo Huang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to persuade something. Although he didn't like this group of dragon race members, he had never thought of killing any dragon race members, so there wasn't much hatred between them. He didn't know what Yang Kai's personality was like, but if Fu Tianyi really hit the nail on the head, the consequences would be unimaginable. In any case, he didn't want to see anything happen to the dragon race here. This was the Dragon Palace, one of the two foundations of the dragon race. If the dragon race was massacred here, it would be a big joke. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai's murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly became harmless. Everyone is Qing'er's family, so let's not talk about fighting and killing. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it. What do you think, Great Elder? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "The weak are prey to the strong. The winner takes all. Now your fist is the biggest. You have the final say." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder seems to have some opinions about this junior, but it doesn't matter. This junior is only willing to go to the territory of the lower plains. I have no other request. I hope Great Elder can fulfill it." And if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Great Elder is really righteous. This junior thanks you. The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched even more. He lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, he was just talking to himself, but he still had the nerve to say that he was righteous. There was no time to lose. The void corridor broken by Wukong would be completely closed in a while. Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything here. If he wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing. You stay. Zhu Qing opened her mouth, but Yang Kai took a step forward, reached out, hugged her, and kissed her in front of everyone. The expressions of the group of people became extremely strange. They didn't know whether to look or not. They all turned their eyes away, only thinking that this kid was simply too shameless, doing such a dirty thing in such a sacred place like the Dragon Palace. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have been killed. Zhu Qing's mouth was blocked. She couldn't speak. When their lips parted, her face was completely red, and Yang Kai's reminder sounded in her ears, wait for me. It was not that he didn't want to take Zhu Qing away, but the road ahead was uncertain. How could he bear to take Zhu Qing and suffer hardships? Fu Qi was already dead. There was no problem for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. He looked at Fu Tun again and said, Second Elder, I have offended you today. I hope that Master will forgive this lowly one's offense. After all, this kid is still young and impetuous. Please bear with him, and come back another day to apologize. Zhu Qing wanted to stay. He had no choice but to give in, lest this woman make things difficult for Zhu Qing. The other meaning of these words could also be heard as a threat. If he could break into Dragon Island once, he could break into Dragon Island twice. If Zhu Qing really suffered any grievances after he left, the next time Yang Kai came to Dragon Island, he would probably have a different attitude. At that time, it would not be to apologize, but to denounce. Fu Tun clearly understood and snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xian, who had been nestled in Mo Huang's arms, and smiled slightly. I have to thank Fourth Elder for today's matter. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting. This is my gift of thanks. As he spoke, he made a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon's roar sounded instantly. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards Fu Xian like lightning. Mo Huang frowned. Although he could intercept it, he felt that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, so he let him do as he pleased. That stream of light entered Fu Xian's body, and the sound of something shattering rang out. Zhu Yan looked at him with a gentler gaze, but Fu Tun's expression became more and more unsightly. Fu Xian's pale face finally regained some color, and her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she looked at Yang Kai with gratitude. Yang Kai nodded slightly to her, turned around, and without hesitation, stepped into the void corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the figures of the dozen or so dragon race elders who had been summoned slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Many of the dragon race members looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Mo Huang looked at Fu Xian in surprise and asked in a low voice, just now, could it be? Fu Xian nodded gently. Locking Dragon Seal has been lifted. Locking Dragon Seal was one of the dragon race's secret techniques, and it had always been used on the sinners of the dragon race. Once the Locking Dragon Seal was used on them, the dragon race's essence within their body would be completely suppressed. More than 10 years ago, when Fu Xian was banished to the Dragon Tomb, the Locking Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique was not only a punishment for the dragon race, but also a symbol of the sinners of the dragon race. This secret technique bound Fu Xian, and even Mo Huang had no way to remove it. Although he could forcibly bring Fu Xian out of the Dragon Tomb, as long as the Locking Dragon Seal was not removed, Fu Xian would continue to weaken until she died. He had never had a good way to remove the Locking Dragon Seal. Chapter 3078. Sometimes, happiness came so suddenly. The dragon race secret technique that Mo Huang was helpless against had been broken by Yang Kai with a snap of his fingers. He was overjoyed. Originally, because of Mo Shaoqi, he had some complaints about Yang Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so rude to a junior today. But at this moment he only felt gratitude towards Yang Kai and felt that he really owed him a big favor. The dragon sealing seal being broken meant that Fu Xian's identity as a sinner of the dragon race no longer existed. Naturally, she would no longer be banished to the dragon tomb. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Yan and Fu Xi, secretly making up his mind that he would take Fu Xian away today no matter what. If these two still insisted on stopping him, then he would have no choice but to fight. After more than 10 years of self-reproach, he couldn't just leave Fu Xian alone. However, what made him secretly heave a sigh of relief was that neither Zhu Yan nor Fu Xian seemed to have much of a reaction to the dragon sealing seal being broken. The two of them only silently looked at the gradually shrinking void corridor. Zhu Qing also looked over at the same time. After a while, the void corridor disappeared. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang and said, "Wukong has escaped. We need to inform the others about this and take precautions, especially the Star Court side." Mo Huang nodded and said, "I naturally know this. I will personally go to the Star Court later to discuss how to deal with this matter with the Iron Blood." Zhu Yan said, "My dragon race is duty-bound to deal with Wukong's matter. If you need anything, Brother Mo, just say the word. Since Great Elder has said so, I'm afraid that I will have to trouble the dragon race in the future. This Mo will take his leave for now." He said this and was about to leave with Fu Xian. Fu Xi suddenly said, "You can go, but Fu Xian stays." Mo Huang raised his brow. "Second Elder, do you want to fight with this king again?" This woman was simply a little unreasonable. Mo Huang was also really angry. If she really insisted on making things difficult for him and his wife, he would turn the Dragon Island upside down today. Fu Xi said indifferently, "After being imprisoned for over a dozen years, Fu Xian's foundation has already been damaged. My dragon race has a secret art to allow her to recover faster. Does your Spirit Beast Island have it? If there is, you can take her away as you please. This consort will not object." Mo Huang was taken aback, but immediately became overjoyed. He laughed and said, "So that's what Second Elder meant." Fu Zhen said, "What do you think I meant?" Mo Huang coughed lightly and nodded. "That's good too. Xian, you can stay here. I'll make a trip to the Star Court first. When I return, I'll bring little Seven to see you." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Fu Xi. Seeing that although she frowned, she didn't have any intention of objecting, he was even more delighted. It seemed that Yang Kai's actions today had hit her hard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed so much. Although they didn't agree to him bringing his daughter to Dragon Island, at the very least, they didn't object. If it was in the past, Fu Xi would definitely not have such an expression. When she heard him mentioning little Seven, Fu Xian's eyes revealed an expectant expression. She nodded and said, "All right. Wait for me." Mo Huang reached out his hand and caressed Fu Xian's cheek. He really didn't have the face to kiss her in public like Yang Kai did. That kid's face was too thick. He turned around and walked out of the Dragon Palace hall with light steps. Zhu Qing walked forward and supported the weak Fu Xian. The two dragon ladies who shared the same fate couldn't help but become close to each other. In the vast star field, the stars were twinkling. A pitch-black battleship was sailing like a giant beast. That battleship was 300 meters long and had a sleek design. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow. The surroundings were filled with meteorites. Large and small meteorites shuttled around the battleship like shooting stars. Occasionally, a meteorite would smash onto the battleship, causing the surface of the battleship to flicker with specks of light and spread out like ripples. However, the smaller meteorites weren't a threat to the battleship. Even if they smashed onto the battleship's surface, they would be blocked by the battleship's defense and turned into rubble. Only those slightly larger meteorites would cause the warship to shake a little, but along the way, they were scared but not in any danger. In the battleship, all kinds of arrays were buzzing. In the control center of the battleship, a group of cultivators' expression was extremely solemn. Through the transparent window made of crystal, they watched the meteorites fly past them. All of them were sweating profusely. Meteorite C. In the star territory, there were two things that the battleship was most afraid of encountering. One was the meteorite sea, and the other was the star field storm. The former was fine. Most of the meteorite sea could be avoided in advance. Only some of the larger ones couldn't be avoided. However, in the vast star territory, the chances of encountering them were not high. In the territory of the star territory, the star field storm was something that would make people pale. It was a natural disaster that could really take people's lives. Even a 300 meters long battleship like this one wouldn't be able to survive if it was caught in the star field storm. Every year, countless battleships and cultivator died in the meteorite sea and star field storm. The battleship in front of them wasn't very lucky. Originally, the battleship was filled with powerful cultivators, and the most outstanding star engineer had drawn the sailing route. Logically speaking, they wouldn't encounter any danger. They would only need to spend some time to reach their destination. However, a large wave of meteorite sea was coming from the front. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. The battleship could only brace itself and face it head-on, shuttling through the meteorite sea to avoid it. In the center of the battleship, a woman in a palace dress stood there. She looked to be in her 20s. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was stunning. At this moment, her face was dignified. She was constantly giving orders. Because of her nervousness, the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat. A delicate fragrance spread out with her as the center. All the cultivator in the battleship, whether male or female, maintained a higher frequency of breathing than usual. It was as if they wanted to inhale the fragrance into their lungs and imprint it in their minds, never to forget it. How much longer? The woman suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Over there, an old man was holding an astrolabe and carefully examining it. A three-dimensional pattern lit up on the astrolabe. It was clearly the territory map of the star field where the battleship was located. It was unknown how the old man had drawn it. In the pattern, a light representing the battleship was slowly moving forward. Around it were countless small dots of light, each of which represented a meteorite that could threaten the battleship. Hearing the woman's question, the old man pondered for a moment and said, "Half an hour. We can cross this meteorite sea in half an hour. We have already traveled half of it." The woman nodded and said, "That's good. We'll have to continue to trouble old Chin." The woman was obviously the person in charge of this battleship and her cultivation was also quite good, but she still had to be polite to this old man surnamed Chin. This old man was one of the most famous star masters in the entire territory of the star field. She had paid a huge price to invite him to accompany her on this trip. Star masters had a very high status in the territory of the star field, not inferior to alchemists and artifact refiners in the slightest. This was because a star master was a very important existence when sailing through the territory of the star field. A good star master could help the battleship avoid many unpredictable dangers. Old Chen said with shame, "Young Lady Lu is too polite. This old master should have noticed the existence of this meteorite sea in advance, but now it is this old master's responsibility." "Life is not as you wish, 9 times out of 10, Lu Huaishuang said. Lu Huaishuang tried to persuade him. She seemed to have thought of something and her beautiful face darkened slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Elder Chen, you don't have to blame yourself. This trip is all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows how many dangers we would have encountered. It is also thanks to you that we were able to arrive here safely." Old Chen said, "I am indebted to young Lady Lu for thinking so highly of me. This old master is very grateful." Just as they were talking, a cry of alarm suddenly came from the side, "Young lady, not good." Lu Huaishuang's expression changed and she turned her head, "What's wrong?" At this sensitive time, she was most afraid of hearing bad news, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "A meteorite is coming from 100 miles away." "How big is it?" "Not too big, but the energy fluctuations are very terrifying." While speaking, Lu Huaishuang had already rushed over and looked closer. Sure enough, there was a bright spot of light on the star field array, and it was hitting the battleship at an extremely fast speed. In just a short while, it was already close to half of the star field array. With just a glance, Lu Huaishuang frowned. Old Shen also looked surprised. "Strange, this meteorite isn't that big. How can the energy fluctuations be so terrifying?" He could be considered a knowledgeable man, but this was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. He couldn't understand it. Star cannon. Lu Huaishuang shouted and then added, 10. Traveling in the boundless starry sky, one would always encounter all kinds of dangers. For some unavoidable threats, the best way to deal with them was to destroy them, and the star cannon was the most effective method. Star cannon was not used lightly because it required a large amount of crystals to convert into attack power. Every time it was used, it meant a loss of wealth. It had to be said that although Lu Huaishuang was a woman, she had a decisiveness that many men did not. Firing 10-star cannon at the same time required a lot of courage. But the order was quickly carried out. Around the battleship, 10-star cannon poked out of the holes, and a dazzling white light began to condense, and a shocking energy fluctuation was transmitted out. In the next moment, the battleship vibrated and the force pushed back from one side, causing the entire battleship to shake. 10 white beams of light shot towards a certain spot in the void, converging with incomparable precision. The light bloomed, and the dark star field seemed to suddenly have a dazzling sun, causing everyone in the battleship to involuntarily squint their eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, an earth-shattering sound followed, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The area covered by the light was like the end of the world. The meteorites around the target of the attack, no matter how big or small, were all turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group sighed softly. Although they had long known the terrifying power of the star cannon, the shock of 10-star cannon hitting the same spot still left them speechless for a long time. No matter what kind of trick the meteorite had, it was likely that it had vanished into thin air by now. Chapter 3079. The cultivator in charge of monitoring the surroundings suddenly made a strange sound as he stared blankly at the astrolabe. Young lady, that meteorite. Lu Huaishuang looked down and her face instantly paled. On the astrolabe, the bright spot was still there, not damaged by the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons. How could this be? Old Shin also had a look of disbelief. He had personally witnessed the power of 10-star cannons firing at once. Even the strongest masters in the territory did not dare to face them head-on, so how could this meteorite be so hard? What made him even more shocked was that the previous volley did not even change the direction of the meteorite and it was still heading straight for the battleship. Quickly dodge it! Old Shin shouted. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Huaishuang's face. It's too late. If they were in an open area, with the superior performance of this battleship, they might be able to dodge and turn the situation around, but where were they? This was a meteorite sea, surrounded by large and small meteorites. There was no room to maneuver, so where could they hide? It was indeed too late. On the astrolabe, the light that symbolized the uninvited guest was heading towards the battleship at an extremely fast speed. There was only one thing everyone could do now, and that was to pray that the meteorite would not cause too much damage to the battleship. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the meteorite was small, the energy fluctuations it gave off were extremely terrifying. If it really hit the battleship, it was unknown if it could withstand the impact. A dot of light came into view through the crystal window in front of them, like a shooting star. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from somewhere in the battleship, and the 1,000-foot-long battleship shook violently. Everyone on the battleship turned ashen in an instant, and there was only one voice in the depths of their hearts that was constantly wailing. It's over, it's really over this time. The sound gradually subsided, and the shaking battleship also slowly stabilized. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Nothing happened. The ups and downs of life and death made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. The expected scene of the battleship being destroyed did not happen. All of them seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the meteorite. However, the speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. It was obvious that it had suffered some damage and needed to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was very likely that something would happen in this vast star field. Lu Huaishuang was the first to react. She shouted, "Pass down the order to check the damage of the warship. Send someone to repair it." Leave this meteorite sea as soon as possible and find a place to settle down. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and hurriedly took action. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and looked through the crystal window at the star field. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I wonder if this will happen to me. The cultivator in the warship quickly became busy. Because the warship had been damaged, its speed had slowed down. Originally, it would only take an hour, but in the end, it took a full 4 hours to leave the asteroid sea. After leaving behind the asteroids that were drifting through the boundless starry sky, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Letting a damaged battleship sail through the meteorite sea was not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, the cultivator on the battleship was well trained and skilled at operating the battleship, so there were no major mistakes. Now all that was left was to quickly find a place to settle down and repair the battleship. Old Shin gave a more suitable target, and Lu Huaishuang immediately gave the order to move towards it. Half a day later, on a dead and desolate star, a 1,000-foot-long battleship broke through the fog-like clouds and slowly sailed over. Such desolate stars were countless in the territory of any star. Although there were many stars in the star field, there were not many that were suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Only those that had a complete source of stars and could nurture the world's spiritual energy were qualified, and such stars were cultivation stars, full of vitality. Correspondingly, those stars that did not have the slightest bit of world's spiritual energy and could not even survive were known as dead stars. Some dead stars evolved from cultivation stars. When the source of a cultivation star gradually declined and was even destroyed, over the years, the cultivation star would become such a desolate scene. Meanwhile, some dead stars might be nurturing new vitality. Perhaps one day in the future, they would possess their own star source, and would bloom with a more dazzling light than other cultivation stars. However, this would definitely take tens of thousands of years, and it would be a long time. The battleship landed somewhere on the dead star, and the hatch opened, and cultivator continuously walked out, running towards the damaged location. Although they had done some simple repairs during the voyage, if they wanted to set sail again, they would have to completely repair the damaged location. Perhaps Lu Huaishuang was a little bored in the battleship, and also walked out, and all the cultivators she met bowed respectfully, and there was not a trace of lust in their eyes, but heartfelt admiration. In the territory of the boundless star, who would not praise the eldest daughter of the Lu family of the Jianghu star? Who would not say that she was not inferior to men? The Lu family did not have a male heir, and the head of the family was in his twilight years. Such a large family was all managed and supported by the eldest daughter of the Lu family. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family's affairs, no one thought highly of her. A woman should have stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. What could she do in public? But reality proved that everyone was wrong. Although the Lu family did not rise to the next level, at least they did not decline, and all of this was due to Lu Huaishuang's efforts. This was something that even the Lu family's enemies had to admit. Lu Huaishuang's beauty and the Lu family's property also attracted countless people. Beauty and wealth had always been the goal of men, and the Lu family was such a big piece of cake, exuding a fragrance that made people drool. If one could win Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only would he have a beauty in his arms, but he would also be able to receive such a huge dowry from the Lu family. It was a good thing that he could achieve in one step and save a few lifetimes of hard work. Every year, countless people visited the Lu family to propose marriage, but not one of them caught Lu Huaishuang's eye. My man must be a good man, his name will be as dazzling as the sun at noon in the star field, and I will marry whoever can do it. This request was not a request at all, it was too difficult. No man would deny that they were a good man, everyone looked at themselves and felt that they were good, and that other men could not compare to them, but to make their name shine like the sun in the star field, how could they do it? The only people who could do this were the few strongest people in the territory, and which of those old guys were not half buried in the ground? The Lu family's young miss was destined to be alone for the rest of her life, no one to love her, and she would never be able to taste a man. Sour grapes existed everywhere, and since they could not get what they wanted, they did not want you to have a good life. The idea that as long as you were well, It would be a sunny day was too weak. Stepping on the yellowed ground and sniffing the stuffy air, Lu Huaishuang frowned slightly. She was a woman after all, and no matter how smart and capable she was in the eyes of others, she was still a weak and delicate woman. The environment on the dead star was very bad, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of dust and sand. As the wind blew, the dust flew, and even the air was filled with fog, making it difficult to see too far. She walked for a while and stood still, wanting to stretch her back without any scruples, but even this simple idea could not be realized. She had to maintain her appearance and dignity. Her heart was tired. She stood there quietly, guessing the history of this dead star. Perhaps a long, long time ago or a long, long time in the future, this dead star would have a brilliant civilization and a rich life. On the sandy ground in front of her, there might have been a thatched cottage, and then a couple would live there, the man plowing and the woman weaving, happy and harmonious. After 3 to 5 years, they would give birth to a pair of children and take care of them carefully. When they were old, they would wander the world hand in hand and be buried together in an unknown corner. They did not need too much money as long as they had enough to spend, and did not need to be too strong as long as they had someone to accompany them. The higher one stood, the simpler their wishes were. Only those who stood at the bottom would dream of plucking the stars and the moon and becoming famous. "Miss." A person's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Huaishuang's imagination was interrupted, but she was not angry, only turning her head to look in that direction. A guard of the Lu family was staring at her in a daze, somewhat shocked and in disbelief. He actually saw the young miss smiling, although it was not very obvious. The corners of her mouth were curled up in a casual smile. The young miss was beautiful to begin with, and when she smiled, it was even more beautiful. He had been in the Lu family for more than 10 years, and ever since the young miss took over the Lu family, he had never seen her smile again. Lu Huaishuang's lips curled up and she said lightly, "What's the matter?" The guard's expression quickly turned serious, and he said, "We found something strange." Lu Huaishuang frowned. "What strange thing?" The guard scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. It was really too strange just now, and he could not explain it clearly. At this moment, a group of people walked out from the hole in the warship. That group of people seemed to be carrying something, and were quickly rushing over. This strange scene attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. In the blink of an eye, those people were already in front of Lu Huaishuang. With a bang, a person was thrown in front of Lu Huaishuang, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked over, only to see that the person did not look very old, a young man, his clothes in tatters, as if he had been tortured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was somewhat pale, and after being thrown out, he lay motionless on the sand. Lu Huaishuang did not feel any signs of life from him. This person was not even breathing, clearly dead. Chapter 3080. It was not that Lu Huaishuang had never seen a dead person before. In fact, she had killed many with her own hands. When she first took over the Lu family, the He family, another major family on planet Chaoyang, had once invaded. The two families immediately went to war, resulting in countless casualties. It was because of her outstanding performance in that war that Lu Huaishuang was able to secure her position. Today, planet Chaoyang was ruled by the Lu family and the He family. The two families had divided up the resources of planet Chaoyang, almost half of it. However, the appearance of this young man made Lu Huaishuang frown, not out of disgust, but out of curiosity. She studied the young man's face carefully. After a long while, she looked up and asked an old man, "Third uncle, is this one of us?" There were hundreds of cultivators on the warship. Although she could not name all of them, she had seen most of them. However, this young man gave her a strange feeling. She was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Lu Ling shook his head. "No." Lu Huaishuang's eyes narrowed. If he was not one of them, why would he be on the warship? She thought of many possibilities in an instant. The most likely possibility was that he was a spy sent by someone who had a grudge against the Lu family. If that was the case, there could be other troubles waiting for her. As if guessing what she was thinking, Lu Ling said, "This person was found in the damaged part of the warship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Lu Huaishuang looked up at him. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out what her third uncle meant. Lu Ling's expression was complicated. According to my observations, the reason why the warship was damaged seems to be because it was hit by this person. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone was trying to figure out what Lu Ling meant. Then, a sensational thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Huaishuang also came to her senses and looked at her third uncle in a daze. If she did not know her third uncle well, she would have thought that he was playing with her. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. I thought that the warship was hit by a meteorite too. However, after careful investigation, I did not find any trace of a meteorite. Instead, I found this person. The damaged part of the warship also seems to be hit by someone. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ling with a strange expression on their faces. Lu Huaishuang remained silent. Lu Ling said, I know this sounds a little unbelievable, but I really can't find a more reasonable explanation. It was more than inconceivable. It was simply sensational. How could a single person create a hole in the battleship, slowing it down and forcing it to stop here for repairs? This was one of the two best starships on Rising Sun Star, an Origin King-grade starship. It could even withstand the attacks of an Origin King-grade master for a long time without breaking, so how could it be damaged by a single person? If a battleship like this could be damaged so easily, then it wouldn't be able to travel in the star field. A few meteorites could easily destroy the ship and kill the crew. To say the least, even if there was someone in this world who could do this, it would be impossible. Could it be that the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons was just an illusion? The previous 10-star cannons had all hit the target. Who could withstand the attack of 10-star cannons? Looking at the young man's condition, he didn't have any injuries on his body. Only his clothes were a little tattered. Even if his body was made of steel, it would be impossible for him to withstand such damage. Suddenly discovering this young man in the damaged battleship caused everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. All their common sense and understanding seemed to have been subverted. There's no point in talking about this now, let's repair the starship as soon as possible. Lu Huaishuang made the final decision. Lu Ling sighed in his heart, knowing that she didn't believe his speculation. Not to mention others, even he himself didn't believe it. He always felt that his speculation was wrong. So, he didn't try to explain anything. As for this person, find a place to bury him. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the dead young man. No matter what his identity was or why he appeared on the starship, since he was dead, he should return to dust and return to Earth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot over from all directions. Chaotic energy fluctuations rose and fell. Before the people arrived, the attacks had already arrived. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk, a series of crackling sounds rang out, and as the light flashed, the place where the Lu family members were standing turned into a sea of energy. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in horror, but his words came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat. The next moment his aura disappeared, and he was obviously dead. Screams rang out all at once. Lu Huaishuang's face paled, never having expected to be attacked in such a place. This was a Death Star, and they had only settled here on the spur of the moment. Who would ambush them here? With no time to think, Lu Huaishuang reached out and touched her delicate earlobe, crushing one of her earrings. A bright white light blossomed and suddenly turned into a huge bowl-shaped protective shield, enveloping the Lu family cultivator in it. With a rumbling sound, the attacks from outside slammed into the protective shield, creating layers of ripples. The light of the protective shield dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 breaths of time, with a crisp cracking sound, the protective shield shattered. However, with this 10 breaths of time, the Lu family members finally reacted, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack the enemies around them. In an instant, the energy around them became chaotic and the earth shook. A person suddenly swooped down from the sky, his hands intertwined, turning into a giant curtain that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and flicked her wrist, summoning a long blue sword from its sheath, her entire temperament undergoing an earth-shattering change in an instant. She was beautiful and graceful, but at the same time, she was also an Origin King Realm Master. If she did not have strength, how could she lead the entire Lu family? What's more, she was a woman. No matter where she went, strength was respected. The long blue sword slashed through the air, instantly forming a territory around it, the sword intent wantonly piercing through one's skin painfully. The long sword in Lu Huaishuang's hand suddenly turned into a phantom as she slashed out hundreds of times, the 100-sword chi condensing into a single point that quickly blossomed like a prairie fire. The terrifying pressure suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as the enemy who had swooped down from above flipped over and dodged to the side. In just an instant, whether it was Lu Huaishuang or the attacker, both of them felt the strength of the other party. This was an opponent who was not weaker than themselves. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet because of the fight between the two strongest people. Everyone had the illusion that they had just walked through the gates of hell. When they came back to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang fixed her eyes on the source of the commotion and saw a fat white man standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He was wearing extremely loose clothes that were unbuttoned, exposing his white belly, making him look like a fat worm that had just eaten its fill. Coupled with his almost imperceptible squinting eyes, he gave off an inexplicable sense of humor. No one dared to laugh, instead feeling a chill run down their spine. Lu Ling's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Ma Chaochuan." A cold light flashed across the white fatty's eyes as he smiled. "Oh, you recognize this king?" Lu Ling gulped. With such an obvious physique and characteristics, with such a ferocious style, how could he not recognize him? Fierce Wind Ma Chaochuan. Fierce Wind was not Ma Chaochuan's nickname, but the name of a force that was extremely troublesome in the Star Territory. There were many bandits in the mountains, pirates in the sea, and there was also a kind of existence in the star field called star pirates. What they did was not much different from the bandits and pirates. They did business without capital, robbing people and committing all kinds of crimes. There were many star pirates in the Star Territory, but there were only a few famous ones. Fierce Wind was one of them, because this star pirate force had an Origin King Realm Master in charge. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak existence in the entire Star Territory, an overlord of any cultivation star. If such a master engaged in robbing people, it would be a disaster. The top forces of the star field had once worked together to exterminate these galactic pirates. However, galactic pirates were like weeds that would sprout again when the spring breeze blew. Even if one or two galactic pirate forces were eliminated, more would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Squall were also extremely cunning. They never touched those existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Those that were targeted by them were all forces that could benefit them but were powerless to resist. Moreover, they didn't have any moral bottom line. The targets that they robbed never had a good ending. They were all killed and robbed. When Fierce Wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. It could be said that Fierce Wind was the most notorious group of star pirates in the boundless Star Territory. Around the people of the Lu family, the galactic pirates of the Wild Wind Gang surrounded them in their strange-looking tiger chariots. Every one of them had a malicious smile on their faces, especially when they looked at Lu Huaishuang. Their eyes shone with a shocking light as they brazenly scanned her beautiful position, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face became more and more obvious as the fat on his belly shook and rippled. This must be young Lady Lu. Sure enough, you are an outstanding beauty with good cultivation. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Lu Huaishuang's face was sullen as she swept her eyes over the Lu family. Although it had happened suddenly, today's events were really strange. Fierce Wind seemed to know they were here and had specifically come to find them. As the current head of the Lu family, she could not help but think of something. The eyes of an Origin King Realm Master were very sharp, so she quickly discovered some clues. It was a member of the Lu family, and in terms of seniority, he could be said to be her uncle. When their eyes met, she could not help avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, she felt a little heartache and disheartened. She did not understand why her family would betray her. Chapter 3081. This girl had shown extraordinary cultivation talent and aptitude at a very young age. She was of noble birth and had a good family background, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources. Her outstanding aptitude, coupled with the unconditional support of her family, represented the rise of a new cultivation star. It took her less than 100 years to reach the Origin King realm step by step. She did not have the strange temperament of other young ladies of great families, and was extremely kind to her servants. She was very popular on Rising Sun Star. If it were not for the old patriarch's old injuries suddenly relapsing and his body falling ill, she would probably still be in retreat. Cultivation was not boring for her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Experiencing the strength in her body growing bit by bit gave her an indescribable joy. Taking the command of the Lu family in the face of danger was not her wish. Her quiet cultivation time was broken and replaced by all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Every day when she opened her eyes, it was as if she heard countless mouths crying for food. In the past 30 years, she had spent a lot of effort for the Lu family, but her own strength had not increased at all. She could not understand why someone from the Lu family would betray her. But what was their goal? 30 years of hard work? Was this betrayal all she got in return? She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly loosened it. Her gaze swept past the uncle and turned to Fatima. She said indifferently, "Since second master is here, then first master and third master must be nearby, right? Why don't you show yourself?" Her beautiful eyes swept around as her red lips parted slightly. Although Fatima was not bad, she was not afraid. She had probed the other party's strength in the fight just now. They were probably on par with each other. Both of them were first-order Origin Kings, so no one was much weaker than the other. She had the advantage of powerful Saint Chi, while Ma Chaochuan had the advantage of rich combat experience. After all, he was a star pirate, a master who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If it was only Ma Chaochuan here, the Lu family would be able to carve out a bloody path with their strength. But when Fierce Wind moved out, it was always in full force. Fierce Wind had 3 masters. The first master was Xing Yao, a second-order Origin King. The second master was the white fatty Ma Chaochuan, and the third master was Gu Ming, a first-order Origin King. The Gale Force was able to survive the encirclement of so many forces not only because of luck, but also because of their own powerful strength. Ma Chaochuan chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lu. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm the only one who's come today. Eldest brother and third brother have other matters to attend to. If Miss Lu wants to see them, why don't you come with me to Fierce Gale territory? You'll be able to see them then." Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Second master, are you inviting me?" Ma Chaochuan's smile did not change. "If Miss Lu is willing to cooperate, then that is an invitation." "What if I don't cooperate?" "Hee hee." Ma Chaochuan only smiled. His intentions were obvious. If he didn't cooperate, it would be a threat. Lu Huaishuang said calmly, "I have long heard of the Tempest's reputation. The territory of the Star Realm is vast, and it is fate that we can meet here. I have not prepared anything, but the Lu family is willing to offer some humble gifts and invite the Brothers of the Tempest to have some wine and tea. I would also like to ask the second master to make way for us." Most space pirates only sought wealth. If possible, Lu Huaishuang did not want to have any conflicts with them. Of course, the main reason was that she had a bad feeling about this. Ma Chaochuan was definitely not the only person here. That first master Xing Yao and third master Gu Ming might be lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If a fight really broke out, the people of the Lu family would probably not be able to survive. She herself might not be able to escape either. It would be best if she could spend money to avoid disaster. Ma Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. He praised, "I've long heard that the first miss of the Lu family is a heroine who does not lose out to men. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Since ancient times, women were difficult to raise. This young miss of the Lu family had a heart and courage that most women lacked. No wonder she could lead the Lu family and occupy half of the morning sun. If she were a man, There would probably be another overlord in the territory of the Star Realm in the near future. He shook his fat head. What a pity. Although I would like to invite Miss Lu over, I'm afraid some people won't agree. Who is it? Lu Huaishuang asked in a low voice. A pitch-black warship suddenly broke through the thick fog and descended from the clouds. Its huge hull was not inferior to the Lu family's warship in the slightest. It was almost as if it was carved from the same mold. At the bow of the warship, a conspicuous he character could be seen clearly even from afar. The crowd was in an uproar. It's the He family's warship. How could it be them? This is a trap. Motherfucker. The He family is actually colluding with the fierce Gales. How shameless. The He family was the other top family on the Morning Sun. They shared the Morning Sun together with the Lu family. As the saying went, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. On the same cultivation planet, two top families were at odds with each other. Naturally, there would be friction between them. Today, one side would attack the other. Small conflicts would escalate, and large conflicts would become life and death grudges. The two families on the Morning Sun could be said to be like fire and water. But Lu Huaishuang would never have guessed that the He family was actually connected to the fierce Gales. What was the fierce Gales? They were the most notorious pirates in the entire territory of the Morning Sun. There was no other. Anyone who had anything to do with them would never be able to clear their name. Was the He family not afraid that the news would leak and cause the entire territory of the Morning Sun to attack them? At that time, even if they took over the Lu family's property, they would not have the chance to enjoy it. But soon, Lu Huaishuang's face darkened. Since the He family's warship dared to come out so openly, it was obvious that they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Dead people would never reveal any secrets. Her eyes were cold as she turned her head to look at the clan uncle. That person's mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this change was not within his expectations. The warship landed not far away, and the cabin door opened. A hale and hearty old man stepped out. This old man looked to be in his 60s, and half of his hair was white. He had the dignity of a superior, and his expression was dignified. No one saw him move, but in a few steps, he was not far away. Behind him, hundreds of He clan's elites followed closely behind, eyeing the Lu clan's people covetously. The situation immediately became tense. The sound of the Lu family members gulping could be heard. Everyone was nervous. Ma Chaochuan was still smiling, as if he did not see He Wuzui's arrival. He Wuzui stared at Lu Huaishuang and laughed coldly before saying, "Little girl, to think that you would have such a day." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was a villain who had gotten his way. Lu Huaishuang heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that today was not going to be a good day. In such a dangerous situation, she became even calmer and said, "Old Master He, the grudge between Chaoyang Star is between our families. It's not appropriate to involve other people in this." He Wuzui snorted coldly, "The three leaders of the Fierce Wind family are my sworn brothers. How can they be considered outsiders?" His words were earth-shattering. Lu Huaishuang was also shocked. She had never heard of such a thing. No one in the territory of Morning Sun knew about it. But at this point, she believed that He Wuzui would not joke with her. And looking at Ma Chaochuan, he did not have any intention of refuting. Obviously, things were as he said. He and the three leaders of the Fierce Wind family were indeed sworn brothers. Admiring Lu Huaishuang's stunned expression, He Wuzui felt a burst of pleasure in his heart. After enduring for so many years, he finally got his reward today. From now on, Morning Sun Star belonged to the He family. The surname Lu would no longer have anything to do with it. Fourth brother, the others are fine, but does the Lu family's first young lady want to die? Ma Chaochuan suddenly turned to ask He Wuzui. Killing the trash of the Lu family was nothing, but this Lu Huaishuang was quite tempting. There were many beautiful women, and with Ma Chaochuan's strength and status, there was no shortage of beauties around him. But beauties who had reached the Origin King realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He had never tasted one. What's more, he had long heard that the Lu family's first young lady had been in secluded cultivation. He was afraid that she had not even tasted a man. It would be a pity if she died like this. As soon as he said this, He Wuzue knew what he was thinking. He said solemnly, "Second brother, although roses are fragrant, they are covered in thorns. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Ma Chaochuan thought about it seriously and nodded, "Fine." He also knew how difficult it was to capture a first-order origin king alive, so he simply dismissed the idea. Otherwise, if he hesitated, he might be the one to die. "Do it!" He Wuzue suddenly shouted. Obviously, he wanted to end this quickly and not give the Lu family any chance to resist. As soon as he said this, Ma Chaochuan clasped his hands and 2 golden balls suddenly appeared in his hands. The golden balls were filled with world energy and were obviously not ordinary artifacts. He Wuzue's body shook as Saint Qi began to circulate in his body. Lu Huaishuang's face was solemn. She wiped her blue sword with her finger and soared intense sword. A great battle was about to break out. However, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared beside her, and in a split second, a water-splitting thorn stabbed towards her. Lu Huaishuang was shocked. All her attention was on Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue. When she saw them move, she was naturally on guard. Who knew that those two were just a distraction? The real killing blow had already reached her. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan both smiled, looking like they were waiting to watch a good show. The water splitter flashed with a cold light and gave off a deadly aura. It was as if blood would bloom in the next moment. At this moment, the owner of the water splitter felt his hair stand on end. He could not help but feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes also narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The young man who had been lying quietly at her feet, dead for a long time, actually moved at this moment. It began to move in an extremely strange manner. First, his feet stepped on the ground and his calves suddenly stood on their own. Then, his thighs straightened and his body suddenly bounced up. When Lu Huaishuang looked down, she met with a pair of clear and deep black eyes. These black eyes were like a bottomless abyss. With just one look, Lu Huaishuang felt as if she was about to sink into them. She was shocked and hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to stabilize her mind. Chapter 3082. Each of the 3 masters of the Fierce Wind family had their own unique skills. First Master Xing Yao was a powerful second-order origin king, one of the strongest existences in the entire star territory. Second Master Ma Chaochuan was a charmingly naive fatty, but his fat wasn't just a result of eating too much, it was also the capital he relied on to survive. His defense was extremely amazing and he was like a meat shield. With his fat, he could exchange a few blows with a master or realm above him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was only a few blows. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be made up for with some fat. As for Third Master Guming, he was a thin but strong man who was best at concealment and assassination. His whereabouts were unpredictable and he came and went without a trace. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The one who suddenly attacked Lu Huaishuang was the 3rd master of the Fierce Wind family, Guming. Lu Huaishuang's previous guess was correct. The Fierce Wind family had indeed mobilized all their forces. Ma Chaochuan's claim that eldest brother and 3rd brother had important matters to attend to was just a blatant lie. Guming relied on his superior concealment divine technique to quietly sneak to Lu Huaishuang's side. Just as Lu Huaishuang's attention was attracted by Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, the water splitter suddenly attacked. He was also a first-order origin king and had the advantage of a sneak attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't take Lu Huaishuang's life, he could at least severely injure her. The Lu family was led by Lu Huaishuang, so as long as this woman was seriously injured, the rest of the Lu family would be nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. The sudden accident caused Guming's soul to leave his body. In a flash, a young man in ragged clothes stood in front of Lu Huaishuang and stared at him calmly. Although there was no color in his eyes, Guming couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The young man in front of him was like a towering mountain. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the mountainside was shrouded in mist, making it hazy. Who is this person? When he sneaked over earlier, he had also noticed this person lying at Lu Huaishuang's feet, completely lifeless. He was obviously dead. But why was he able to stand up? Furthermore, an extremely powerful vitality burst forth in an instant. How is this a dead person? He was clearly alive and well. Guming only panicked for a moment. Being able to cultivate to the Origin King realm, both Guming's temperament and wisdom were top-notch. After a moment's deliberation between retreating and advancing, Guming released a dazzling cold light from his water-splitting dagger and stabbed forward at an even faster speed. No matter who you were, at such a close distance, even a third-order Origin King would be able to pierce a hole in your path. Go away! Lu Huaishuang finally regained her senses. Seeing that Guming was advancing instead of retreating, while the young man in front of her had no reaction, she immediately shouted and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, what shocked her the most was that the other party did not react at all. His feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Not only did she not manage to pull the other party away, she even staggered and almost bumped into the other party's back. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The viciousness on Guming's face stiffened and was replaced by extreme fear. He raised his head to look at the young man, and his eyes trembled violently. At that moment, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. The biggest possibility was that this reckless brat would be killed by him, or that he would only injure him, or that the other party would counterattack and he would act accordingly, but he had never imagined the situation in front of him. The other party remained motionless, allowing his water-splitting dagger to stab into his chest. His flesh remained intact, and even his skin was not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, his water-splitting dagger flashed and its color dimmed slightly, causing Guming to almost lose his grip. The water-splitting dagger was an Origin King-grade artifact and was extremely sharp. Not to mention flesh and blood, it could even pierce through iron. Guming did not even feel any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. In other words, this strange young man had indeed resisted his blow with his flesh and blood, and then, nothing happened to him. Is he even human? Guming was proficient in concealment and assassination, and was good at killing people in one blow. His sense of danger was also extremely keen. So, when he found that his full-powered blow had no effect, he decisively fled, his thin body blurring as if he was about to merge into the air. He had no choice but to flee. The existence of this young man in front of him was beyond his understanding, and a voice in his heart was screaming, "If you don't flee, you'll die." The young man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly not fast, and even seemed a little stiff, but with just a casual grab, Guming, who was about to merge into the air, was grabbed by the neck, and his translucent body instantly solidified. The divine technique of concealment was inexplicably broken just like that. Guming was frightened out of his wits. He felt a strong force on his neck, as if his neck could be broken at any moment. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The young man raised his hand and lifted him up directly. This situation made everyone's hair stand on end. It would have been fine if they did not know Guming's identity and strength, but Guming was an Origin King after all. How could he be captured so easily like a helpless chick? Third brother. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grim look on his chubby face. He Wuzui's expression was also extremely solemn. He silently summoned his artifact, his eyes drifting, as if he was looking for a way out. Under everyone's gazes, the young man looked at Guming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, he frowned and curled his lips. Weak? Too weak. He had not fought with an Origin King for many years, and all the enemies he had encountered over the years were all people with exceedingly high cultivation. Thinking about it now, he was not used to it. He even felt a little nostalgic, and his mood was inexplicably complicated. Thinking back, he had experienced the same thing in the past. "Who are you, sir?" Ma Chaochuan asked in a deep voice. The faces and figures of the several overlords of the Star Territory flashed in his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He had never heard of a young man with such astonishing strength. A bunch of trash, you want to know this king's name? The young man coldly snorted. His tone was extremely arrogant, but no one felt it was out of place. This young man's tone was arrogant, and he had the strength to back it up. If it was anyone else who said this, they would probably laugh. Ma Chaochuan did not even dare to get angry. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. Please calm down, sir. It was us who had eyes but failed to see. We ask Sir Master to be magnanimous and forgive our third brother. We will leave now and never offend you again. He acted cautiously on the surface, but in his heart he was cursing He Wu Zue. His fourth brother was an idiot. When did the Lu family find such a strong backer? He actually did not know. He and the others had even come here to humiliate them. Now that they had kicked the stone floor, they did not know if they would be able to return alive. If they had the chance to return, they would definitely cut off all ties with their fourth brother. If they continued to be together with him, they would be killed sooner or later. You come and go as you please? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state before, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard everyone's conversation, so he naturally knew what was going on with these people. Although he was not a swordsman, it was not a big deal for him to do something that came to him on a silver platter. Ma Chaochuan complained in his heart, but could only lower his stance again. Please make a decision, sir. I, Kuang Feng, admit defeat. He could not even tell the depth of his opponent's cultivation. He really did not have the confidence to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, why would he humiliate himself like this? He was a man of honor after all. The young man frowned, deeply despising this white fatty. He had no backbone at all. He could not arouse his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire world suddenly became extremely dangerous. Arcs of lightning began to swim in the air. Everyone's expression changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that a pitch-black vortex had appeared in the clouds, and there seemed to be an electric dragon swimming in the vortex, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. Are you crazy? I hit it so well. The young man also looked up and suddenly cursed. Lu Huaishuang frowned and stared at the young man's back with a strange expression. Was he cursing the heavens? She suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This young man's cultivation seemed to be very strong, and his figure was also very handsome. Just now, she had caught a glimpse of him and saw that his appearance was not bad. Why, did it seem like there was something wrong with his head? If that was not the case, why would he curse the heavens? Was the heavens jealous of the talented? This thought came to Lu Huaishuang's mind. Before she could finish her thought, there was a loud crack that made everyone's eardrums tremble. As if in response to the young man's curses, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the cloud vortex. It connected the heavens and the earth like a divine pen, splitting the heavens and the earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Huaishuang, who was closest to the young man, turned pale. It could not be helped. That bolt of lightning was actually heading straight for the young man. Its target was obvious and precise. The heavens had struck him with lightning. How many bad things had this young man done that even the heavens could not tolerate him? Let's go! The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Huaishuang's collar, and threw her. Before Lu Huaishuang could react to what had happened, her whole body flew out like an arrow from a bow. Then she saw the bolt of lightning strike the young man's body. The young man's black hair instantly stood on end. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 100 feet became a sea of lightning. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothingness. A burnt smell filled the air at the same time, as if someone was roasting meat. As the smell entered their nostrils, it was nauseating. The lightning strike lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the lightning in the sky poured down like moonlight, constantly pouring down. The young man was struck until his whole body convulsed, as if he had contracted chicken plague. It was painful to look at. Chapter 3083. Lu Huaishuang turned her gaze away, her face full of pity. No matter how evil this young man was, such a death was too tragic. What's more, he had helped her just now. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been injured. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue were overjoyed. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, the heavens had its way. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens spared. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They knew what the other was thinking. After a while, the lightning that fell from the sky subsided. The black cloud vortex in the sky also disappeared. The whole place was silent. The young man was still holding Guming, but whether it was him or the third head of Wild Wind, their hair was standing on end. Their faces were charred black and their auras were almost non-existent. Not to mention what happened to that young man, the third head of the fierce wind gang was dead. Everyone had seen the power of that lightning punishment. Even a third-order origin king wouldn't be able to survive it, let alone Guming, who was only a first-order origin king. This was simply an undeserved disaster. Although the young man had the ability to take his life, he didn't really kill him. Instead, it was the heaven's lightning punishment that took Guming's life. Two silhouettes suddenly shot over. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, one on the left and one on the right, pounced over like lightning. Cut the grass by the roots. If you beat a snake to death, you'll hit it with a stick. How could they not understand such a simple principle? Previously, he had been cautious only because this strange young man had displayed superhuman strength. Now that this young man had been struck by lightning punishment, it didn't matter if he was dead or alive. They had to ensure that this young man was thoroughly dead. Only then would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only put their lives in the hands of others. Although Ma Chaochuan was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. His white rolling body was indescribably strong and agile. The two golden pills in his hands emitted a dazzling light. Before he arrived, the two golden pills had already flown out. They carried an unparalleled momentum as they smashed towards the young man's head and chest. He Wuzue formed a seal with his hands and released a powerful divine technique. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant python appeared in midair. The giant python raised its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on the young man. Everything happened in a flash, and Lu Huaishuang had no time to react at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hand, sending a sky full of sword qi at He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan in an attempt to surround them and rescue them. However, she realized that it was obviously too late. She was only doing her best and leaving the rest to fate. She was of no help at all. Swish, 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 swish. As the sword qi flew, Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, who were lunging forward, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. They came to a halt with a swish. They stared ahead in horror, and their hearts sank. It was not Lu Huaishuang's sword qi that stopped the two of them, but the young man's reaction. The young man who had been struck by the lightning punishment for over 10 breaths of time suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and wiped his disheveled hair. His originally calm and deep eyes were now filled with resentment and indignation, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. It was just a simple movement that made Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue lose the courage to attack. They were forced to stop. The scene seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. Time seemed to have stopped as well. Everyone stood where they were, stunned. He wasn't dead? He had been struck by lightning punishment for over 10 breaths, yet he was still alive? Lu Huaishuang could not help but widen her eyes as well. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Only Ma Chaochuan's two golden pills were still hurtling towards the young man, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man put down his hand that was touching his hair and shook it slowly. Ma Chaochuan's heart skipped a beat. He had actually lost his connection with the two golden pills in that moment. He focused his gaze, and his body began to tremble violently. The two golden pills had actually reached the young man's hand. The young man's fingers moved nimbly, and the two golden pills moved around in his hand leisurely, turning into blurs. He had stolen his personal treasures with just a raise of his hand. What divine technique was this? What the hell was this guy doing? He Wuzue's Python divine technique lunged over as well, but He Wuzue no longer had the strength to maintain it due to his shock. The python only vanished with a single movement. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva as his face began to twitch uncontrollably. That? Ma Chaochuan pursed his dry lips and tried his best to find an excuse, but he discovered that his courage had completely vanished. Even his voice trembled. I didn't kill him. The young man casually tossed Guming's body away. The only reason Guming had died was because of the lightning tribulation. From the beginning to the end, he had not tried to kill Guming. Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. Ma Chaochuan smiled along, but it was even uglier than crying. What kind of misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The young man looked at him indifferently. How could Ma Chaochuan tell him the truth? Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. He would start a fight as soon as he disagreed with a single word. His eloquence had always been mediocre, so he was not skilled at being eloquent. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he constantly wiped it with his hand. If he could not explain himself, he would probably die today. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He turned around and fled as quickly as he could. If they had any chance of survival before the lightning punishment, then they had no other choice but to flee now. Who told him and he Wuzue to attack the young man recklessly? He could only blame himself for not bringing his eyes with him when he came out this time. Now that he had fled, how could he Wuzue stay any longer? He made a prompt decision to flee in the opposite direction. This was his subconscious reaction. He only hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chaochuan and give him some space to flee. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The young man did not even look at them. He only tossed the golden pill in his hand before taking a step back. He leaned backwards and swung his arm. A golden pill shot through the air. Wah! A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. He Wuzue did not even dare to look back. He used all the strength he had when he was young to flee. At that moment, he only hated his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. He could tell that it was Fatima's voice. He suddenly felt pain from his back. His entire body was pulled along by a great force, and he could not help but fall to the ground. He Wuzue scrambled to his feet in a hurry. He could not help but be startled. He saw that there was actually a pool of dark red blood on the ground, and, for some reason, his heart felt empty, as if something was missing. He lowered his head and saw the final scene of his life. There was a huge hole in his chest. From the wound, he could clearly see his internal organs squirming. His vision darkened, and he fell limply to the ground. His life was quickly draining away. It was completely silent. On the nameless land of the dead stars, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the several hundred disciples of the Lu family, the pirates of the Fierce Gale, or the elites of the He family, all of them were deeply shocked. They all looked at the young man who had not moved at all. They looked at him with reverence as if they had seen a god. There was no other reason. The young man had only casually tossed out 2 golden pills. There was not a single ripple of aura. In other words, he had used pure physical strength. Then Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue fell to the ground. They did not even have the chance to resist. Ma Chaochuan was dead. He Wuzue was also dead. 2 first-order origin kings were as weak as 3-year-old children in front of this young man. Before the 2 of them had planned today's trick, they would never have imagined that they would end up like this. Shock, panic, dread, all kinds of emotions spread among the cultivator of the 3 groups. With the terrifying strength displayed by this young man, if he wanted to, he could easily kill all 1,000 people here. Lu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Looking at the young man, besides gratitude, there was also a hidden worry. The young man had indeed helped her, but this was the first time Lu Huaishuang had met him. She did not know whether he was good or evil. She was not a little girl who did not know the ways of the world. There were several hundred elites of the Lu family under her command. She needed to consider more than just her own likes and dislikes. She wanted to go forward and inquire about this young man's temperament, but she did not have the courage. Just as she was hesitating, she suddenly saw the young man turn his head and look at her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Lu Huaishuang's heart skipped a beat. She felt that this smile was somewhat malicious, and when she was stared at by this young man, it gave her the illusion of being stripped naked, causing her to involuntarily tighten her body. If I were you, I would roll over here obediently. Lu Huaishuang's face changed slightly. What does he mean? He didn't seem to have offended him in any way. When the situation suddenly changed, he wanted to help him. Moreover, when the lightning punishment descended, he also threw him out. He didn't seem like a bad person, so why did he suddenly change his attitude towards him? Could it be that she had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? But this young man's fist was bigger, so Lu Huaishuang did not dare to resist. Her cultivation was not much stronger than Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue. These two were easily killed by this young man. If he wanted to kill her, she was afraid she could not resist. Sighing in her heart, she could only accept her fate. But before she could take a step forward, she suddenly felt a movement behind her. Turning her head in surprise, she saw a figure appear at some point, exuding a powerful second-order origin king cultivation. Lu Huaishuang could not help but narrow her beautiful eyes. Xing Yao, the Wild Wind tribe's first master. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, Lu Huaishuang still recognized him at a glance. Who else could a second-order origin king appear here at this time be but Xing Yao? This first master of the Wild Wind tribe, who could live an extremely comfortable life even when the great forces of Star Territory had joined forces to hunt him down, but at this moment he was like a pimp in a brothel, humbly trotting over with a cautious smile on his face. Passing by Lu Huaishuang, Xing Yao arrived directly in front of the young man, half knelt on the ground, and said in a clear voice, Xing Yao greets Master. Master's strength is unparalleled. Xing Yao is completely convinced and is willing to follow the Master and serve him faithfully. Please allow me. Chapter 3084. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Whether Xing Yao would rather die than submit or compromise, it was all within everyone's expectations, but this guy bowing down as soon as he arrived was far beyond everyone's expectations. Was this person really the Violent Wind tribe's first master? Was he really a second-order origin king? Everyone felt like this was extremely unreal. But on second thought, this was a wise man submitting to the circumstances. Xing Yao obviously did not have the confidence to confront this young man, so he put on such a humble posture. The strong would only bow their heads in front of someone stronger. The young man looked down at Xing Yao, his eyes flashing as the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had discovered something interesting. But soon he frowned again. He did not expect this guy to be so spineless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Although Xing Yao had been hiding nearby from beginning to end, he had not attacked him, so there was no enmity between them. Now that he had put on such a show, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to kill him directly. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue would die because they deserved it, but Xing Yao had an instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. This guy had given him a difficult problem. The young man thought for a while, but did not know how to deal with it, so he simply ignored him and closed his eyes, standing in place. Xing Yao remained motionless, maintaining the posture of kneeling on one knee. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The feeling of being a fish on the chopping block was not good at all. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he had no choice but to submit. The young man did not respond, and the scene fell silent again. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for half an hour, but the young man did not move. Since she did not move, the Lu family naturally did not move, nor did the Violent Wind tribe's pirates. Instead, it was the He family's elites who were exchanging glances with each other, intending to take this opportunity to flee. Lu Huaishuang glanced over coldly. How could she allow such a thing to happen? The Lu family and He family had fought to the death on Rising Sun Star. Both sides were evenly matched in strength and both had Origin King Realm Masters, but after today, the He family would no longer be able to resist. He Wuzue was dead and the He family was leaderless, so the Lu family could take this opportunity to annex many of the He family's properties. It would be best if he could keep the hundreds of He family's elites here as well. Lu Huaishuang glanced at the young man again and made a decision. Her blue sword glowed brightly as she pointed it at the He clan. Kill! Lu Huaishuang said coldly. One word decided the fate of the He family. She was a woman, but she was by no means a soft-hearted person. Soft-hearted people couldn't wield power, and kind people couldn't wield troops. From the day she took over the power of the Lu family, she no longer lived for herself. The battle was one-sided. Originally, the Lu family and the He family had a similar number of cultivators, but with the death of the head of the He family, the people were scattered. Even if they had a few hundred elite cultivators, they were nothing more than a plate of loose sand. On the other hand, the Lu family had Lu Huaishuang in charge, and the people were united as one, making them invincible. In just an hour, hundreds of people from the He clan were killed or injured. Only a few managed to escape. Although those few people were lucky enough to escape, they were nothing more than a few trapped beasts on this dead star, unable to cause any more trouble. While the Lu family and He family's martial artists were fighting, the fierce Wind Star pirates had also taken the opportunity to escape without a trace. The Lu family did not have the heart to deal with such a group of star pirates. Their target was only the He family's elites. Hence, Squall's group was able to leave this place easily. They didn't even attract any pursuit. Sheng Yao was completely abandoned. They had shared joys and sorrows. Their great master might not live to see the sun tomorrow, so they naturally didn't want to leave their lives in the hands of others. Sheng Yao was still half kneeling there, cursing his little brothers in his heart. Normally, they would eat meat, drink wine, and play with women by his side, each one more active than the last. But now that their boss was in trouble, each one of them ran away faster than the last. The coldness of human hearts was vividly reflected at this moment. Half an hour later, the Lu family retreated. Hundreds of people had only paid a small price to achieve a huge victory. In today's battle, the Lu family had lost hundreds of elites, including the patriarch. Even the Lu family's only Origin King-grade starship had been captured by them. Such a record could only be described as amazing. Thinking about how the Lu family would dominate Chaoyang Star in the future, everyone couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to the inexplicable appearance of the young man. If he hadn't killed He Wu Zue, it would have been hard to say who would have won today. Lu Huaishuang rushed back, her clothes neat and tidy, her hair neat and tidy, a charming smile blooming on her stunning face. But when she looked again, she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the place where the young man was originally standing was empty. Only Xing Yao was still half kneeling on the ground, motionless. The sand on the ground was almost soaked with his sweat. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the young man. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Walking forward, she asked, "Where is he?" Xing Yao didn't answer. "He's not here," Lu Huaishuang said again. Sheng Yao was stunned and carefully looked up, but when he found that there was no one in front of him, he suddenly trembled. There was no surprise, only shock. He didn't even know when the young man had left. They were only 2 steps away from each other. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, even if a third-order master wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to detect them. But the young man had magically disappeared without a trace, which made Xing Yao feel horrified, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision just now. Although he had lost all face, he had at least saved his life, not following in the footsteps of his second, third, and fourth brothers. "Can I get up?" Xing Yao asked. Lu Huaishuang coldly snorted, "You're asking me that?" She didn't have a good impression of Fierce Wind. Almost all the cultivator in the territory of Chaoyang Star didn't have a good opinion of star pirates, so naturally, she wouldn't give him any face at this moment. Sheng Yao smiled awkwardly and tried to get up, but he didn't immediately stand up. Instead, he slowly stood up while carefully looking around. It was as if a figure could jump out at any time and beat him to the ground. This movement lasted for half a cup of tea's time. After standing up, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's fine. Since I'm fine now, it means that the master didn't want to do anything to me." Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. He was a second-order Origin King, but he couldn't even enter that person's eyes. Otherwise, how could he be ignored like this? "Young Lady Lu, I've heard a lot about you." Xing Yao smiled and cupped his fists to Lu Huaishuang. "Where did he go?" Lu Huaishuang had never been so eager to find someone, but the only person she could ask was Xing Yao. I don't know, Xingyao smiled bitterly. Lu Huaishuang suddenly looked at him in amazement, her expression changing slightly as she understood the hidden meaning behind his words. But he should still be on this dead star. Xingyao wasn't sure, but he had already calculated in his heart that if that person really left, he could take the opportunity to leave. He didn't dare to have any thoughts about harming the Lu family. After surviving a disaster, he just wanted to escape as far as possible. How could he have the mind to do anything else? Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "How about we go look for him together?" Lu Huaishuang glanced at him before summoning her star shuttle without saying a word and turning into a stream of light that flew off in a certain direction. Shen Yao's mouth twitched as he hesitated between running away and searching, but in the end, he grit his teeth and chased after her, shouting, "Young Lady Lu, wait for me." It wasn't just awe and fear, but also the traces of a higher martial Tao from this young man, a goal he had been chasing for so long but was unable to grasp. On a barren stone mountain, the figure of a young man sat quietly. There wasn't much vitality on this dead star, not even a trace of green. Such stone mountains could be seen everywhere on the dead star, covered with scattered sand and stones. When the wind blew, dust would fill the air, making it impossible to see anything within 10 meters of the mountain. The stone mountain wasn't high, only 1,000 meters in height. Xing Yao and Lu Huaishuang stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, but it was as if they were looking at a giant peak. That was because the figure sitting on top of the mountain was only 1,000 meters tall, but the figure was even taller than 9,900 meters. Half a month ago, the two of them had found this place together and finally saw the figure they were in awe of. Not daring to disturb him, they waited silently at the foot of the mountain. This wait lasted for half a month, during which time the young man sat there motionless, as if he was dead. Even his aura was close to non-existent. Neither of them knew what he was doing. Cultivating was not like cultivating, and entering seclusion was not like entering seclusion, it was more like sleeping. Half a month of waiting was boring, but fortunately, both of them were origin kings. Normally, they would spend a lot of time in retreat, so they had become accustomed to it. Xing Yao wanted to know the origins of this young man and had asked Lu Huaishuang many times, but how could Lu Huaishuang know anything about this young man? He had inexplicably appeared on her starship, and at that time, she had thought he was dead. Now, she somewhat believed her third uncle's previous speculation. The hole in the starship was likely created by this young man. Only such an incredible existence could withstand the bombardment of 10-star cannons and remain unscathed. However, Lu Huaishuang was a little irritable right now. This first master of Fierce Wind sect was a bit talkative, chattering endlessly with her every day. Unlike a second-order origin king, he was more like a resentful housewife. Moreover, Lu Huaishuang also found that when Xing Yao looked at her, he did not show any covetous eyes. This should not be just awe towards this young man, there should be some other reason. However, this was also fine as Lu Huaishuang was extremely disgusted with this kind of gaze. "Young Lady Lu, this time we didn't get to know each other. If you have time, you might as well visit my Fierce Wind sect's territory." "My Fierce Wind sect's territory has nothing but—" "We'll talk about it after you return alive." Lu Huaishuang interrupted his chatter without any trace of politeness. Shen Yao's face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 3085. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Xing Yao's hearts suddenly moved and they looked up towards the top of the mountain. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged finally got up, stretched lazily, and yawned twice, as if he had just woken up from a dream, standing there with his hands behind his back as he stared off into the distance, his gaze deep. Lu Huaishuang and Xing Yao exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and flew towards the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 1,000-meter peak. Landing, both of them were startled, because at this moment, the young man in front of them gave them a feeling of nothingness. He stood there like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and undetectable. If not for their eyes, their divine sense would not have been able to detect his aura. Had he been sitting cross-legged here for half a month in retreat just to restrain his aura to the extreme? What was he doing this for? Not daring to neglect, Lu Huaishuang curtsied and said, "This mistress, Lu Huaishuang, Thanks, Master, for taking action and turning my Lu family's misfortune into a blessing. This mistress is deeply grateful. The young man said, It was just a slight effort. Consider it an apology for damaging your starship. Sure enough, the starship was damaged by him. Although she had some guesses before, hearing him admit it himself, Lu Huaishuang's heart shook and she respectfully said, This mistress wouldn't dare. She was also a powerful master, but facing this young man who didn't seem to be much older than her, she no longer had the confidence of an Origin King realm master. Standing in front of him, she was like a toddler learning how to speak, someone who could easily topple her to the ground with a single finger. She wanted to ask how this young man had fallen into a coma since he was so strong, but she was afraid that she would make a mistake if she spoke too much, so she kept her mouth shut. Sheng Yao's eyesight was much sharper than hers, so he quickly put on a flattering smile and asked, May I ask Master's honored name? Lu Huaishuang also turned her beautiful eyes towards the young man. Yang Kai, my name is Yang Kai. The young man replied. A strange light flashed across Sheng Yao's eyes. He had never heard of this name before, but he was certain that there was no such master in the star territory. His heart shook. Could this person have come from that place? If that was the case, then everything made sense, including why this person was suddenly struck by lightning. That was because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. His heart was filled with excitement, and he increasingly felt that he was right to endure the humiliation. If he put in effort, he might be rewarded in the future. Lu Huaishuang had obviously thought of this as well, and the splendor in her beautiful eyes became even more obvious. Where is this? Yang Kai asked. Dead star? Sheng Yao answered cautiously. If it was someone else who asked such a ridiculous question, they would have slapped that person. There were countless dead stars in the territory of the universe, and they had existed since time immemorial. Who could give those countless dead stars a name? This question really didn't make sense. I'm asking, where is this place? Yang Kai pointed at the vast star field and drew a circle. His movement was not big, but it seemed to be able to draw the stars in the sky into his arms. Lu Huaishuang suppressed the excitement in her heart and said softly, The territory of limitless star. The territory of limitless star. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he did not return to the Hengluo star field, which disappointed him a little. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to the territory of the lower planes, Yang Kai also knew that there were countless planets in the lower planes. The probability of directly returning to the Hengluo star field through the void corridor was less than 1 in 100. He did not know how to return, and after entering the void corridor, he could only follow Wukong's aura. Unfortunately, he lost track of him. He did not know whether Wukong was in the territory of this universe, or if he had already fled without a trace, hiding somewhere and waiting for a comeback. Master, could it be that you are not from the territory of this universe? Sheng Yao asked boldly. His heart beat violently in his chest, and Lu Huaishuang also stared at him without blinking. No! There was nothing to hide, and with these two's eyesight, he believed that they could tell. This question was just a confirmation. Hearing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang's expressions turned serious. Sheng Yao was so excited that his lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, May I ask if Master is from? Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Sheng Yao immediately kept quiet out of fear. He was so excited that he forgot about the other's power, and he was scared. Lu Huaishuang said, This place is simple, Master. Why don't you follow me back to talk? Since he was not from the territory of Limitless Star, then he must have a lot to ask. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to get closer to him. As long as this person was treated well, the Lu family would have nothing to worry about. Yang Kai nodded and said, All right. Lu Huaishuang smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yang Kai walked down the mountain. Just as he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot tripped over his right foot for some reason. He stumbled and fell forward with a blank look on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself. Coincidentally, he caught hold of 2 plump mounds of softness and immediately felt the surprising elasticity in his palms. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. The scene was completely frozen. Lu Huaishuang's face quickly turned red, as if she was on fire. The feeling of the hand on her chest made her feel at a loss, and she almost couldn't resist stabbing him with her sword. With her skills and reflexes, she could have avoided Yang Kai the moment he fell towards her, but because of the other party's strength, she didn't dare to make any excessive movements and simply stood there, and the result was like this. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and now her sensitive spot was grabbed by a man she had never met before. She didn't even know anything about him. Lu Huaishuang's eyes couldn't help but redden. Sheng Yao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face, thinking that even if his master was lustful, he shouldn't have done this, right? How could he fall down after tripping over his right foot? What the hell was going on? Where's your earth-shattering cultivation? What happened to his ability to kill 2 origin kings with a snap of his fingers? Yang Kai also wore a look of shock as he slowly withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and opened his palms to take a look, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but misunderstand. Was this master reminiscing about something? I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Kai looked up at Lu Huaishuang with a sincere expression, but this explanation seemed weak. Lu Huaishuang pursed her red lips and lowered her head. It's fine. How could it be fine? It was a matter of honor, but since her strength was inferior, what could she do? Did she want him to take responsibility? Even if the other party was willing, Lu Huaishuang would reject him. Yang Kai sighed. Let's go. There was no point in explaining. Only he himself knew what had happened. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. Sheng Yao was a little stunned, feeling that this person's temper was really strange. Obviously, his cultivation was heaven-defying, so he could have just flown over, but now he was actually walking. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of this master, so he could only follow behind Yang Kai. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for a while, calming her mood before gritting her teeth and following. First master, you don't need to follow me, just go back where you came from, Yang Kai suddenly said without looking back. After half a month, he no longer had any killing intent towards Sheng Yao. What's more, he didn't want to kill Sheng Yao at that time. A trivial second-order origin king was nothing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Fierce Wind Sect had committed all kinds of crimes, that was a matter of Limitless Stars territory and had nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Sheng Yao immediately seemed to be humiliated. His face turned red as he said, Sir, as a man, I'm a man of my word. Since I said that I will follow you and serve you, I will definitely not leave. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at him and smiled. Are you a man? Sheng Yao's face couldn't help twitching, not knowing how to respond. As you wish, Yang Kai stepped forward again, and Sheng Yao quickly followed. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help frowning, secretly despising this first master of Fierce Wind Sect. Even after being insulted like this, he still didn't take it seriously. At the same time, she admired his thick skin. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Yang Kai obviously didn't walk fast, nor did he use any movement skills, as if he was just an ordinary person, but whether it was Lu Huaishuang or Sheng Yao, both of them had to circulate their Saint Qi to keep up with him. In less than half an hour, they had returned to the previous starship. The 2 starships were anchored in the barren desert, like 2 giant compatriots. Lu Ling was standing outside, and when he saw Lu Huaishuang appear, he hurriedly greeted her. His eyesight was also quite good, so when he saw Lu Huaishuang and Sheng Yao following behind Yang Kai, he immediately bowed and said, Lu family's Lu Ling greets the master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brushed past him, and walked straight into the open hatch. Lu Huaishuang passed by Lu Ling and quietly sent a message, we'll talk later. She also followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to make proper arrangements for Yang Kai before she could do anything else. Sheng Yao also wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Lu Ling with a hostile expression on his face. Sheng Yao quickly said, I am the master's follower, so I must accompany him. Get out of my way. Pushing his Saint Qi, Sheng Yao pushed Lu Ling and the others away, the huge gap in cultivation giving him an advantage. As he spoke, there was a sense of pride in his words, causing Lu Ling and the others to be surprised. A second-order origin king? the first master of the fierce wind tribe, was actually willing to be someone else's follower? What is wrong with this world? The interior of the starship was extremely spacious, so Lu Huaishuang took the lead and led Yang Kai through the corridors of the starship. A short time later, she led him to a room, pushed open the door and said, "Master, please." Entering the room, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. This was not the smell of incense, but rather the natural fragrance of a woman. The interior of the room was luxuriously decorated. The walls were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered with a thick and soft red carpet. On the left side was a large bed with a pink curtain hanging on it. To the right was a huge bath filled with fresh flowers. Although Yang Kai was not inside, he could still feel that the temperature of the water was just right. On the other side was a dressing table, and although there was no rouge or other tacky things, it was still a dressing table. This was obviously a woman's boudoir.